Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 137 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 4, Death and Resurrection of Jesus. Section 137, First Tidings of the Resurrection. That the first news of the grave of Jesus being opened and empty on the second morning after his burial came to the disciples by the mouth of women, is unanimously stated by the four evangelists. But in all the more particular circumstances they diverge from each other, in a way which has presented the richest material for the polemic of the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, and on the other hand has given abundant work to the harmonists and apologists, without there having been hitherto any successful attempt at a satisfactory mediation between the two parties. Leaving behind the difference which is connected with the divergencies in the history of the burial, as to the object of the women in resorting to the grave, namely, that according to the two intermediate evangelists, they intended to embalm the body of Jesus, according to the two others, merely to pay a visit to the grave, we find, first, a very complicated divergency relative to the number of the women who made this visit. Luke merely speaks indefinitely of many women, not alone those whom he describes, chapter 23, verse 55, as having come with Jesus from Galilee, and of whom he mentions by name Mary Magdalene, Joanna, and Mary the mother of James, but also certain others with them, chapter 24, verse 1. Mark has merely 3 women, 2 of those whom Luke also names, but as the third, Salome, instead of Joanna, chapter 16, verse 1. Matthew has not this third woman, respecting whom the two intermediate evangelists differ, but merely the 2 Marys concerning whom they agree, chapter 28, verse 1. Lastly, John has only one of these, Mary Magdalene, chapter 20, verse 1. The time at which the women go to the grave is likewise not determined with uniformity. For even if the words of Matthew, in the end of the Sabbath as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, make no difference, still the addition of Mark, at the rising of the sun, are in contradiction with the expressions, when it was yet dark, in John, and very early in the morning, in Luke. In relation to the circumstances in which the women first saw the grave, there may appear to be a difference, at least between Matthew and the 3 other evangelists. According to the latter, as they approach and look towards the grave, they see that the stone has already been rolled away by an unknown hand, whereas the narrative of the first evangelist has appeared to many to imply that the women themselves beheld the stone rolled away by an angel. Manifold are the divergencies as to what the women further saw and learned at the grave. According to Luke, they enter into the grave, find that the body of Jesus is not there, and are hence in perplexity, until they see standing by them 2 men in shining garments, who announce to them his resurrection. In Mark, who also makes them enter into the grave, they see only one young man in a long white garment, not standing, but sitting on the right side, who gives them the same intelligence. In Matthew, they receive this information before they enter into the grave, from an angel, who, after rolling away the stone, had sat upon it. Lastly, according to John, Mary Magdalene, as soon as she sees the stone taken away, and without witnessing any angelic appearance, runs back into the city. Moreover, the relation in which the disciples of Jesus are placed with respect to the first news of his resurrection is a different one in the different Gospels. According to Mark, the women, out of fear, tell no one of the angelic appearance which they have beheld. According to John, Mary Magdalene has nothing more to say to John and Peter, to whom she hastens from the grave, than that Jesus is taken away. According to Luke, the women report the appearance to the disciples in general, and not merely to two of them. While according to Matthew, as they were in the act of hastening to the disciples, Jesus himself met them, and they were able to communicate this also to the disciples. In the two first Gospels, nothing is said of one of the disciples himself going to the grave on hearing the report of the women. According to Luke, Peter went thither, found it empty, and returned wondering. And from Luke chapter 24, verse 24, it appears that other disciples besides him went thither in a similar manner. According to the fourth Gospel, Peter was accompanied by John, who on this occasion was convinced of the resurrection of Jesus. Luke says that Peter made his visit to the sepulchre after he had already been informed by the women of the angelic appearance. But in the fourth Gospel, the two disciples go to the grave before Mary Magdalene can have told them of such an appearance. It was only when she had proceeded a second time to the grave with the two disciples, and when they had returned home again, that, stooping into the sepulchre, she saw, according to this Gospel, two angels in white, sitting, the one at the head and the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had lain. By whom she was asked why she wept, and on turning round she beheld Jesus himself, a particular of which there is a fragmentary notice in Mark verse 9, with the additional remark that she communicated this news to the former companions. It has been thought possible to reconcile the greater part of these divergencies by supposing, instead of one scene variously described, a multiplicity of different scenes, for which purpose the ordinary grammatical and other artifices of the harmonists were pressed into the service. That Mark might not contradict the "while it was yet dark" of John, the apologists did not scruple to translate the words anatelantos to helion by Arturo Sole. The contradiction between Matthew and the rest, when the former appears to say that the women saw the stone rolled away by the angel, seemed to be more easy of solution, not indeed by supposing with Michaelis that kai idou, and behold, denotes a recurrence to a previous event, and that apek has the signification of a pluperfect, an expedient which has been justly combated by modern criticism in opposition to Lessing, who was inclined to admit it. But by understanding the hilthe, verse 1, to express a yet unfinished progress of the women towards the grave, in which case the kai idou and what follows may, in accordance with its proper meaning, relate something that happened after the departure of the women from their home, but before their arrival at the grave. In relation to the number and the visit of the women, it was in the first place urged that even according to John, although he mentions only Mary Magdalene by name, several women must have accompanied her to the grave, since he makes her say after her return to the two disciples, "We know not where they have laid him," a plural, which certainly intimates the presence of other but unspecified persons, with whom Mary Magdalene, whether at the grave itself or on her return, had conversed on the subject before she came to the apostles. Thus, it is said, Mary Magdalene went to the grave with the other women, more or fewer of whom are mentioned by the other evangelists. As, however, she returned without having, like the other women, seen an angel, it is supposed that she ran back alone as soon as she saw the stone rolled away, which is accounted for by her impetuous temperament, she having been formerly a demoniac. While she hastened back to the city, the other women saw the appearances of which the synoptists speak. To all, it is maintained, the angels appeared within the grave, for the statement in Matthew that one sat outside on the stone is only a pluperfect. When the women came, he had already withdrawn into the sepulchre, and accordingly, after their conversation with him, the women are described as departing from the sepulchre, verse 8, in which observation it is only overlooked that between the first address of the angel and the above expression, there stands his invitation to the women to come with him into the grave and see the place where Jesus had lain. In relation to the difference that, according to the two first evangelists, the women see only one angel, according to the third, two, even Calvin resorts to the miserable expedient of supposing a synecdoche, namely, that all the evangelists certainly knew of two angels, but Matthew and Mark mention only the one who acted as speaker. Others make different women see different appearances, some, of whom Matthew and Mark speak, seeing only one angel, the others to whom Luke refers, and who came earlier or perhaps later than the above, seeing two. But Luke makes the same two Marys, who, according to his predecessors, had seen only one angel, narrate to the apostles an appearance of two angels. It is also said that the women returned in separate groups, so that Jesus might meet those of whom Matthew speaks without being seen by those of Luke. And though those of Mark at first tell no one from fear, the rest, and they themselves afterwards, might communicate what they had seen to the disciples. On hearing the report brought by several women, Peter, according to Luke, straightway goes to the grave, finds it empty, and turns away wondering. But according to the hypothesis which we are now detailing, Mary Magdalene had run back a considerable time before the other women, and had brought with her to the grave Peter and John. Thus Peter, first on hearing the imperfect intelligence of Mary Magdalene that the grave was empty, must have gone thither with John, and subsequently, on the account of the angelic appearance brought by the other women, he must have gone a second time alone, in which case it would be particularly surprising that while his companion arrived at a belief in the resurrection of Jesus on the very first visit, he himself had not attained further than wonder even on the second. Besides, as the fragmentist has already ably shown, the narrative in the third gospel of the visit of Peter alone, and that in the fourth of the visit of Peter and John, are so strikingly similar even in words, that the majority of commentators regard them as referring to a single visit, Luke having only omitted to notice the companion of Peter, in support of which opinion they can appeal to Luke chapter 24, verse 24. But if the visit of the two apostles, occasioned by the return of Mary Magdalene, be one and the same with that occasioned by the return of the other women, then the return of the women is also not a double one. If, however, they returned in company with each other, we have a contradiction. After the two apostles are returned without having seen an angel, Mary, who remains behind, as she looks into the grave, all at once sees two. What a strange playing at hide and seek there must have been on the part of the angels, according to the harmonistic combination of these narratives. First, only one shows himself to one group of women, to another group two show themselves, but forthwith conceal themselves from the disciples. But after their departure, both again become visible. To remove these intermissions, Paulus has placed the appearance presented to Mary Magdalene before the arrival of the two disciples. But by this violent transposition of the order chosen by the narrator, he has only confessed the impossibility of thus incorporating the various evangelists with each other. Hereupon, as Mary Magdalene raises herself from looking into the grave and turns round, she sees Jesus standing behind her. According to Matthew, Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene and the other Mary when they had already set out on their way to the city, consequently when they were at some distance from the grave. Thus Jesus would have first appeared to Mary Magdalene alone, close to the grave, and a second time when she was on her way from thence, in the company of other women. In order to avoid the want of purpose attaching to the repetition of an appearance of Jesus after so short an interval, commentators have here called in the above supposition that Mary Magdalene had previously separated herself from the women of whom Matthew speaks. But in that case, since Matthew has besides Mary Magdalene only the other Mary, it would have been only one woman to whom Jesus appeared on the way from the grave, whereas Matthew throughout speaks of several. To escape from this restless running to and fro of the disciples and the women, this phantasmagoric appearance, disappearance, and reappearance of the angels, and the useless repetition of the appearances of Jesus before the same person, which result from this harmonistic method, we must consider each evangelist by himself. We then obtain from each a quiet picture with simple, dignified features, one visit of the women to the grave, or according to John 2, one angelic appearance, one appearance of Jesus, according to John and Matthew, and one visit to the grave by one or two of the disciples, according to Luke and John. But with the above difficulties of the harmonistic method of incorporation as to the substance, there is associated a difficulty as to form, in the question, how comes it, under the presuppositions of this mode of viewing the Gospels, that from the entire series of occurrences each narrator has selected a separate portion for himself, that of the many visits and appearances not one evangelist relates all, and scarcely one the same as his neighbor, but for the most part each has chosen only one for representation, and each again a different one. The most plausible answer to this question has been given by Griesbach in the special treatise on this subject. He supposes that each evangelist recounts the resurrection of Jesus in the manner in which at first became known to him. John received the first information from Mary Magdalene, and hence he narrates only what he learned from her. To Matthew, for without doubt the disciples, as strangers visiting the feast, resided in different quarters of the city, the first news was communicated by those women to whom Jesus himself appeared on their way from the grave, and hence he relates only what these had experienced. But here this explanation already founders on the facts, that in Matthew, of the women who see Jesus on their way homeward, Mary Magdalene is one, and that in John, Mary Magdalene, after her second visit to the grave, in which Jesus appeared to her, no longer went to John and Peter alone, but to the disciples in general, and communicated to them the appearance she had seen and the commission she had received. So that Matthew, in any case, must also have known of the appearance of Jesus to Mary Magdalene. Further, when, According to this hypothesis, Mark narrates the history of the resurrection as he had learned it in the house of his mother who lived in Jerusalem, Acts 12:12. Luke as he had received it from Joanna, whom he alone mentions. We cannot but wonder at the tenacity with which, according to this, each must have clung to the narrative which he had happened first to receive, since the resurrection of Jesus must have been the subject of all others on which there was the most lively interchange of narratives among his adherents, so that the ideas concerning the first tidings of the event must have found their level. To remove these difficulties, Griesbach has further supposed that the disciples had it in their intention to compare the discordant accounts of the women and reduce them to order. When, however, the resuscitated Jesus himself appeared in the midst of them, they neglected this, because they now no longer founded their faith on the assertions of the women, but on the appearances which they had themselves witnessed. But the more the information of the women fell into the background, the less conceivable is it how in the sequel each could so obstinately cling to what this or that woman had chanced first to communicate to him. If, then, the plan of incorporation will not lead to the desired end, we must try that of selection, and inquire whether we must not adhere to one of the four accounts as preeminently apostolic, and by this rectify the others, in which inquiry here as elsewhere, from the essential equality of the external evidence, only the internal character of the separate narratives can decide. From the number of those accounts concerning the first intelligence of the resurrection of Jesus, which have any claim to the rank of autoptical testimonies, modern criticism has excluded that of the first gospel, and we cannot, as in other instances, complain of this disfavor as an injustice. For in many respects the narrative of the first gospel here betrays itself to have been carried a step farther in traditional development than that of the other gospels. First, that the miraculous opening of the grave is seen by the women, if indeed Matthew intends to say this, could scarcely, had it really been the case, have been so entirely lost from remembrance as it is in the other evangelists, but might very well be formed gradually in tradition. Further, that the rolling away of the stone was effected by the angel evidently rests only on the combination of one who did not know any better means of answering the question how the great stone was removed from the grave, and the guards taken out of the way, than to use for both purposes the angel presented to him in the current narratives of the appearance witnessed by the women, to which he added the earthquake as a further embellishment of the scene. But besides this, there is in the narrative of Matthew yet another trait which has anything but an historical aspect. After the angel has already announced the resurrection of Jesus to the women, and charged them to deliver to the disciples the message that they should go into Galilee, where they would see the risen one, Jesus himself meets them and repeats the message which they are to deliver to the disciples. This is a singular superfluity. Jesus had nothing to add to the purport of the message which the angel had given to the women. Hence, he could only wish to confirm it and render it more authentic. But to the women it needed no further confirmation, for they were already filled with great joy by the tidings of the angel, and thus were believing. While for the disciples, even that confirmation did not suffice, for they remained incredulous even to the account of those who assured them that they had seen Jesus, until they had seen him themselves. Thus it appears that two different narrations, as to the first news of the resurrection, have here become entangled with each other, the one representing angels, the other Jesus himself, as the medium by which the women were informed of the event, and sent with a message to the disciples, the latter evidently the later tradition. The preeminence in originality denied to the narrative of Matthew is here, as elsewhere, awarded to that of John. Traits so characteristic, says Luca, as that on the visit to the grave the other disciple went faster than Peter and came to the spot before him, attest the authenticity of the gospel even to the most skeptical. But the matter has yet another aspect. It has been already remarked at an earlier point in our inquiry, that this particular belongs to the effort, which the fourth gospel exhibits in a peculiar manner, to place John above Peter. We may now discuss the point with more particularity, by comparing the account in Luke, already mentioned, of the visit of Peter to the grave, with the account in the fourth gospel of the visit of the two disciples. According to Luke, chapter 24, verse 12, Peter runs to the grave. According to John, chapter 20, verse 3 and following, Peter and the favorite disciple go together. But so that the latter runs faster and comes first to the grave. In the third gospel, Peter stoops down, looks into the sepulchre, and sees the linen clothes. In the fourth, John does this, and sees the same. In the third gospel, nothing is said of an entering into the grave. But the fourth makes Peter enter first, and look more closely at the linen clothes. Then John also. And the latter with the result that he begins to believe in the resurrection of Jesus. That in these two narratives we have one and the same incident has been above shown probable from their similarity even in the expressions. Thus the only question is, which is the original narrative, the one nearest to the fact? If that of John, then must his name have been gradually lost out of the narrative in the course of tradition, and the visit to the grave ascribed to Peter only, which, since the importance of Peter threw all others into the shade, is easily conceivable. We might rest contented with this conclusion, regarding these two parallel narratives by themselves. But in connection with the whole suspicious position which the fourth gospel assigns to John in relation to Peter, the contrary relation of the two narratives must here again be held the more probable. As in the entrance into the high priest's palace, so in the visit to the grave of Jesus. Only in the fourth gospel is John given as a companion to Peter. As in the former case, it is he who gains an entrance for Peter, so in the latter he runs before him and casts the first glance into the grave, a circumstance which is repeatedly mentioned. That afterwards Peter is the first to enter into the grave is only an apparent advantage, which is allowed him out of deference to the common idea of his position. For after him John also enters, and with a result of which Peter could not boast, namely, that he believed in the resurrection of Jesus, and thus was the first who attained to that degree of faith. From this effort to make John the firstborn among the believers in the resurrection of Jesus may also be explained the divergency, that, according to the narrative of the fourth gospel alone, Mary Magdalene hastens back to the two disciples before she has yet seen an angel. For had she beforehand witnessed an angelic appearance, which she would not any more than the other women in Matthew have mistrusted, she would have been the first believer, and would have won the precedence of John in this respect. But this is avoided by representing her as coming to the two disciples immediately after perceiving the emptiness of the grave, and under the disquietude excited in her by this circumstance. This presupposition serves also to explain why the fourth gospel makes the woman returning from the grave go not to the disciples in general, but only to Peter and John, as, namely, the intelligence which, according to the original narrative, was brought to all the disciples occasioned, according to Luke, only Peter to go to the grave, and as moreover, according to Mark, verse 7, the message of the women was destined more especially for Peter, the idea might easily be formed that the news came to this disciple alone, with whom the object of the fourth evangelist would then require that he should associate John. Only after the two disciples had come to the grave, and his John had attained faith, could the author of the fourth gospel introduce the appearances of the angel and of Jesus himself, which were said to have been granted to the women. That instead of these collectively, he names only Mary Magdalene, although, as has been earlier remarked, he, chapter 20, verse 2, presupposes at least a subsequent meeting between her and other women. This might certainly, under other circumstances, be regarded as the original representation, whence the synoptical one arose by a process of generalization. But it might just as well be the case that the other women, being less known, were eclipsed by Mary Magdalene. The description of the scene between her and Jesus, with the non-recognition of him at the first moment, etc., certainly does honor to the ingenuity and pathos of the author. But here also there is an unhistorical superfluity similar to that in Matthew. For here the angels have not, as in the other evangelists, to announce the resurrection to Mary Magdalene and to make a disclosure to her, but they merely ask her, "Why weepest thou?" Whereupon she complains to them of the disappearance of the body of Jesus, but without waiting for any further explanation, turns round and sees Jesus standing. Thus, as in Matthew, the appearance of Jesus, since it is not represented as the principal and effective one, is a superfluous addition to that of the angel, so here the angelic appearance is an idle, ostentatious introduction to the appearance of Jesus. If we turn to the third account, that of Mark, to ascertain whether he may not perhaps be the nearest to the fact, we find it so incoherent, and composed of materials so little capable of being fitted together, that such a relation is not to be thought of. After it has been already narrated that early in the morning of the day succeeding the Sabbath, the women came to the grave of Jesus, and were informed by an angel of his resurrection, but out of fear said nothing to anyone of the appearance which they had seen, chapter 16, verses 1-8. At verse 9, as if nothing had previously been said either of the resurrection or of the time at which it happened, the narrator proceeds, "Now when Jesus was risen early at the first day of the week, he appeared to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 devils." This statement also does not suit the foregoing narrative, because this is not formed on the supposition of an appearance specially intended for Mary Magdalene. On the contrary, as she is said to be informed by an angel of the resurrection of Jesus, together with 2 other women, Jesus could not have appeared to her beforehand, while afterwards, on her way to the city, she was in company with the other women, when, according to Matthew, they were all actually met by Jesus. Whether on this account we are to regard the end of the Gospel of Mark, from verse 9, as a later addition, is indeed doubtful, from the want of decisive critical grounds, and still more from the abruptness of the conclusion, "for they were afraid," which the Gospel would then present. But in any case, we have here a narrative which the author, without any clear idea of the state of the fact and the succession of the events, hastily compiled out of the heterogeneous elements of the current legend, which he knew not how to manage. In the narrative of Luke there would be no special difficulty, but it has a suspicious element in common with the others, namely, the angelic appearance, and moreover in a twofold form. What had the angels to do in this scene? Matthew tells us to roll away the stone from the grave, on which it has already been remarked by Celsus, that, according to the orthodox presupposition, the Son of God could find no such aid necessary for this purpose. He might indeed find it suitable and becoming. In Mark and Luke, the angels appear more as having to impart information and commissions to the women. But as, according to Matthew and John, Jesus himself appeared immediately after, and repeated those commissions, the delivery of them by angels was superfluous. Hence, nothing remains but to say, the angels belonged to the embellishment of the great scene, as celestial attendants who had to open to the Messiah the door by which he meant to issue forth, as a guard of honor on the spot from which the once dead had just departed with recovered life. But here occurs the question, does this species of pomp exist in the real court of God, or only in the childish conception formed of it by antiquity? Hence, commentators have labored in various ways to transform the angels in the history of the resurrection into natural appearances. Setting out from the account of the first gospel, in which the angel is said to have a form or a countenance like lightning, and to effect the rolling away of the stone and the prostration of the guards, while an earthquake is connected with his appearance, it no longer lay far out of the way to think of a flash of lightning, which struck the stone with force sufficient to shatter it, and cast the guards to the earth, or of an earthquake which, accompanied by flames bursting out of the ground, produced the same effect, in which case the flames and the overwhelming force of the phenomenon were taken by the watching soldiers for an angel. But partly the circumstance that the angel seated himself on the stone after it had been rolled away, partly, and still more decidedly, the statement that he spoke to the women, renders this hypothesis insufficient. Hence an effort has been made to complete it by the supposition that the sublime thought, Jesus is risen, which, on the discovery that the grave was empty, began to arise in the women, and gradually to subdue their first thoughts, was ascribed by them, after the oriental mode of thought and language, to an angel. But how comes it that in all the Gospels the angels are represented as clothed in white shining garments? Is that too an oriental figure of speech? The oriental may indeed describe a good thought which occurs to him as being whispered to him by an angel, but to depict the clothing and aspect of this angel passes the bounds of the merely figurative even among orientals. In the description of the first gospel, the supposed lightning might be called to aid, in the conjecture that the effect thereby produced on the senses of the women was ascribed by them to an angel, which, with reference to that lightning, they depicted as one clothed in shining garments. But, according to the other evangelists, the rolling away of the stone, ex hypothesi, by the lightning, was not seen by the women. On the contrary, when they went or looked into the grave, the white forms appeared to them in a perfectly tranquil position. According to this, it must have been something within the grave which suggested to them the idea of white-robed angels. Now in the grave, according to Luke and John, there lay the white linen clothes in which the body of Jesus had been wrapped. These, which were recognized simply as such by the more composed and courageous men, might, it is said, by timid and excited women, in the dark grave, and by the deceptive morning twilight, be easily mistaken for angels. But how should the women, who must have expected to find in the grave a corpse enveloped in white, be prompted by the sight of these clothes to a thought so strange, in which then lay so remote from their anticipations, as that they might be an angel, who would announce to them the resurrection of their deceased master? It has been thought in another quarter quite superfluous here to advance so many ingenious conjectures as to what the angels may have been, since among the four narratives 2 expressly tell us what they were, namely, natural men, Mark calling his angel a young man, Luke his 2 angels 2 men. Whom then are we to suppose these men to have been? Here again the door is opened for the supposition of secret colleagues of Jesus, who must have been unknown even to the 2 disciples. These men seen at the grave may have been the same who met him in the so-called Transfiguration, perhaps Essenes, white being worn by this sect, or whatever else of the like conjectures the antiquated pragmatism of a Barth or Venturini has to offer. Or will it rather be chosen to suppose a purely accidental meeting? Or lastly, with Paulus, to leave the matter in an obscurity, from the midst of which, so soon as it is endeavored to clear it up by definite thoughts, the 2 forms of the secret colleagues invariably present themselves? A correct discernment will here also rather recognize the forms of the Jewish popular conception, by which the primitive Christian tradition held it necessary to glorify the resurrection of its Messiah, a recognition which at once solves in the most simple manner the differences in the number and modes of appearance of those celestial beings. Herewith, however, it is at the same time acknowledged that we can succeed no better with the plan of selection than with that of incorporation, but must rather confess that in all the evangelical accounts of these first tidings of the resurrection we have before us nothing more than traditional reports. End of section 137. Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 138 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 4, Death and Resurrection of Jesus. Section 138, Appearances of the risen Jesus in Galilee and in Judea, including those mentioned by Paul and the apocryphal writings. The most important of all the differences in the history of the resurrection turns upon the question, what locality did Jesus design to be the chief theatre of his appearances after the resurrection? The 2 first Gospels make Jesus, before his death, when retiring to the Mount of Olives, utter this promise to his disciples: "After I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee." Matthew chapter 26, verse 32, Mark chapter 14, verse 28. The same assurance is given to the women by the angels on the morning of the resurrection, with the addition, "There shall ye see him." Matthew chapter 28, verse 7, Mark chapter 16, verse 7. And in Matthew, besides all this, Jesus in his own person commissions the women to say to the disciples, "that they go into Galilee, and there shall they see me." Chapter 28, verse 10. In Matthew, the journey of the disciples into Galilee, with the appearance of Jesus which they there witnessed, the only one to the disciples, recorded by the evangelist, is actually narrated in the sequel. Mark, after describing the amazement into which the women were thrown by the angelic appearance, breaks off in the enigmatical manner already mentioned, and appends some appearances of Jesus, which, as the first happens immediately after the resurrection, and therefore necessarily in Jerusalem, and no change of place is mentioned before the succeeding ones, while the earlier direction to go into Galilee is lost sight of, must all be regarded as appearances in and around Jerusalem. John knows nothing of a direction to the disciples to go into Galilee, and makes Jesus show himself to the disciples on the evening of the day of resurrection, and again 8 days after in Jerusalem. The concluding chapter, however, which forms an appendix to his gospel, describes an appearance by the Sea of Galilee. In Luke, on the other hand, not only is there no trace of an appearance in Galilee, Jerusalem with its environs being made the sole theatre of the appearances of Christ which this gospel relates, but there is also put into the mouth of Jesus, when, on the evening after the resurrection, he appears to the assembled disciples in Jerusalem, with injunction, "Tarry ye in the city of Jerusalem," in the Acts chapter 1 verse 4, more definitely expressed by the negative, that they should not depart from Jerusalem, "until ye be endued with power from on high," chapter 24 verse 49. Here 2 questions inevitably arise. First, how can Jesus have directed the disciples to journey into Galilee, and yet at the same time have commanded them to remain in Jerusalem until Pentecost? And secondly, how could he refer them to a promised appearance in Galilee, when he had the intention of showing himself to them that very day in and near Jerusalem? The first contradiction, which presents itself more immediately between Matthew and Luke, has by no one been more pointedly exhibited than by the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist. If, he writes, it be true, as Luke says, that Jesus appeared to his disciples in Jerusalem on the day of his resurrection, and commanded them to remain there, and not to depart thence until Pentecost, then is it false that he commanded them within the same period to journey into Galilee, that he might appear to them there, and vice versa? The harmonists, indeed, affected to regard this objection as unimportant, and only remarked briefly that the injunction to remain in a city was not equivalent to an arrest, and did not exclude walks and excursions in the neighborhood, and that Jesus merely forbade the removal of residents from Jerusalem, and the going out into all the world to preach the gospel before the given term should arrive. But the journey from Jerusalem to Galilee is not a mere walk, but the longest expedition which the Jew could make within the limits of his own country. As little was it an excursion for the apostles, but rather a return to their home, while what Jesus intended to prohibit to the disciples in that injunction cannot have been the going out into all the world to preach the gospel, since they would have no impulse to do this before the outpouring of the Spirit. Nor can it have been the removal of residents from Jerusalem, since they were there only as strangers visiting at the feast. Rather, Jesus must have meant to deter them from that very journey which it was the most natural for them to take, that is, from the return to their native province, Galilee, after the expiration of the feast days. Besides this, and even Michaelis confesses himself obliged to wonder here, if Luke does not mean by that prohibition of Jesus to exclude the journey into Galilee, why is it that he alludes to this by no single word? And in like manner, if Matthew knew that his direction to go into Galilee was consistent with the command to remain in the metropolis, why has he omitted the latter, together with the appearances in Jerusalem? This is certainly a plain proof that the accounts of the two evangelists are based on a different idea as to the theatre on which the risen Jesus appeared. In this exigency of having to reconcile two contradictory commands given on the same day, the comparison with the Acts presented a welcome help by indicating a distinction of the times. Here, namely, the command of Jesus that the disciples should not leave Jerusalem is placed in his last appearance, 40 days after the resurrection, and immediately before the ascension. At the close of the Gospel of Luke, it is likewise in the last interview, terminating in the ascension, that the above command is given. Now, though from the summary representation of the Gospel taken by itself, it must be believed that all occurred on the very day of the resurrection, we nevertheless see, it is said, from the history of the Acts by the same author, that between verses 43 and 44 in the last chapter of his Gospel, we must interpose the 40 days from the resurrection to the ascension. Herewith, then, the apparent contradiction between these two commands vanishes. For one who, in the first instance, indeed enjoins a journey into Galilee, may very well, 40 days later, after this journey had been made, and the parties are once more in the metropolis, now forbid any further removal from thence. But as the dread of admitting a contradiction between different New Testament authors is no ground for departing from the natural interpretation of their expressions, so neither can this be justified by the apprehension that the same author may in different writings contradict himself, since if the one were written somewhat later than the other, the author may in the interim have been on many points otherwise informed than when he composed his first work. That this was actually the case with Luke in relation to that part of the life of Jesus which followed his resurrection, we shall have reason to be convinced when we come to the history of the ascension. And this conclusion removes all ground for interposing nearly 5 weeks between the Ephagen, verse 43, and Eipede, verse 44, in defiance of their obviously immediate connection. At the same time, however, it does away with the possibility of reconciling the opposite commands of Jesus in Matthew and Luke by a distinction of times. Meanwhile, even admitting that this contradiction might be in some way or other removed, still, even without that express command which Luke mentions, the mere facts as narrated by him and his predecessor and successor remain irreconcilable with the injunction which Jesus gives to the disciples in Matthew. For, asks the fragmentist, if the disciples collectively twice saw him, spoke with him, touched him, and ate with him in Jerusalem, how can it be that they must have had to take the long journey into Galilee in order to see him? The harmonists, it is true, boldly reply, when Jesus causes his disciples to be told that they will see him in Galilee, it is by no means said that they will see him nowhere else, still less that they will not see him in Jerusalem. But the fragmentist might rejoin, after his manner, as little as one who says to me, "Go to Rome, there you shall see the Pope," can mean that the Pope will indeed come first through my present place of residence, so as to be seen by me here, but afterwards I must yet go to Rome in order to see him again there. so little would the angel in Matthew and Mark, if he had had any anticipation of the appearance in Jerusalem on the very same day, have said to the disciples, "Go into Galilee, there will Jesus show himself to you." But rather, "Be comforted, ye shall yet see him here in Jerusalem before evening." Wherefore, the reference to the more remote event, when there was one of the same kind close at hand. Wherefore an appointment by means of the women, for the disciples to meet Jesus in Galilee, if the latter foresaw that he should on the same day personally speak with the disciples. With reason does the latest criticism insist on what Lessing had previously urged, namely, that no rational person would make an appointment with his friends through a third party for a joyful reunion at a distant place, if he were certain of seeing them repeatedly on the same day in their present locality. If thus the angel and Jesus himself, when they in the morning by means of the women directed the disciples to go into Galilee, cannot yet have known that he would show himself to them on the evening of the same day in and near Jerusalem, he must in the morning have still held the intention of going immediately into Galilee, but in the course of the day have embraced another purpose. According to Paulus, an indication of such an original intention is found in Luke, in the travelling of Jesus towards Emmaus, which lay in the direction of Galilee, while the reason for the alteration of plan is supposed by the same expositor, with whom in this instance Olshausen agrees, to have been the belief of the disciples, as more particularly manifested to Jesus on occasion of the journey to Emmaus. How so erroneous a calculation on the part of Jesus can consist with the orthodox view of his person, is Olshausen's care. But even regarding him in a purely human character, there appears no sufficient reason for such a change of mind. Especially after Jesus had been recognized by the two disciples going to Emmaus, he might be certain that the testimony of the men would so accredit the assertion of the women as to lead the disciples with at least a glimmering ray of faith and hope into Galilee. But in general, if a change of mind and a diversity of plan in Jesus before and after that change really existed, why does no one evangelist take any notice of such a retraction? Why does Luke speak as if he knew nothing of the original plan, Matthew as if he knew nothing of a subsequent alteration, John as if the principal theatre of the appearances of the risen Jesus had been Jerusalem, and he had only by way of supplement at length showed himself in Galilee? Lastly, why does Mark speak so as to make it evident that, having gathered the original direction to go into Galilee from Matthew, and the succeeding appearances in Jerusalem and its environs from Luke or elsewhere, he was unable, nor did he even make the attempt in any way to reconcile them, but placed them together as he found them, rough-hewn and contradictory? According to this, we must agree with the latest criticism of the Gospel of Matthew in acknowledging the contradiction between it and the rest in relation to the locality of the appearances of Jesus after the resurrection. But, it must be asked, can we also approve the verdict of this criticism when it at once renounces the representation of the first Gospel in favor of that of the other evangelists? If, setting aside all presuppositions as to the apostolic origin of this or that Gospel, we put to the question, which of the two divergent accounts is the best adapted to be regarded as a traditional modification and development of the other? we can here refer not merely to the general nature of the accounts, but also to a single point at which the two touch each other in a characteristic manner. This is the address of the angel to the women, in which, according to all the synoptists, Galilee is mentioned, but in a different way. In Matthew, the angel, as has been already noticed, says of Jesus, "He goeth before you into Galilee. Lo, I have told you." Chapter 28, verse 7. In Mark, he says the same, except that instead of the latter addition, by which in Matthew the angel seeks to impress his own words on the women, he has the expression, "as he said unto you," with which he refers to the earlier prediction of Jesus concerning this circumstance. If we first compare these two representations, the confirmatory "I have told you" might easily appear superfluous and nugatory, while on the other hand the reference to the earlier prediction of Jesus by "he said" might seem more appropriate, and on this the conjecture might be founded that perhaps Mark has here the correct and original phrase, Matthew a variation, not unaccompanied by a misunderstanding. But if we include the account of Luke in the comparison, we find here, as in Mark, the words, "Remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee," a reference to an earlier prediction of Jesus, not however referring to Galilee, but delivered in Galilee. Here the question occurs, is it more probable that Galilee, from being the designation of the locality in which the prophecy of the resurrection was uttered, should at a later period be erroneously converted into a designation of the locality where the risen one would appear, or the contrary? In order to decide this, we must ascertain in which of the two positions the mention of Galilee is the more intrinsically suited to the context. Now that on the announcement of the resurrection it was an important point whether and where the risen Jesus was to be seen, is self-evident. It was of less moment, in referring to an earlier prediction, to specify where this prediction was uttered. Hence, from this comparison of the passages, it might already be held more probable that it was originally said, "The angels directed the disciples to go into Galilee, there to see the risen one," Matthew. But afterwards, when the narratives of the appearances of Jesus in Judea had gradually supplanted those in Galilee, a different turn was given to the mention of Galilee in the address of the angel, so as to make it imply that already in Galilee Jesus had predicted his resurrection. Luke. Whereupon Mark appears to have taken a middle course, since he with Luke refers the eipon, changed into eipein, to Jesus, but with Matthew retains Galilee as the theatre, not of the earlier prediction of Jesus, but of the coming appearance. If we next take into consideration the general character of the two narratives and the nature of the case, there exist the same objections to the supposition that Jesus, after his resurrection, appeared several times to his disciples in and near Jerusalem, but that the remembrance of this fact was lost, and the same arguments in favor of the opposite supposition, as we have respectively applied to the analogous alternatives in relation to the various journeys to the feasts and Judean residences of Jesus. That the appearances of the risen Jesus in Jerusalem should undesignedly, that is, by a total obliteration of them from the minds of individuals, have sunk into oblivion in Galilee, where, according to this presupposition, the tradition of Matthew was formed, is difficult to conceive, both from the preeminent importance of these appearances, which, as for example, those before the assembled 11 and before Thomas, involved the surest attestations of the reality of his resurrection, and also from the organizing influence of the community in Jerusalem, while that the Judean appearances of Jesus were indeed known in Galilee, but intentionally suppressed by the author of the first gospel in order to preserve the honor for his province alone, would presuppose an exclusivism, an opposition of the Galilean Christians to the church at Jerusalem, of which we have not the slightest historical trace. The other contrary possibility, that perhaps originally only Galilean appearances of the risen Jesus were known, but that tradition gradually added appearances in Judea and Jerusalem, and that at length these completely supplanted the former, may on many grounds be heightened into a probability. First, as respects the time, the tidings of the resurrection of Jesus were the most striking, the more immediately his appearances followed on his burial and resurrection. If, however, he first appeared in Galilee, such an immediate sequence of the events could not exist. Further, it was a natural idea that the resurrection of Jesus must have been attested by appearances in the place where he died. Lastly, the objection that Jesus, after his pretended resurrection, only appeared to his own friends, and in a corner of Galilee, was in some degree repelled, when it could be alleged that, on the contrary, he walked as one arisen from the dead in the metropolis, in the midst of his furious enemies, though indeed he was neither to be taken nor seen by them. But when once several appearances of Jesus were laid in Judea and Jerusalem, the appearances in Galilee lost their importance, and might thenceforth either be appended in a subordinate position, as in the fourth gospel, or even be entirely overlooked, as in the third. This result, drawn from the possible mode of legendary formation, not being opposed, as in the inquiry concerning the theatre of the ministry of the living Jesus, by a contrary one drawn from the circumstances and designs of Jesus, we may, in contradiction to the criticism of the day, decide in favor of the first gospel, whose account of the appearance of the risen Jesus recommends itself as the more simple and free from difficulty. As regards the appearances of the risen Jesus taken singly, the first gospel has two, one on the morning of the resurrection to the women, chapter 28, verse 9 and following, and one, the time of which is undetermined, before the disciples in Galilee, chapter 28, verse 16 and following. Mark, in what is indeed a merely summary statement, enumerates three, the first to Mary Magdalene on the morning of the resurrection, chapter 16, verse 9 and following, a second to two disciples going into the country, chapter 16, verse 12, and a third to the 11 as they sat at meat, doubtless in Jerusalem, chapter 16, verse 14. Luke narrates only two appearances, that before the disciples going to Emmaus on the day of the resurrection, chapter 24, verse 13 and following, and the last before the 11 and other disciples in Jerusalem, according to chapter 24, verse 36 and following, on the evening of the same day, according to the Acts chapter 1, verse 4 and following, 40 days later. But when the travelers to Emmaus, on rejoining the apostles, are greeted by them, before Jesus has appeared in the midst of them, with the information, "The Lord is risen indeed, and hath appeared to Simon," chapter 24, verse 34, here a third appearance is presupposed, which was granted to Peter alone. John has four such appearances, the first to Mary Magdalene at the grave, chapter 20, verse 14 and following, the second to the disciples when the doors were shut, chapter 20, verse 19 and following, the third likewise in Jerusalem, 8 days later, when Thomas was convinced, chapter 20, verse 26 and following, the fourth, of which the time is unspecified, at the Galilean Sea, chapter 21. But here we have also to take into consideration a statement of the Apostle Paul, who, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 5 and following, if we deduct the appearance of Christ granted to himself, enumerates 5 appearances after the resurrection, without, however, giving any precise description of them: 1 to Cephas, 1 to the 12, 1 before more than 500 brethren at once, 1 to James, and lastly 1 before all the apostles. Now, how shall we make an orderly arrangement of these various appearances? The right of priority is in John, and still more expressly in Mark, claimed for that to Mary Magdalene. The second must have been the meeting of Jesus with the women returning from the grave in Matthew. But as Mary Magdalene was likewise among these, and there is no indication that she had previously seen Jesus, these 2 appearances cannot be regarded as distinct, but rather as one under 2 different garbs. Paul, who in the above-named passage speaks as if he meant to enumerate all the appearances of the resuscitated Christ, of which he knew, omits the one in question. But it may perhaps be said in explanation of this, that he did not choose to adduce the testimony of women. As the order in which he enumerates his Christophanies, to judge from the succession of Ita and Apita, and the conclusion with eschaton, appears to be the order of time, according to him, the appearance before Cephas was the first that happened before a man. This would agree well with the representation of Luke, in which the journeyers to Emmaus, on rejoining the disciples in Jerusalem, are met by them with the information that Jesus is really arisen and has appeared to Simon, which might possibly be the case before his interview with those 2 disciples. As the next appearance, however, according to Luke, we must number that last named, which Paul would not mention, perhaps because he chose to adduce only those which were seen by apostles, and from among the rest only those which happened before great masses of witnesses, or more probably because it was unknown to him. Mark chapter 16, verse 12 and following evidently refers to the same appearance. The contradiction, that while in Luke the assembled disciples meet those coming from Emmaus with the believing exclamation, "The Lord is risen," etc., in Mark the disciples are said to have remained incredulous even to the account of those 2 witnesses, probably proceeds from nothing more than an exaggeration of Mark, who will not lose his hold of the contrast between the most convincing appearances of Jesus and the most obstinate unbelief of the disciples. The appearance on the way to Emmaus is in Luke immediately followed by that in the assembly of the 11 and others. This is generally held to be identical with the appearance before the 12 mentioned by Paul, and with that which John narrates, when Jesus, on the evening after the resurrection, entered while the doors were closed among the disciples, out of whose number, however, Thomas was wanting. It is not fair to urge in opposition to this identification the 11 of Luke, as at variance with the statement of John that only 10 apostles were present, any more than the 12 of Paul, from which number Judas at least must be deducted. Moreover, the similar manner in which the 2 evangelists describe the entrance of Jesus, by esti en meso auton, and esti aisto meson, and the greeting cited in both instances, erini humin, appear to indicate the identity of the 2 appearances. Nevertheless, if we consider that the handling of the body of Jesus, which in John first happens 8 days later, and the eating of the broiled fish, which John assigns to the still later appearance in Galilee, are connected by Luke with that scene in Jerusalem on the day of the resurrection, it is evident that either the third evangelist has here compressed several incidents into one, or the fourth has divided one into several, whichever alternative may be chosen. This appearance before the apostles in Jerusalem, however, as has been above remarked, according to Matthew could not have happened, since this evangelist makes the 11 journey to Galilee in order to see Jesus. Mark and Luke in his gospel annex the ascension to this appearance, and thus exclude all subsequent ones. As the next appearance, the apostle Paul has that before 500 brethren, which is generally regarded as the same with the one which Matthew places on a mountain in Galilee. But at this only the 11 are stated to have been present, and moreover the discourse of Jesus on the occasion, consisting principally of official instructions, appears more suited to this narrow circle. Paul next adduces an appearance to James, of which there is also an apocryphal account, in the Hebrew gospel of Jerome, according to which, however, it must have been the first of all. Here there would be space for that appearance, in which, according to the fourth gospel, 8 days after the resurrection of Jesus, Thomas was convinced. Wherewith Paul would closely agree, if his expression, to all the apostles, verse 7, which he uses in relation to this appearance, were really to be understood of a full assembly of the 11, in distinction from the earlier one, when Thomas was not present, which, however, as Paul, according to the above presupposition, had described this also as an appearance before the 12, is impossible. On the contrary, the apostle intends as well by the 12 as by all the apostles the collective body of apostles, whose proper number was then indeed incomplete by one man, in opposition to the individuals, Cephas and James, of whom in each case he had just before spoken, as having witnessed a Christophany. If, however, we were nevertheless to regard the fifth appearance of Jesus, according to Paul, as identical with the third in John, it would only be the more clearly evident that the fourth in Paul, before the 500 brethren, cannot have been the one in Galilee recorded by Matthew. For as, in John, the third took place in Jerusalem, the fourth in Galilee, Jesus and the apostles must in that case have gone into Galilee after the first appearances in Jerusalem, and have met on the mountain, then have returned to Jerusalem, where Jesus showed himself to Thomas, then again have proceeded into Galilee, where the appearance by the sea occurred, and lastly have once more returned to Jerusalem for the ascension. In order to avoid this useless journeying backwards and forwards, and yet to be able to combine those two appearances, Olshausen lays the appearance before Thomas in Galilee, an inadmissible violence, since not only is there no mention of a change of place between this and the foregoing, which is by implication represented as happening in Jerusalem, but the place of assembly is in both instances described in the same manner, nay, the addition, the doors being shut, will not allow the supposition of any other locality than Jerusalem, because in Galilee, where there was less excitement against Jesus from the enmity of the priesthood, there cannot be supposed to have been the same reason for that precaution, in the fear of the Jews. Thus, First, where the Judean appearances close with that happening 8 days after the resurrection, we should obtain room to insert the Galilean appearances of Matthew and John. But these have the peculiar position that each claims to be the first, and that of Matthew at the same time the last. By the tenor of his whole narrative, and expressly by adding, after the statement that the disciples went to a mountain in Galilee, the words, where Jesus had appointed them, Matthew marks this appearance as the one to which Jesus had referred on the morning of the resurrection, first by the angel, and then in his own person. But no one concerts a second meeting in a particular place, leaving the first undetermined. Consequently, as an unforeseen earlier meeting is incompatible with the evangelical idea of Jesus, that meeting, since it was the concerted one, was also the first in Galilee. If thus the appearance at the Sea of Tiberias in John cannot possibly be placed before that on the mountain in Matthew, so the latter will just as little suffer the other to follow it, since it is a formal leave-taking of Jesus from his disciples. Moreover, it would be more than ever difficult to understand how the appearance in John could be made out, in accordance with the evangelist's own statement, to be the third phanerosis of the risen Christ before his disciples, chapter 21:14, if that of the first gospel must also be supposed to precede it. Meanwhile, even allowing the priority of the former, this numerical notice of John remains sufficiently perplexing. We might, it is true, deduct the appearances before the women, because, though John himself narrates that to Mary Magdalene, he does not take it into his account. But if we number that to Cephas as the first, and that on the way to Emmaus as the second, then this Galilean appearance as the third would fall between the above and that before the 11 on the evening of the resurrection, which would presuppose a rapidity of locomotion totally impossible. Nay, if that appearance before the assembled 11 is the same with the one at which, according to John, Thomas was absent, the third appearance of John would fall before his first. Perhaps, however, when we consider the expression, showed himself to his disciples, we ought to understand that John only numbers such appearances as happened before several disciples at once, so that those before Peter and James should be deducted. In that case, we must number as the first the appearance to the 2 disciples going to Emmaus, as the second that before the assembled 11 on the evening of the resurrection, and thus in the 8 days between this and the one before Thomas, the journey into Galilee would fall somewhat more conveniently. But also the third appearance of John would fall before his second. Perhaps then the author of the 4th gospel held the 2 disciples whom Jesus met on the way to Emmaus too small a number to entitle this Christophany to rank as a phanerousthai tois mathetais. On this supposition, the entrance of Jesus among the assembled disciples in the evening would be the first appearance. Hereupon, the 500 brethren to whom Jesus showed himself at once would surely be numerous enough to be taken into the reckoning, so that the Galilean appearance of John, that is, his third, must be inserted after this. But then it would still fall before that to Thomas and all the apostles, which John enumerates as the second. Perhaps, however, the appearance of Jesus before the 500 is to be placed later, so that after that entrance of Jesus among the assembled disciples would first follow the scene with Thomas, after this the appearance at the Sea of Galilee, and only then the sight of Jesus granted to the 500. But if the appearance before Thomas is to be reckoned the same with the fifth in Paul's enumeration, this apostle must have reversed the order of the two last appearances, a transposition for which there was no reason. On the contrary, it would have been more natural to place last the appearance before the 500 brethren as the most important. Thus nothing remains but to say, John understood under the word mathetais merely a greater or smaller assembly of the apostles. But among the 500 there was no apostle, hence he omitted these also, and thus correctly numbered the appearance at the Sea of Tiberias as the third. If indeed this could have happened before the one on the mountain in Galilee, which we have seen to be inconceivable, the above expedients resorted to by way of accommodation are in part ridiculous enough, but Kern has lately surpassed them all by a suggestion which he advances with great confidence, namely, that John here intends to number not the appearances, but the days on which appearances took place, so that this is now the third time that Jesus showed himself to the disciples, means, now had Jesus already appeared to his disciples on 3 separate days, namely, 4 times on the day of the resurrection, then once 8 days after, and now again some days later. Renouncing such expedients, nothing remains but to acknowledge that the fourth evangelist numbers only those appearances of Jesus to his disciples, which he had himself narrated, and the reason of this can scarcely have been that the rest, for some cause or other, appear to him less important, but rather that he knew nothing of them. And again, Matthew, with his last Galilean appearance, can have known nothing of the 2 in Jerusalem recorded by John. For if in the first of these 10 apostles had been convinced of the reality of the resurrection of Jesus, and in the second Thomas also, it could not have been that at that later appearance on the mountain in Galilee, some of the 11, for only these are represented by Matthew as going thither, still doubted. Lastly, if Jesus here delivered to his disciples the final command to go into all the world teaching and baptizing, and gave them the promise to be with them until the end of the existing age, which is manifestly the tone of one who is taking leave, he cannot subsequently, as is narrated in the introduction to the Acts, have communicated to them his last commands and taken leave of them at Jerusalem. According to the conclusion of the Gospel of Luke, this farewell departure, on the contrary, occurs much earlier than can be supposed in accordance with Matthew. And in the close of the Gospel of Mark, where Jesus is represented as parting from his disciples in Jerusalem on the very day of his resurrection, partly the same words are put into his mouth, as, according to Matthew, are spoken in Galilee, and in any case later than on the day of the resurrection. The fact that the 2 books of the same author, Luke, diverge so widely from each other in relation to the time during which Jesus appeared to his disciples after his resurrection, that one determines this time to have been a single day, the other 40 days, cannot be taken into more particular consideration until we have reached a farther point of our inquiry. Thus, the various evangelical writers only agree as to a few of the appearances of Jesus after his resurrection. The designation of the locality in one excludes the appearances narrated by the rest. The determination of time in another leaves no space for the narratives of his fellow evangelists. The enumeration of a third is given without any regard to the events reported by his predecessors. Lastly, among several appearances recounted by various narrators, Each claims to be the last, and yet has nothing in common with the others. Hence, nothing but wilful blindness can prevent the perception that no one of the narrators knew and presupposed what another records, that each again had heard a different account of the matter, and that consequently at an early period there were current only uncertain and very varied reports concerning the appearances of the risen Jesus. This conclusion, however, does not shake the passage in the first epistle to the Corinthians, which, it being undoubtedly genuine, was written about the year 59 after Christ, consequently not 30 years after his resurrection. On this authority we must believe that many members of the primitive church who were yet living at the time when this epistle was written, especially the apostles, were convinced that they had witnessed appearances of the risen Christ. Whether this involves the admission that some objective reality lay at the foundation of these appearances, will hereafter become the subject of inquiry. Concerning the present point, the divergencies of the evangelists, especially in relation to the locality, the passage of Paul offers nothing decisive, since he has given no particular description of any of those appearances. End of section 138. Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 139 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 4, Death and Resurrection of Jesus. Section 139, Quality of the Body and Life of Jesus after the Resurrection. But how are we to represent to ourselves this continuation of the life of Jesus after the resurrection, and especially the nature of his body in this period? In order to answer this question, we must once more cast a glance over the separate narratives of his appearances when risen. According to Matthew, Jesus, on the morning of the resurrection, meets the women as they are hastening back from the grave. They recognize him, embrace his feet in sign of veneration, and he speaks to them. At the second interview on the Galilean mountain, the disciples see him, but some still doubt, and here also Jesus speaks to them. Of the manner in which he came and went, we have here no precise information. In Luke, Jesus joins the two disciples who are on their way from Jerusalem to the neighboring village of Emmaus. They do not recognize him on the way, a circumstance which Luke attributes to a subjective hindrance produced in them by a higher influence. And only Mark, who compresses this event into few words, to an objective alteration of his form. On the way, Jesus converses with the two disciples. After their arrival in the village, complies with their invitation to accompany them to their lodging, sits down to table with them, and proceeds, according to his wont, to break and distribute bread. In this moment, the miraculous spell is withdrawn from the eyes of the disciples, and they know him, but in the same moment he becomes invisible to them. Just as suddenly as he here vanished, he appears to have shown himself immediately after in the assembly of the disciples, when it is said that he all at once stood in the midst of them, and they, terrified at the sight, supposed that they saw a spirit. To dispel this alarming idea, Jesus showed them his hands and feet, and invited them to touch him, that by feeling his flesh and bones, then might convince them that he was no spectre. He also caused a piece of broiled fish and of honeycomb to be brought to him, and ate it in their presence. The appearance to Simon is in Luke described by the expression ophthe. Paul, in the first epistle to the Corinthians, uses the same verb for all the Christophanies there enumerated. And Luke, in the Acts, comprises all the appearances of the risen Jesus during the 40 days, under the expressions opdenomenos, chapter 1, verse 3, and emphani genesthai, chapter 10, verse 40. In the same manner, Mark describes the appearance to Mary Magdalene by ephani, and those to the disciples on the way to Emmaus and to the 11 by ephanerothi. John describes the appearance at the Sea of Tiberias by ephanerosen, and to all the Christophanies narrated by him, he applies the word ephanerothi. Mark and Luke add, as the close of the earthly life of the risen Jesus, that he was taken away from before the eyes of the disciples, and, by a cloud according to Acts chapter 1, verse 9, carried up to heaven. In the fourth gospel, Jesus first stands behind Mary Magdalene as she is turning away from the grave. She, however, does not recognize him even when he speaks to her, but takes him for the gardener, until he, in the tone so familiar to her, calls her by her name. When on this she attempts to manifest her veneration, Jesus prevents her by the words, "Touch me not," and sends her with a message to the disciples. The second appearance of Jesus in John occurred under peculiarly remarkable circumstances. The disciples were assembled, from fear of the hostile Jews, with closed doors, when all at once Jesus came and stood in the midst of them, greeted them, and presented, apparently to their sight only, his hands and feet, that they might recognize him as their crucified master. When Thomas, who was not present, refused to be convinced by the account of his fellow disciples of the reality of this appearance, and required for his satisfaction himself to see and touch the wounds of Jesus, the latter, in an appearance 8 days after, granted him this proof, making him touch the marks of the nails in his hands and the wound in his side. Lastly, at the appearance by the Sea of Galilee, Jesus stood on the shore in the morning twilight, without being known by the disciples in the ship, asked them for fish, and was at length recognized by John through the rich draught of fishes which he procured them. Still, however, the disciples, when come to land, did not venture to ask him whether it were really he. Hereupon he distributed among them bread and fish, of which he doubtless himself partook, and finally held a conversation with John and Peter. Now, the general ideas which may be formed of the life of Jesus after his resurrection are two. Either it was a natural and perfectly human life, and accordingly his body continued to be subject to the physical and organic laws, or his life was already of a higher superhuman character, and his body supernatural and transfigured. By the accounts taken, unitedly, present certain traits to which, on the first view, each of these two ideas may respectively appeal. The human form with its natural members, the possibility of being known by means of them, the continuance of the marks of the wounds, the human speech, the acts of walking and breaking bread, all these appear to speak in favor of a perfectly natural life on the part of Jesus, even after the resurrection. If it were possible still to demur to this, and to conjecture that even a higher heavenly corporeality might give itself such an aspect and perform such functions, all doubts must be quelled by the further statement that Jesus, after the resurrection, consumed earthly food, and allowed himself to be touched. Such things are indeed ascribed even to higher beings in old myths, as for example, eating to the heavenly forms from whom Abraham received a visit. Genesis chapter 18, verse 8. And palpability to the God that wrestled with Jacob. Genesis chapter 32, verse 24 and following. But it must nevertheless be insisted that in reality both these conditions can only belong to material organized bodies. Hence, not only the rationalists, but even orthodox expositors, consider these particulars as an irrefragable proof that the body and life of Jesus after the resurrection must be regarded as remaining still natural and human. This opinion is further supported by the remark that in the state of the risen Jesus there is observable precisely the same progress as might be expected in the gradual natural cure of a person severely wounded. In the first hours after the resurrection, he is obliged to remain in the vicinity of the grave. In the afternoon, his strength suffices for a walk in the neighboring village of Emmaus, and only later is he able to undertake the more distant journey into Galilee. Then also, in the permission to touch his body, there exists the remarkable gradation that on the morning of the resurrection, Jesus forbids Mary Magdalene to touch him, because his wounded body was as yet too suffering and sensitive. But 8 days later, he himself invites Thomas to touch his wounds. Even the circumstance that Jesus, after his resurrection, was so seldom with his disciples and for so short a time, is, according to this explanation, a proof that he had brought from the grave his natural human body, for such an one would necessarily feel so weak from the wounds and torture of the cross, as always, after short periods of exertion, to require longer intervals of quiet retirement. But the New Testament narratives, as we have seen, also contain particulars which favor the opposite idea of the corporeality of Jesus after the resurrection. Hence, the advocates of this opinion, hitherto detailed, must undertake so to interpret these apparently antagonistic features that they may no longer present a contradiction. Here it may seem that the very expressions by which the appearances of Jesus are ordinarily introduced, as ophthi, used of the appearance in the burning bush, Exodus chapter 3, verse 2, Septuagint, optanomenos, of the appearance of the angel in Tobit chapter 12, verse 19, ephani, of the angelic appearances in Matthew chapters 1 and 2, may seem already to point to something supernatural. As still more decided indications, the idea of a natural going and coming, which may be presupposed in some scenes, is contradicted in others by a sudden appearance and disappearance. The supposition of an ordinary human body is opposed by the frequent non-recognition on the part of friends, nay, by the express mention of another form. Above all, the palpability of the body of Jesus appears to be opposed by the capability which, according to the first impression from the text, is lent to him in John, namely, that of entering through closed doors. But that Mary Magdalene mistook Jesus at first for the gardener is thought even by commentators who ordinarily are not diffident of the miraculous, to be most probably accounted for by the supposition that Jesus had borrowed clothes from the gardener, who very likely dwelt near to the grave. Moreover, say these writers, both in this instance and in the journey to Emmaus, the disfiguration of the countenance of Jesus by the sufferings of crucifixion may have contributed to prevent his being recognized, and these two circumstances are alone to be understood from the expression another form in Mark. As to the disciples going to Emmaus, in the joyful astonishment caused by the sudden recognition of him whom they had believed dead, Jesus, it is said, may easily have withdrawn from them unobserved in the most natural manner, which, however, they, to whom the whole fact of the resuscitation of Jesus was a miracle, might regard as a supernatural disappearance. Nor, we are told, do the expressions esti en meso auton, or aisto meson, he stood in the midst of them, especially in John, where they are accompanied by the ordinary words he came and he comes, imply anything supernatural, but merely the startling arrival of one who had just been spoken of, without his being expected, and the assembled disciples took him for a spirit, not because he entered in a miraculous manner, but because they could not believe in the real resuscitation of their deceased master. Lastly, even the trait which is supposed to be decisive against the opinion that the body of the risen Jesus was a natural and human one, the coming when the doors were shut in John, has long been interpreted even by orthodox theologians, so as no longer to present any obstacle to that opinion. We will not discuss explanations, such as that of Humann, according to which the doors were not those of the house in which the disciples were assembled, but the doors of Jerusalem in general, and the statement that they were shut is an intimation of its having been that hour of the night in which it was customary to close the doors, while the fear of the Jews represents the motive, not for the closing of the doors, but for the assembling of the disciples. Apart from these expedients, Calvin himself pronounces the opinion that the body of the risen Jesus passed per medium ferrum et esseres, to be pueriles argutiae, for which the text gives no occasion, since it does not say that Jesus entered per januas clausas, but only that he suddenly appeared among his disciples cum clausae essent januae. Still, Calvin upholds the entrance of Jesus, of which John here speaks, as a miracle, which must consequently be supposed to consist in this, that Jesus entered cum fores clausae fuissent, sed quae Domino venienti subito patuerunt ad nutum divinae majestatis ejus, while more modern Orthodox divines only contend for the less definite position, that in the entrance of Jesus some miracle took place, its precise character being unascertained. Rationalism has found means entirely to banish the miraculous from the event. The closed doors, we are told, were opened to Jesus by human hands, which John omits to notice, only because it is understood as a matter of course. Nay, it would have been absurd of him to say, they opened the doors for him and he went in. But in thus interpreting the words erketai ton thuron keklaismenon, theologians have been by no means unprejudiced, least of all Calvin, for when he says, the papists maintain a real penetration of the body of Jesus through closed doors, in order to gain support for their tenet that the body of Christ is immense and contained in no place, it is plain that he combats that interpretation of the words of John merely to avoid giving any countenance to the offensive doctrine of the ubiquity of Christ's body. The more modern expositors, on the other hand, were interested in avoiding the contradiction, which to our perceptions is contained in the statement, that a body can consist of solid matter, and yet pass without hindrance through other solid matter. But as we know not whether this was also a contradiction in the view of the New Testament writers, the apprehension of it gives us no authority to discard that interpretation, providing it be shown to be in accordance with the text. We might certainly, on a partial consideration, understand the expression, the doors being shut, as an intimation of the anxious state into which the disciples were thrown by the death of Jesus. But already the circumstance that this particular is repeated on the appearance of Jesus before Thomas excites doubts, since if the above was the only meaning, it was scarcely worth while to repeat the observation. But as in fact, in this second instance, the above cause for the closing of the doors no longer exists, while the words ton thuron keklaismenon are immediately united with erketai, he comes. What was before the most apparent meaning, namely, that they are intended to determine the manner of the coming of Jesus, is here heightened into a probability. Further, the repeated statement that Jesus came when the doors were closed is again followed by the words esti aisto meson, which, even in connection with ilthein, to which they are related as a more precise determination, imply that Jesus suddenly presented himself, without his approach having been seen, whence it is undeniably evident that the writer here speaks of a coming without the ordinary means, consequently of a miraculous coming. But did this miracle consist in passing through the boards of the doors? This is combated even by those who espouse the cause of miracles in general, and they confidently appeal to the fact that it is nowhere said he entered through the closed doors. But the evangelist does not mean to convey the precise notion that Jesus, as Michaelis expresses himself, passed straight through the pores of the wood of which the doors were made. He merely means that the doors were shut and remained so, and nevertheless Jesus suddenly stood in the chamber, walls, doors, in short, all material barriers, forming no obstacle to his entrance. Thus, in reply to their unjust demand of us, to show them in the text of John a precise determination which is quite away from the intention of this writer, we must ask them to explain why he has not noticed the miraculous opening of the doors, if he presupposed such a circumstance. In relation to this point, Calvin very infelicitously refers to Acts chapter 12, verse 6 and following, where it is narrated of Peter that he came out of the closed prison. No one, he says, here supposes that the doors remained closed, and that Peter penetrated through wood and iron. Assuredly not, because here it is expressly said of the iron gate of the prison which led into the city, that it opened to him of its own accord. Verse 10. This observation serves to give so lively and graphic an idea of the miracle, that our evangelist would certainly not, in 2 instances, have omitted a similar one, if he had thought of a miraculous opening of the doors. Thus, in this narrative of John, the supernatural will not admit of being removed or diminished, nor is the natural explanation more satisfactory in relation to the expressions by which Luke describes the coming and going of Jesus. For if, according to this evangelist, his coming was a standing in the midst of the disciples, his going a becoming invisible to them, the concurrence of these 2 representations, taken in connection with the terror of the disciples, and their mistaking him for a spirit, will hardly allow the supposition of anything else than a miraculous appearance. Besides, if we might perhaps form some idea how Jesus could enter in a natural manner without being observed into a room filled with men, we should still be at a loss to imagine how it could be possible for him, when he sat at table at Emmaus, apparently with the 2 disciples alone, to withdraw himself from them unobserved, and so that they were not able to follow him. That Mark, under the words heteramorphie, understands a form miraculously altered, ought never to have been denied. But this is a point of minor importance, because it involves only the narrator's own interpretation of the circumstance which had been already stated, but with a different explanation by Luke, namely, that the 2 disciples did not know Jesus. That Mary Magdalene took Jesus for the gardener was hardly, in the view of the evangelist, the consequence of his having borrowed the gardener's clothes. Rather, the spirit of the narrative would require us to explain her not knowing him by supposing that her eyes were held, Luke 24:16, or that Jesus had assumed another form, while her taking him for the gardener might then be simply accounted for by the fact that she met the unknown man in the garden. Nor are we authorized by the evangelical narratives to suppose a disfiguration of Jesus by the sufferings of the cross, and a gradual healing of his wounds. The words, "touch me not," in John, if they were to be regarded as a prohibition of a touch as painful, would be in contradiction, not merely with Matthew, according to whom Jesus on the same morning, that of the resurrection, allowed the women to embrace his feet, but also with Luke, according to whom he on the same day invited the disciples to handle him. And we must then ask, which representation is correct? But there is nothing at all in the context to intimate that Jesus forbade Mary to touch him for fear of pain. He may have done so from various motives, concerning which, however, the obscurity of the passage has hitherto precluded any decision. But the most singularly perverted inference is this, that the infrequent and brief interviews of Jesus with his disciples after the resurrection are a proof that he was as yet too weak for long and multiplied efforts, and consequently was undergoing a natural cure. On this very supposition of his needing bodily tendance, he should have been not seldom, but constantly with his disciples, who were those from whom he could the most immediately expect such tendance. For where are we to suppose that he dwelt in the long intervals between his appearances? In solitude, in the open air, in the wilderness and on mountains? That was no suitable abode for an invalid, and nothing remains but to suppose that he must have been concealed among secret colleagues, of whom even his disciples knew nothing. But thus, to conceal his real abode, even from his own disciples, to show himself to them only seldom, and designedly to present and withdraw himself suddenly, would be a kind of double dealing, an affectation of the supernatural, which would exhibit Jesus and his cause in a light foreign to the object itself, so far as it lies before us in our original sources of information, and only thrown upon it by the dark lantern of modern, yet already obsolete conceptions. The opinion of the evangelists is no other than that the risen Jesus, after those short appearances among his followers, withdrew like a higher being into invisibility, from which on fitting occasions he again stepped forth. Lastly, on the presupposition that Jesus, by his resurrection, returned to a purely natural existence, what conception must be formed of his end? In consistency he must be supposed, whether at the end of a longer or a shorter time after his resurrection, to have died a natural death. And accordingly Paulus intimates that the too intensely affected body of Jesus, notwithstanding it had recovered from the death-like rigidity produced by crucifixion, was yet completely worn out by natural maladies and consuming fever. That this is at least not the view of the evangelists concerning the end of Jesus is evident, since two of them represent him as taking leave of his disciples like an immortal, the others as being visibly carried up to heaven. Thus, before the ascension, at the latest, if until then Jesus had retained a natural human body, he must have undergone a change which qualified him to dwell in the heavenly regions. The sediment of gross corporeality must have fallen to the earth, and only the finest essence have ascended. But of any natural remains of the ascended Jesus, the evangelists say nothing, and as the disciples who were spectators of his ascension must have observed them had there been such, nothing is left for the upholders of this opinion but the expedient of certain theologians of the Tübingen school, who regard as the residuum of the corporeality of Jesus the cloud which enveloped him in his ascension, and in which what was material in him is supposed to have been dissolved, and, as it were, evaporated. As thus, the evangelists neither represent to themselves the end of the earthly life of Jesus after the resurrection as a natural death, nor mention any change undergone by his body at the ascension, and moreover narrate of Jesus in the interval between the resurrection and ascension things which are inconceivable of a natural body, they cannot have represented to themselves his life after the resurrection as natural, but only as supernatural, nor his body as material and organic, but only as transfigured. In the point of view held by the evangelists, this conception is not contradicted, even by those particulars which the friends of the purely natural opinion respecting the life of the risen Jesus are accustomed to urge in their support. That Jesus ate and drank was, in the circle of ideas within which the Gospels originated, as far from presupposing a real necessity, as the meal of which Jehovah partook with two angels in the tent of Abraham. The power of eating is here no proof of a necessity for eating. That he caused himself to be touched was the only possible mode of refuting the conjecture that an incorporeal spectre had appeared to the disciples. Moreover, divine existences, not merely in Grecian, but also in Hebrew antiquity, according to the passage above quoted, Genesis chapter 32, verse 24, sometimes appeared palpable, in distinction from unsubstantial shades, though they otherwise showed themselves as little bound by the laws of materiality as the palpable Jesus, when he suddenly vanished and was able to penetrate without hindrance into a room of which the door was closed. It is quite another question whether, on our more advanced position, and with our more correct knowledge of nature, those two different classes of particulars can be held compatible with each other. Here we must certainly say, a body which consumes visible food must itself be visible. The consumption of food presupposes an organism. But an organism is organized matter, and this has not the property of alternately vanishing and becoming visible again at will. More especially, if the body of Jesus was capable of being felt, and presented perceptible flesh and bones, it thus exhibited the impenetrability of matter, proper to it as solid. If, on the other hand, he was able to pass into closed houses and rooms unhindered by the interposition of walls and doors, he thus proved that the impenetrability of solid matter did not belong to him. Since then, according to the evangelical accounts, he must at the same time have had and not have had the same property, the evangelical representation of the corporeality of Jesus after the resurrection is manifested to be contradictory. And this contradiction is not of such a kind that it is divided among the different narrators, but the account of one and the same evangelist includes those contradictory features within itself. The brief account of Matthew, it is true, implies in the embracing of the feet of Jesus by the women, verse 9, only the attribute of palpability, without at the same time presenting an opposite one. With Mark, the case is reversed. His statement that Jesus appeared in another form, verse 12, implying something supernatural, while on the other hand he does not decidedly presuppose the opposite. In Luke, on the other hand, the permission to touch his body and the act of eating speak as decidedly in favor of organic materiality, and the sudden appearance and disappearance speak against it. But the members of this contradiction come the most directly into collision in John, where Jesus, immediately after he has entered into the closed room unimpeded by walls and doors, causes the doubting Thomas to touch him. End of section 139. Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 140 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 4, Death and Resurrection of Jesus. Section 140, Debates concerning the reality of the death and resurrection of Jesus. The proposition, "A dead man has returned to life," is composed of two such contradictory elements, that whenever it is attempted to maintain the one, the other threatens to disappear. If he has really returned to life, it is natural to conclude that he was not wholly dead. If he was really dead, it is difficult to believe that he has really become living. When we form a correct opinion of the relation between soul and body, not abstractly separating the two, but conceiving them at once in their identity, the soul as the interior of the body as the exterior of the soul, we know not how to imagine, to say nothing of comprehending, the revivification of a dead person. What we call the soul is the governing center which holds in combination the powers and operations of the body. Its function, or rather the soul itself, consists in keeping all other processes of which the body is susceptible in uninterrupted subjection to the superior unity of the process of organic life, which in man is the basis of his spiritual nature. So soon as this regulating power ceases to act, the supremacy in the various parts of the body is assumed by these other inferior principles, whose work in its prosecution is corruption. When once these have acceded to the dominion, they will not be inclined to render it back to their former monarch, the soul. Or rather, this is impossible, because, quite apart from the question of the immortality of the human spirit, the soul, as such, ceases in the same moment with its dominion and activity, which constitute its existence. Consequently, in a revivification, even if resort be had to a miracle, this must consist in the direct creation of a new soul. Only in the dualism which has become popular on the subject of the relation between body and soul is there anything to favor the opinion of the possibility of a revivification properly so called. In this system, the soul in its relation to the body is represented as like a bird, which, though it may for a time have flown out of the cage, can yet be once more caught and replaced in its former abode, and it is to such figures that an imaginative species of thought cleaves, in order to preserve the notion of revivification. But even in this dualistic view, the inconceivability of such an event is rather concealed than really diminished. For in the most abstract separation, the coexistence of the body and soul cannot be held as indifferent and lifeless as that of a box and its contents. On the contrary, the presence of the soul in the body produces effects, which again are the conditions whereby that presence is rendered possible. Thus, so soon as the soul has forsaken the body, there is a cessation in the latter of those activities which, according to the dualistic idea, were the immediate expressions of the influence of the soul. At the same time, the organs of these activities, brain, blood, etc., begin to stagnate, a change which is coincident with the moment of death. Thus, if it could occur to the departed soul, or be imposed on it by another, to re-enter its former dwelling place, it would find this dwelling, even after the first moments, uninhabitable in its noblest parts, and unfit for use. To restore, in the same way as an infirm member, the most immediate organs of its activity, is an impossibility to the soul, since, in order to effect anything in the body, it has need of the service of these very organs. Thus, the soul, although remanded into the body, must suffer it to decay, from inability to exercise any influence over it. Or there must be added to the miracle of its reconveyance into the body, the second miracle of a restoration of the lifeless bodily organs, an immediate interposition of God in the regular course of nature, irreconcilable with enlightened ideas of the relation of God to the world. Hence, the cultivated intellect of the present day has very decidedly stated the following dilemma: either Jesus was not really dead, or he did not really rise again. Rationalism has principally given its adhesion to the former opinion. The short time that Jesus hung on the cross, together with the otherwise ascertained tardiness of death by crucifixion, and the uncertain nature and effects of the wound from the spear, appeared to render the reality of the death doubtful. That the agents in the crucifixion, as well as the disciples themselves, entertained no such doubt, would be explained not only by the general difficulty of distinguishing deep swoons and the rigidity of syncope from real death, but also from the low state of medical science in that age, while at least one example of the restoration of a crucified person appeared to render conceivable the resuscitation in the case of Jesus also. This example is found in Josephus, who informs us that of 3 crucified acquaintances whose release he begged from Titus, 2 died after being taken down from the cross, but 1 survived. How long these people had hung onto the cross Josephus does not mention, but from the manner in which he connects them with his expedition to Thekoa, by stating that he saw them on his return from thence, they must probably have been crucified during this expedition, and as this, from the trifling distance of the above place from Jerusalem, might possibly be achieved in a day, they had in all probability not hung on the cross more than a day, and perhaps a yet shorter time. These 3 persons, then, can scarcely have hung much longer than Jesus, who, according to Mark, was on the cross from 9 in the morning till towards 6 in the evening, and they were apparently taken down while they still showed signs of life. Yet with the most careful medical attendance only 1 survived. Truly it is difficult to perceive how it can hence be shown probable that Jesus, who when taken from the cross showed all the signs of death, should have come to life entirely of himself, without the application of medical skill. According to a certain opinion, however, these 2 conditions, some remains of conscious life and careful medical treatment, were not wanting in the case of Jesus, although they are not mentioned by the evangelists. Jesus, we are told, seeing no other way of purifying the prevalent messianic idea from the admixture of material and political hopes, exposed himself to crucifixion, but in doing so relied on the possibility of procuring a speedy removal from the cross by early bowing his head, and of being afterwards restored by the medical skill of some among his secret colleagues, so as to inspirit the people at the same time by the appearance of a resurrection. Others have at least exonerated Jesus from such contrivance, and have admitted that he really sank into a death-like slumber, but have ascribed to his disciples a preconceived plan of producing apparent death by means of a potion, and thus by occasioning his early removal from the cross, securing his restoration to life. But of all this our evangelical sources give no intimation, and for conjecturing such details we have no ground. Judicious friends of the natural explanation, who repudiate such monstrous productions of a system which remodels history at will, have hence renounced the supposition of any remains of conscious life in Jesus, and have contented themselves, for the explanation of his revivification, with the vital force which remained in his still young and vigorous body, even after the cessation of consciousness, and have pointed out, instead of premeditated tendance by the hands of men, the beneficial influence which the partly oleaginous substance applied to his body must have had in promoting the healing of his wounds, and, united with the air in the cave, impregnated with the perfumes of the spices, in reawakening feeling and consciousness in Jesus. To all which was added as a decisive impulse the earthquake and the lightning which on the morning of the resurrection opened the grave of Jesus. Others have remarked, in opposition to this, that the cold air in the cave must have had anything rather than a vivifying tendency, that strong aromatics in a confined space would rather have had a stupefying and stifling influence, and the same effect must have been produced by a flash of lightning bursting into the grave, if this were not a mere figment of rationalistic expositors. Notwithstanding all these improbabilities, which are against the opinion that Jesus came to life after a merely apparent death by the operation of natural causes, this nevertheless remains so far possible, that if we had secure evidence of the resuscitation of Jesus, we might, on the strength of such certainty as to the result, supply the omissions in the narrative, and approve the opinion above presented, with the rejection, however, of all precise conjectures. Secure evidence for the resurrection of Jesus would be the attestation of it in a decided and accordant manner by impartial witnesses. But the impartiality of the alleged witnesses for the resurrection of Jesus is the very point which the opponents of Christianity, from Celsus down to the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, have invariably called in question. Jesus showed himself to his adherents only. Why not also to his enemies, that they too might be convinced, and that by their testimony posterity might be precluded from every conjecture of a designed fraud on the part of his disciples? I cannot certainly attach much weight to the replies by which apologists have sought to repel this objection, from that of Origen, who says, quote, "Christ avoided the judge who condemned him, and his enemies, that they might not be smitten with blindness." Close quote. To the opinions of the modern theologians, who, by their vacillation between the assertion that by such an appearance the enemies of Jesus would have been compelled to believe, and the opposite one, that they would not have believed even on such evidence, mutually confute one another. Nevertheless, it can still be urged in reply to that objection, that the adherents of Jesus, from their hopelessness, which is both unanimously attested by the narratives, and is in perfect accordance with the nature of the case, here rise to the rank of impartial witnesses. If they had expected a resurrection of Jesus, and we had then been called upon to believe it on their testimony alone, there would certainly be a possibility, and perhaps also a probability, if not of an intentional deception, yet of an involuntary self-delusion on their part. But this possibility vanishes in proportion as the disciples of Jesus lost all hope after his death. Now, even if it be denied that any one of the Gospels proceeded immediately from a disciple of Jesus, it is still certain from the epistles of Paul and the Acts, that the apostles themselves had the conviction that they had seen the risen Jesus. We might then rest satisfied with the evangelical testimonies in favor of the resurrection, were but these testimonies in the first place sufficiently precise, and in the second in agreement with themselves and with each other. But in fact, the testimony of Paul, which is intrinsically consistent and is otherwise most important, is so general and vague, that taken by itself it does not carry us beyond the subjective fact that the disciples were convinced of the resurrection of Jesus, while the more fully detailed narratives of the Gospels, in which the resurrection of Jesus appears as an objective fact, are, from the contradictions of which they are convicted, incapable of being used as evidence, and in general their account of the life of Jesus after his resurrection is not one which has connection and unity, presenting a clear historical idea of the subject, but a fragmentary compilation which presents a series of visions rather than a continuous history. If we compare with this account of the resurrection of Jesus the precise and internally consistent attestation of his death, we must incline to the other side of the dilemma above stated, and be induced to doubt the reality of the resurrection rather than that of the death. Hence, Celsus chose this alternative, deriving the alleged appearance of Jesus after the resurrection from the self-delusion of the disciples, especially the women, either dreaming or waking, or from what appeared to him still more probable, intentional deception. And more modern writers, as for example the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, have adopted the accusation of the Jews in Matthew, namely, that the disciples stole the body of Jesus, and afterwards fabricated, with slender agreement, stories of his resurrection and subsequent appearances. This suspicion is repelled by the remark of Origen, that a spontaneous falsehood on the part of the disciples could not possibly have animated them to so unflinching an announcement of the resurrection of Jesus amid the greatest perils. And it is a just argument of modern apologists that the astonishing revolution from the deep depression and utter hopelessness of the disciples at the death of Jesus to the strong faith and enthusiasm with which they proclaimed him as the Messiah on the succeeding Pentecost, would be inexplicable unless in the interim something extraordinarily encouraging had taken place, something, in fact, which had convinced them of his resurrection. But that this cause of conviction was precisely the real appearance of the risen Jesus, that, indeed it was necessary an external event at all, is by no means proved. If we chose to remain on supernatural ground, we might with Spinoza suppose that a vision was produced by miraculous means in the minds of the disciples, the object of which was to make evident to them, in a manner accordant with their powers of comprehension and the ideas of their age, that Jesus by his virtuous life had risen from spiritual death, and that to those who followed his example he would grant a similar resurrection. With one foot, at least, on the same ground stands the supposition of Weisse, that the departed spirit of Jesus really acted on the disciples whom he had left behind, in connection with which he refers to the apparitions of spirits, the impossibility of which remains unproved. In order to escape from the magic circle of the supernatural, others have searched for natural external causes which might induce the belief that Jesus had risen and had been seen after his resurrection. The first impetus to this opinion, it has been conjectured, was given by the circumstance that on the second morning after the burial his grave was found empty, the linen clothes which lay in it being taken first for angels, and then for an appearance of the risen Jesus himself. But if the body of Jesus was not reanimated, how are we to suppose that it came out of the grave? Here it would be necessary to recur to the supposition of a theft, unless the intimation of John, that Jesus, on account of haste, was laid in a strange grave, were thought available for the conjecture that perhaps the owner of the grave caused the corpse to be removed, which, however, the disciples must subsequently have learned, and which in any case was too frail a foundation in the solitary statement of the fourth gospel. Far more fruitful is the appeal to the passage of Paul, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 5 and following, as the most appropriate starting point in this inquiry, and the key to the comprehension of all the appearances of Jesus after his resurrection. When Paul there places the Christophany which occurred to him in the same series with the appearances of Jesus in the days after his resurrection, this authorizes us, so far as nothing else stands in the way of such an inference, to conclude that, for aught the apostle knew, those earlier appearances were of the same nature with the one experienced by himself, Now, with respect to the latter, as narrated to us in the Acts, chapter 9, verse 1 and following, chapter 22, verse 3 and following, chapter 26, verse 12 and following, it is no longer possible, after the analysis of Eichhorn and Ammon, to retain it as an external, objective appearance of the real Christ. Even Neander does not positively dare to maintain more than an internal influence of Christ on the mind of Paul, only appending in a very beseeching manner the supposition of an external appearance. And even that internal influence he himself renders superfluous, by detailing the causes which might in a natural manner produce such a revolution in the disposition of the man thus. The favorable impression of Christianity, of the doctrine, life, and conduct of its adherents, which he had here and there received, especially on the occasion of the martyrdom of Stephen, threw his mind into a state of excitement and conflict, which he might indeed for a time forcibly repress, perhaps even by redoubled zeal against the new sect, but which must at last find vent in a decisive spiritual crisis, concerning which it need not surprise us that in an Oriental it took the form of a Christophany. If, according to this, we have in the Apostle Paul an example that strong impressions from the infant Christian community might carry an ardent mind that had long striven against it, to a pitch of exaltation which issued in a Christophany, and a total change of sentiment, surely the impression of the sublime personality of Jesus would suffice to inspire into his immediate disciples, struggling with the doubts concerning his messiahship which his death had excited in them, the experience of similar visions. They who think it necessary and desirable, in relation to the Christophany of Paul, to call in the aid of external natural phenomena, as thunder and lightning, may also seek to facilitate the explanation of the appearances of the risen Jesus, which his immediate disciples believed themselves to have previously had, by the supposition of similar incidents. Only it must be observed that, as Eichhorn's explanation of the event in the life of Paul proved a failure from his maintaining as historical every single detail in the New Testament narrative, as the blindness of Paul and his cure, the vision of Ananias, and so on, which he could only transform into natural occurrences by a very strained interpretation, so it would inevitably render impossible the psychological explanation of the appearances of Jesus, to acknowledge as historical all the evangelical narratives concerning them, especially those of the tests which Thomas applied by touching the wounds of Jesus, and which Jesus himself afforded by taking material nourishment. And indeed, these narratives, from the contradiction which they are shown to present, have not the slightest claim to such a character. The two first Gospels, and our chief informant in this matter, the Apostle Paul, tell us nothing of such tests, and it is quite natural that the Christophanies which, in the actual experience of the women and apostles, may have floated before them as visions of much the same character as that which Paul had on the way to Damascus, when once received into tradition, should by reason of the apologetic effort to cut off all doubts as to their reality, be continually more and more consolidated, so that the mute appearances became speaking ones, the ghost-like form was exchanged for one that ate, and the merely visible body was made palpable also. Here, however, there presents itself a distinction, which seems at once to render the event in the history of Paul unavailable for the explanation of those earlier appearances. To the Apostle Paul, namely, the idea that Jesus had risen and appeared to many persons was delivered as the belief of the sect which he persecuted. He had only to receive it into his conviction and to vivify it in his imagination until it became a part of his own experience. The earlier disciples, on the contrary, had before them as a fact merely the death of their Messiah. The notion of a resurrection on his part they could nowhere gather, but must, according to our conception of the matter, have first produced it, a problem which appears to be beyond all comparison more difficult than that subsequently presented to the Apostle Paul. In order to form a correct judgment on this subject, we must transport ourselves yet more completely into the situation and frame of mind into which the disciples of Jesus were thrown by his death. During several years' intercourse with them, he had constantly impressed them more and more decidedly with the belief that he was the Messiah. But his death, which they were unable to reconcile with their messianic ideas, had for the moment annihilated this belief. Now when, after the first shock was past, the earlier impression began to revive, there spontaneously arose in them the psychological necessity of solving the contradiction between the ultimate fate of Jesus and their earlier opinion of him, of adopting into their idea of the Messiah the characteristics of suffering and death. As, however, with the Jews of that age, to comprehend meant nothing else than to derive from the sacred Scriptures. They turned to these to ascertain whether they might not perhaps find in them intimations of a suffering and dying Messiah. Foreign as the idea of such a Messiah is to the Old Testament, the disciples, who wished to find it there, must nevertheless have regarded as intimations of this kind all those poetical and prophetic passages which, like Isaiah chapter 53, Psalm 22, represented the man of God as afflicted and bowed down even to death. Thus Luke states as the chief occupation of the risen Jesus in his interview with the disciples that, beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded unto them in all the Scriptures the things concerning himself. That is, that Christ ought to have suffered such things. Chapter 24, verse 26 and following, verse 44 and following. When they had, in this manner, received into their messianic idea ignominy, suffering, and death, the ignominiously executed Jesus was not lost, but still remained to them. By his death he had only entered into his messianic glory. Luke chapter 24, verse 26. In which he was invisibly with them always, even unto the end of the world. Matthew chapter 28, verse 20. But how could he fail, out of this glory in which he lived, to give tidings of himself to his followers? And how could they, when their mind was opened to the hitherto hidden doctrine of a dying Messiah contained in the Scriptures, and when in moments of unwonted inspiration their hearts burned within them, Luke chapter 24, verse 32, how could they avoid conceiving this to be an influence shed on them by their glorified Christ, an opening of their understanding by him, verse 45, nay, an actual conversing with him? Lastly, how conceivable is it that in individuals, especially women, these impressions were heightened, in a purely subjective manner, into actual vision, that on others, even on whole assemblies, something or other of an objective nature, visible or audible, sometimes perhaps the sight of an unknown person, created the impression of a revelation or appearance of Jesus, a height of pious enthusiasm which is wont to appear elsewhere in religious societies peculiarly oppressed and persecuted. But if the crucified Messiah had truly entered into the highest form of blessed existence, he ought not to have left his body in the grave. And if in precisely such Old Testament passages as admitted of a typical relation to the sufferings of the Messiah, there was at the same time expressed the hope, "Thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thy Holy One to see corruption." Psalm 16 verse 10, Acts chapter 2 verse 27. While in Isaiah chapter 53 verse 10, he who had been represented as led to the slaughter and buried, was yet promised a prolongation of his days. What was more natural to the disciples than to reinstate their earlier Jewish ideas, which the death of Jesus had disturbed, namely, that the Christ remaineth forever, John chapter 12 verse 34, through the medium of an actual revivification of their dead master, and as it was a messianic attribute one day to call the dead bodily from the grave, to imagine also as returning to life in the manner of a resurrection. Meanwhile, if the body of Jesus was interred in a known place, and could there, so far as we are not at liberty to suppose a theft or an accidental removal, be sought for and exhibited, it is difficult to conceive how the disciples in Jerusalem itself, and not quite 2 days after the interment, could believe and declare that Jesus was risen without refuting themselves, or meeting with refutation from their adversaries, to whom, however, they appear to have made the first disclosure as to the resurrection of their Messiah at Pentecost, by ocular demonstration at the grave. Now it is here that the narrative of the first gospel, which has been unjustly placed below the others, presents an explanatory and satisfactory indication. According to this gospel also, the risen Jesus does indeed appear in Jerusalem, but only to the women, and so entirely as a mere preparation for a succeeding interview, nay, so superfluously, that we have already questioned the truth of this appearance, and pronounced it to be a later modification of the legend of the angelic appearance, which Matthew nevertheless also included in his narrative. The sole important appearance of Jesus after the resurrection occurs, according to Matthew, in Galilee, whither an angel and Jesus himself on the last evening of his life and on the morning of the resurrection most urgently directed his disciples, and where the fourth gospel also, in its appendix, places an appearance of the resuscitated Jesus. That the disciples, dispersed by their alarm at the execution of their Messiah, should return to their home in Galilee, where they had no need, as in the metropolis of Judea, the seat of the enemies of their crucified Christ, to shut the doors for fear of the Jews was natural. Here was the place where they gradually began to breathe freely, and where their faith in Jesus, which had been temporarily depressed, might once more expand with its former vigor. But here also, where no body lay in the grave to contradict bold suppositions, might gradually be formed the idea of the resurrection of Jesus. And when this conviction had so elevated the courage and enthusiasm of his adherents that they ventured to proclaim it in the metropolis, it was no longer possible by the sight of the body of Jesus either to convict themselves or to be convicted by others. According to the Acts, it is true, the disciples so early as on the next Pentecost, 7 weeks after the death of Jesus, appeared in Jerusalem with the announcement of his resurrection, and were themselves already convinced of it on the second morning after his burial, by appearances which they witnessed. But how long will it yet be until the manner in which the author of the Acts places the first appearance of the disciples of Jesus with the announcement of the new doctrine, precisely on the festival of the announcement of the old law, be recognized as one which rests purely on dogmatical grounds, which is therefore historically worthless, and in no way binds us to assign so short a duration to that time of quiet preparation in Galilee? As regards the other statement, it might certainly require some time for the mental state of the disciples to become exalted in the degree necessary, before this or that individual amongst them could, purely as an operation of his own mind, make present to himself the risen Christ in a visionary manner, or before whole assemblies, in moments of highly wrought enthusiasm, could believe that they heard him in every impressive sound, or saw him in every striking appearance. But it would nevertheless be conceived that, as it was not possible that he should be held by the bonds of death, Acts 2:24, he had passed only a short time in the grave. As to the more precise determination of this interval, if it be held an insufficient explanation that the sacred number 3 would be the first to suggest itself, there is a further idea which might occur, whether or not it be historical that Jesus was buried on the evening before a Sabbath, namely, that he only remained in the grave during the rest of the Sabbath, and thus rose on the morning after the Sabbath, which by the known mode of reckoning might be reconciled with the round number of 3 days. When once the idea of a resurrection of Jesus had been formed in this manner, the great event could not be allowed to have happened so simply, but must be surrounded and embellished with all the pomp which the Jewish imagination furnished. The chief ornaments which stood at command for this purpose were angels. Hence these must open the grave of Jesus, must, after he had come forth from it, keep watch in the empty place, and deliver to the women who, because without doubt women had had the first visions, must be the first to go to the grave, the tidings of what had happened. As it was Galilee where Jesus subsequently appeared to them, the journey of the disciples thither, which was nothing else than their return home, somewhat hastened by fear, was delivered from the direction of an angel. Nay, Jesus himself must already before his death, and, as Matthew too zealously adds, once more after the resurrection also, have enjoined this journey on the disciples. But the further these narratives were propagated by tradition, the more must the difference between the locality of the resurrection itself and the appearances of the risen one be allowed to fall out of sight as inconvenient. And since the locality of the death and resurrection was not transferable, the appearances were gradually placed in the same locality as the resurrection, in Jerusalem, which, as the more brilliant theatre and the seat of the first Christian church, was especially appropriate for them. End of section 140. Part 3, Chapter 5, Section 141 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Ascension. Section 141, The Last Commands and Promises of Jesus. In the last interview of Jesus with his disciples, which, according to Mark and Luke, closed with the ascension, the three first evangelists, the fourth has something similar on the very first interview, represent Jesus as delivering testamentary commands and promises, which referred to the establishment and propagation of the Messianic kingdom on earth. With regard to the commands, Jesus, in Luke chapter 24, verse 47 and following, Acts chapter 1, verse 8, in parting from his disciples, appoints them to be witnesses of his messiahship, and charges them to preach repentance and remission of sins in his name from Jerusalem to the uttermost parts of the earth. In Mark chapter 16, verse 15 and following, he enjoins them to go into all the world and bring to every creature the glad tidings of the Messianic kingdom founded by him. He who believes and is baptized will be saved. He who believeth not will, in the future Messianic judgment, be condemned. In Matthew chapter 28, verse 19 and following, the disciples are also commissioned to make disciples of all nations. And here baptism is not mentioned incidentally merely, as in Mark, but is made the subject of an express command by Jesus, and is besides more precisely described as a baptism in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. The impediments to the supposition that Jesus delivered to his disciples the express command to carry the announcement of the gospel to the Gentiles have been already pointed out in an earlier connection. But that this more definite form of baptism proceeded from Jesus is also opposed by the fact that such an allocation of Father, Son, and Spirit does not elsewhere appear, except as a form of salutation in apostolic epistles. 2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 14, the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, etc. While as a more definite form of baptism, it is not to be met with throughout the whole New Testament, save in the above passage in the first Gospel. For in the apostolic epistles, and even in the Acts, baptism is designated as baptizing in Christ Jesus, or in the name of the Lord Jesus, or their equivalent. Romans chapter 6, verse 3, Galatians chapter 3, verse 27, Acts chapter 2, verse 38, chapter 8, verse 16, chapter 10, verse 48, chapter 19, verse 5. And the same threefold reference to God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit is only found in ecclesiastical writers, as, for example, Justin. Indeed, the formula in Matthew sounds so exactly as if it had been borrowed from the ecclesiastical ritual, that there is no slight probability in the supposition that it was transferred from thence into the mouth of Jesus. But this does not authorize us to throw the passage out of the text as an interpolation, since if everything in the Gospels which cannot have happened to Jesus, or which cannot have been done or spoken by him in the manner there described, were to be pronounced foreign to the original text, the interpolations would soon become too numerous. So far it is with justice that others have defended the genuineness of the baptismal formula, but their grounds for the assertion that it was delivered in this manner by Jesus himself are insufficient. The two opinions then resolve themselves into a third, namely, that this more definite form of baptism does indeed belong to the original context of the first Gospel, but without having been so delivered by Jesus. Jesus had, during his life, predicted in diverse ways the propagation of his kingdom beyond the limits of the Jewish nation, perhaps also had intimated the introduction of baptism to be his will, and, whether it be the fact that, as we learn from the fourth Gospel, the disciples already practiced baptism in the lifetime of Jesus, or that they first made this rite a sign of reception into the new messianic society after his death. In any case, it was entirely in the manner of the legend to place the injunction to baptism, as well as to go out into all the world, in the mouth of the departing Christ as a last declaration of his will. The promises which Jesus gives to his adherents in parting from them are in Matthew, where they are directed exclusively to the 11, limited simply to the assurance that he, to whom as the exalted Messiah all power was delivered both in heaven and on earth, would be invisibly with them during the present age, until at the consummation of this term he should enter into permanent visible communion with them, precisely the expression of the belief which was formed in the first Christian community, when the equilibrium was recovered after the oscillations caused by the death of Jesus. In Mark, the last promises of Jesus seem to be gathered from the popular opinion concerning the gifts of the Christians, which was current at the period of the composition of this gospel. Of the signs which are here promised to believers in general, the speaking with new tongues, in the sense intended 1 Corinthians chapter 14, not in the manner described in Acts chapter 2, which is a mythical modification, actually appeared in the primitive church, as also the casting out of devils, and it may even be conceived that sick persons were cured in a natural manner by faith in the laying on of hands by a Christian. On the contrary, the taking up of serpents, compare Luke chapter 10 verse 19, and the power of drinking poisons with impunity have never had any existence except in the superstitious belief of the vulgar, and such signs of discipleship would have been the last to which Jesus would have attached any value. In Luke, the object of the last promise of Jesus is the power from on high, which, according to the promise of the Father, he would send on the apostles, and the impartation of which they were to await in Jerusalem. Chapter 24, verse 49. And in Acts chapter 1, verse 5 and following, Jesus more precisely designates this impartation of power as a baptism with the Holy Spirit, which in a few days would be granted to the disciples in order to qualify them for the announcement of the gospel. These passages of Luke, which place the impartation of the Holy Spirit in the days after the ascension, seem to be in contradiction with the statement of the fourth gospel, that Jesus communicated the Holy Spirit to his disciples in the days of his resurrection, nay, on his very first appearance in the circle of the 11. In John chapter 20, verse 22 and following, we read that Jesus, appearing among the disciples when the doors were closed, breathed on them, and said, "Receive ye the Holy Ghost," wherewith he connected the authority to remit and retain sins. If this were the only passage relating to the impartation of the Spirit, everyone would believe that the disciples had it communicated to them by Jesus when he was personally present among them, and not first after his exaltation to heaven. But in accordance with the harmonizing interest, it has been concluded, first by Theodore of Mopsuestia, and recently by Tholuck, that the word receive in John must be taken in the sense of ye shall receive, because according to Luke, the Holy Spirit was not imparted to the disciples until later, at Pentecost. But as if he wished to preclude such a wrestling of his words, the Jesus of John adds to them the symbolical action of breathing on the disciples, which unmistakably represents the receiving of the Holy Spirit as a present fact. It is true that expositors have found out a way of eluding even this act of breathing, by attributing to it the following signification: as certainly as Jesus now breathes upon them, so certainly will they at a future time receive the Holy Ghost. But the act of breathing upon a person is as decided a symbol of a present impartation as the laying on of hands, and as those on whom the apostles laid their hands were immediately filled with the Spirit. Acts chapter 8, verse 17, chapter 19, verse 6. So, according to the above narrative, the author of the fourth gospel must have thought that the apostles on that occasion received the Spirit from Jesus. In order to avoid the necessity of denying, in opposition to the clear meaning of John, that an impartation of the Spirit actually took place immediately after the resurrection, or of coming into contradiction with Luke, who assigns the outpouring of the Spirit to a later period, expositors now ordinarily suppose that the Spirit was granted to the apostles both at the earlier and at the later period, the impartation at Pentecost being only an increasing and perfecting of the former. Or, more correctly, since Matthew chapter 10, verse 20 speaks of the Spirit of the Father as already sustaining the disciples in their first mission, it is supposed that they were first endowed with some extraordinary power before that mission, in the lifetime of Jesus, that on the occasion in question, shortly after his resurrection, he heightened this power, but that all the fullness of the Spirit was not poured out upon them until Pentecost. What constitutes the distinction between these steps, and especially in what the increase of the gifts of the Spirit consisted in the present instance, is, however, as Michaelis has already remarked, not easy to discern. If, in the first instance, the apostles were endowed with the power of working miracles, Matthew chapter 10, verses 1 and 8, together with the gift of speaking freely before tribunals, verse 20, it could only be a more correct insight into the spirituality of his kingdom that Jesus communicated to them by breathing on them. But of this they were still destitute immediately before the ascension, when, according to Acts chapter 1, verse 6, they asked whether, with the impartation of the Spirit, within the next few days would be associated the restoration of the kingdom of Israel. If, however, it be supposed that each successive impartation of the Spirit conferred no new powers on the disciples, but was merely an addition in measure to that which was already present in all its diversified powers, it must still be held surprising that no evangelist mentions, together with an earlier impartation, a later amplification. But instead of this, besides an incidental mention of the Spirit as enabling the disciples to defend themselves before tribunals, in Luke chapter 12, verse 12, which, since it is not here, as in Matthew, connected with a mission, may be regarded merely as a reference to the time after the later outpouring of the Spirit. Each of the evangelists mentions only one impartation, and represents this as the first and last. This is, indeed, a clear proof that, to place in juxtaposition three impartations, and to regard them as so many different degrees, is only an effort to harmonize the Gospels by introducing into them what is foreign to the text. Thus, there are in the New Testament three distinct opinions concerning the impartation of the Spirit to the disciples of Jesus, and in two respects they form a climax. As regards the time, Matthew places the impartation the earliest, within the period of the natural life of Jesus, Luke the latest, in the time after his complete departure from the earth, John in an intermediate position in the days of the resurrection. As regards the conception of the fact, it is the simplest in Matthew, the least perceptible to the senses, for he has no special and external act of impartation. John already has such a feature, in the act of breathing on the disciples, while in Luke, in the Acts, the gentle breathing has become a violent storm which shakes the house, and with which other miraculous appearances are united. These two series of gradations stand in opposite relations to historical probability. That the Spirit which, whether it be regarded as natural or as supernatural, is in either case the animating power of the messianic idea in its Christian modification, was communicated to the adherents of Jesus so early as Matthew narrates, is contradicted by his own representation, for according to him, that Christian modification, the introduction of the characteristics of suffering and death into the idea of the Messiah, was not comprehended by the disciples long after the mission described in Matthew chapter 10. And as the discourse of instruction there given contains other particulars also, which will only suit later times and circumstances, it is easy to imagine that the promise in question may have been erroneously referred to that earlier period. Only after the death and resurrection of Jesus can we conceive what the New Testament calls the pneuma hagion to have been developed in the disciples, and in so far the representation of John stands nearer to reality than that of Matthew. But as certainly the revolution in the sentiments of the disciples described in the foregoing section had not taken place so early as 2 days after the crucifixion, the account of John does not approach so near to the truth as that of Luke, who allows an interval of at least 50 days for the formation of the new opinions in the disciples. The position of the narratives with respect to historical truth is reversed by the other climax. For in proportion as a narrative represents the impartation of a spiritual power as perceptible to the senses, the formation of a sentiment which might spring from natural causes as miraculous, the origin of a faculty which can only have been developed gradually as instantaneous, in the same proportion does such a narrative diverge from the truth, and in this respect Matthew would stand at the least distance from the truth, Luke at the greatest. If we therefore recognize in the representation of the latter the most mature product of tradition, it may be wondered how tradition can have wrought in two opposite ways, receding from the truth in relation to the determination of the manner and form of the impartation, approaching the truth in relation to the determination of the time. But this is explained as soon as it is considered that in the changes in the determination of the time, tradition was not guided by critical inquiry after the truth. This might well have caused surprise, but by the same tendency that led to the other alteration, namely, to present the impartation of the Spirit as a single miraculous act. If Jesus was said to have shed the Spirit on his disciples by a special act, it must seem appropriate to assign this act to his state of glorification, and thus, either with John, to place it after the resurrection, or with Luke after the ascension. Indeed, the fourth evangelist expressly remarks that in the lifetime of Jesus the Spirit was not yet given, because Jesus was not yet glorified. Chapter 7, verse 39. This interpretation of the opinion of the fourth evangelist concerning the impartation of the Spirit to the disciples is attested as the correct one by the fact that it throws unexpected light on an obscurity in his gospel with respect to which we were previously unable to come to a decision. In relation to the farewell discourses of Jesus, it was not possible to settle the dispute, whether what Jesus there says of his return is to be referred to the days of his resurrection, or to the outpouring of the Spirit, because the description of that return as a seeing again seemed to speak as decidedly for the former, as the observation that in that time they would no longer ask him anything, and would understand him fully; for the latter, a dispute which is decided in the most welcome manner, if it can be shown to be the opinion of the narrator that the impartation of the Spirit fell in the days of the resurrection. At first, indeed, it might be thought that this impartation, especially as in John it is connected with the formal appointment of his disciples as his envoys, and the communication of the authority to remit and retain sins, compare Matthew chapter 18:18, would have been more appropriate at the close than the commencement of the appearances of the risen Jesus, and in a full assembly of the apostles than in one from which Thomas was absent. But on this account, to suppose with Olshausen that the evangelist, for the sake of brevity, merely appends the impartation of the Spirit to the first appearance, though it really belonged to a later interview, is an inadmissible violence, and we must rather allow that the author of the fourth gospel regarded this first appearance of Jesus as the principal one, and the one 8 days later as merely supernumerary in favor of Thomas. The appearance, chapter 21, is also a supplement, which the author, when he wrote his gospel, either had not known, or at least did not recollect. End of section 141. Part 3, Chapter 5, Section 142 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Ascension. Section 142. The so-called ascension considered as a supernatural and as a natural event. The ascension of Jesus is reported to us in the New Testament in 3 different narratives, which, in point of fullness of detail and picturesqueness of description, form a progressive series. Mark, who in the last portion of his gospel is in general very brief and abrupt, only says that after Jesus had spoken to the disciples for the last time, he was received up into heaven and sat on the right hand of God. Chapter 16, verse 19. With scarcely more definiteness, it is said in the Gospel of Luke that Jesus led his disciples out as far as Bethany, and while he here with uplifted hands gave them his blessing, he was parted from them and carried up into heaven, whereupon the disciples fell down and worshipped him, and forthwith returned to Jerusalem with great joy. Chapter 24, verse 50 and following. In the introduction to the Acts, Luke gives the more ample details concerning this scene. On the Mount of Olives, where Jesus delivered to his disciples his last commands and promises, he was taken up before their eyes, and a cloud received him out of their sight. While the disciples were watching him, as he went up into heaven on the cloud, there suddenly stood by them 2 men in white apparel, who induced them to desist from thus gazing after him by the assurance that the Jesus now taken from them would come again from heaven in the same manner as he had just ascended into heaven, on which they were satisfied, and returned to Jerusalem. chapter 1, verses 1 through 12. The first impression from this narrative is clearly this, that it is intended as a description of a miraculous event, an actual exaltation of Jesus into heaven as the dwelling place of God, and an attestation of this by angels. As Orthodox theologians, both ancient and modern, correctly maintain. The only question is, whether they can also help us to surmount the difficulties which stand in our way when we attempt to form a conception of such an event. One main difficulty is this: how can a palpable body, which has still flesh and bones, and eats material food, be qualified for a celestial abode? How can it so far liberate itself from the laws of gravity as to be capable of an ascent through the air? And how can it be conceived that God gave so preternatural a capability to Jesus by a miracle? The only possible reply to these questions is, that the grosser elements, which the body of Jesus still retained after the resurrection, were removed before the ascension, and only the finest essence of his corporeality, as the integument of the soul, was taken by him into heaven. But as the disciples who were present at the ascension observed no residuum of his body which he had left behind, this leads either to the above-mentioned absurdity of an evaporation of the body of Jesus, or to Olshausen's process of stabilization, which, still incomplete even after the resurrection, was not perfected until the moment of the ascension, a process which must have been conducted with singularly rapid retrograde transitions in these last days, if the body of Jesus, when penetrating into the closed room where the disciples were assembled, is to be supposed immaterial, immediately after, when Thomas touched him, material, and lastly, in the ascension, again immaterial. The other difficulty lies in the consideration that, according to a just idea of the world, the seat of God and of the blessed, to which Jesus is supposed to have been exalted, is not to be sought for in the upper regions of the air, nor, in general, in any determinate place. Such a locality could only be assigned to it in the childish, limited conceptions of antiquity. We are well aware that he who would attain to God and the circle of the blessed would make a superfluous circuit, if he thought it necessary for this purpose to soar aloft into the higher regions of the firmament. And the more intimately Jesus was acquainted with God and divine things, the farther certainly would he be from making such a circuit, or from being caused to make it by God. Thus there would be no other resource than to suppose a divine accommodation to the idea of the world in that age, and to say, God, in order to convince the disciples of the return of Jesus into the higher world, although this world is in reality by no means to be sought for in the upper air, nevertheless prepared the spectacle of such an exaltation. But this is to represent God as theatrically arranging an illusion. As an attempt to set us free from such difficulties and absurdities, the natural explanation of this narrative must needs be welcome. This distinguishes, in the evangelical accounts of the ascension, what was actually beheld, and what was inferred by reasoning. Certainly, when it is said in the Acts, while they beheld, he was taken up, the exaltation to heaven seems here to be represented as a fact actually witnessed. But the rationalists tell us that we are not to understand epirthy as signifying an elevation above the earth, but only that Jesus, in order to bless the disciples, drew up his form, and thus appeared more elevated to them. They then bring forward the word daisti. he was parted from them, in the conclusion of Luke's gospel, and interpret it to mean that Jesus, in taking leave of his disciples, removed himself farther from them. Hereupon, they continue, in the same way as on the Mount of Transfiguration, a cloud was interposed between Jesus and the disciples, and together with the numerous olive trees on the mount, concealed him from their sight, a result which, on the assurance of two unknown men, they regarded as a reception of Jesus into heaven. But when Luke in the Acts immediately connects epirthi with the statement, and a cloud received him, he implies that the taking up was an introduction to the being received by the cloud, which it would not be if it were a mere drawing up of the body, but only if it were an exaltation of Jesus above the earth, since only in this case could a cloud float under, carry, and envelope him, which is the idea expressed by hub elabein. Again, in the Gospel of Luke, the fact that he was parted from them is represented as something which took place while he blessed them. Now no one, when pronouncing a benediction on others, will remove from him, whereas it appears very suitable that Jesus, while communicating his blessing to the disciples, should be carried upward, and thus, while rising, have continued to extend over them his outstretched hand as a symbol of his blessing. Thus, the natural explanation of the disappearance in the cloud falls to the ground of itself, while, in the supposition that the two individuals clothed in white apparel were natural men, Paulus only disguises a final and strongly marked essay of the opinion espoused by Bahrdt and Venturini, that several epochs in the life of Jesus, especially after his crucifixion, were brought about by the agency of secret colleagues. And Jesus himself, what, according to this opinion, must we suppose to have become of him after this last separation from his disciples? Shall we, with Bahrdt, dream of an Essene lodge into which he retired after the completion of his work, and with Brennecke appeal, in proof that Jesus long continued silently to work for the welfare of mankind, to his appearance for the purpose of the conversion of Paul? But taking the narrative of the Acts as historical, this was connected with circumstances and effects which could be produced by no natural man, even though a member of a secret order. Or shall we, with Paulus, suppose that shortly after the last interview the body of Jesus sank beneath the injuries it had received? This could not well have happened in the very next moments after he had appeared still active among his disciples, so that the two men who joined them might have been witnesses of his decease, who, even admitting this, would not have spoken in accordance with the truth, but if he continued to live for any length of time, he must have had the intention to remain for that period in the concealment of a secret society, and to this must then be supposed to belong the two men clothed in white, who, doubtless with his previous sanction, persuaded the disciples that he had ascended into heaven. But this is a mode of representation from which in this instance, as in every other, a sound judgment must turn away with aversion. End of section 142. Part 3, Chapter 5, Section 143 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 5, The Ascension. Section 143, Insufficiency of the narratives of the Ascension. Mythical conception of those narratives. Among all the New Testament histories of miracles, The ascension least demanded such an expenditure of perverted acumen, since the attestations to its historical validity are peculiarly weak. Not only to us, who, having no risen Jesus, can consequently have no ascended one, but apart from all prior conclusions, and in every point of view. Matthew and John, who according to the common idea were the two eyewitnesses among the evangelists, do not mention it. It is narrated by Mark and Luke alone, while in the rest of the New Testament writings decided allusions to it are wanting. But this absence of allusions to the ascension in the rest of the New Testament is denied by orthodox expositors. When, say they, Jesus in Matthew, chapter 26, verse 64, declares before the high priest that hereafter the Son of Man will be seen sitting at the right hand of God, this presupposes an exaltation thither, consequently an ascension. When in John, chapter 3, verse 13, he says, "No one hath ascended into heaven but the Son of Man who came from heaven," and at another time, chapter 6, verse 62, tells the disciples that they will hereafter see him ascend where he was before. Further, when on the morning of the resurrection he declares that he is not yet ascended to his Father, implying that he is about to do so, chapter 20, verse 17, there could hardly be more explicit allusions to the ascension. Again, when the apostles in the Acts so often speak of an exaltation of Jesus to the right hand of God, chapter 2, verse 33, chapter 5, verse 31, compare chapter 7, verse 56, and Paul represents him as ascended up far above all heavens, Ephesians chapter 4, verse 10, Peter as gone into heaven, 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 22, there can be no doubt that they all knew of his ascension. All these passages, however, with the exception perhaps of John chapter 6, verse 62, where a seeing of the Son of Man ascend is spoken of, contain only in general his exaltation to heaven, without intimating that it was an external, visible act that took place in the presence of the disciples. Rather, when we find Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 5 and following, ranking the appearance of Jesus to himself, which occurred long after the alleged ascension, with the Christophanies before this epoch, so entirely without any pause or indication of a distinction, we must doubt, not merely that all the appearances which he enumerates besides his own can have occurred before the ascension, but whether the apostle can have had any knowledge at all of an ascension as an external fact which closed the earthly life of Jesus. As to the author of the fourth gospel, in his metaphorical language we are not compelled by the word θεωρεῖτε any more than by the οψιέσθη in relation to the angels ascending and descending upon Jesus, chapter 1, verse 52, to ascribe to him a knowledge of the visible ascension of Jesus, of which he gives no intimation at the conclusion of his gospel. Commentators have, it is true, taken all possible pains to explain the want of a narrative of the ascension in the first and fourth gospels, in a way which may not prove inimical either to the authority of the writings or to the historical value of the fact. They maintain that the evangelists who are silent on the subject held it either unnecessary or impossible to narrate the ascension. They held it unnecessary, say these expositors, either intrinsically from the minor importance of the event, or extrinsically on the consideration that it was generally known as a part of the evangelical tradition. John in particular supposed it to be known from Mark and Luke. or lastly, both Matthew and John omitted it as not belonging to the earthly life of Jesus, to the description of which their writings were exclusively devoted. But we must contend, on the contrary, that the life of Jesus, especially that enigmatical life which he led after his return from the grave, absolutely required such a close as the ascension. Whether it were generally known or not, whether it were important or unimportant, the simple aesthetic interest which dictates even to an uncultivated author that a narrative should be wound up with a conclusion, must have led every evangelical writer who knew of the ascension to mention it, though it were but summarily at the end of his history, in order to avoid the strange impression left by the first gospel, and still more by the fourth, as narratives losing themselves in vague obscurity. Hence, our apologists resort to the supposition that the first and fourth evangelists held it impossible to give an account of the ascension of Jesus, because the eyewitnesses, however long they might gaze after him, could still only see him hovering in the air and encircled by the cloud, not entering heaven and taking his place on the right hand of God. But in the ideas of the ancient world, to which heaven was nearer than to us, an entrance into the clouds was in itself a real ascent into heaven, as we see from the stories of Romulus and Elijah. Thus, it is undeniable that the above evangelists were ignorant of the ascension. But the conclusion of the most recent criticism, that this ignorance is a reproach to the first evangelist as a sign of his unapostolic character, is the less in place here, because the event in question is rendered suspicious not merely by the silence of two evangelists, but also by the want of agreement between those who narrate it. Mark is at variance with Luke, nay, Luke is at variance with himself. In the account of the former, it appears as if Jesus had ascended into heaven immediately from the meal in which he appeared to the 11, consequently from out of a house in Jerusalem. For the phrases, "He appeared with the 11 as they sat at meat, and upbraided them," etc., "and he said," etc., "So then after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven," etc., have an immediate dependence on each other, and it is only by violence that a change of place or a distinction of time can be introduced. Now an ascent into heaven directly out of a room is certainly not easy to imagine. Hence Luke represents it as taking place in the open air. In his gospel he makes Jesus immediately before his ascension lead out his disciples as far as Bethany, but in the Acts he places the scene on the mount called Olivet. This, however, cannot be imputed to him as a contradiction, since Bethany lay in the neighborhood of the Mount of Olives. But there is a more important divergency in his statement of time, for in this gospel, as in Mark, we are left to infer that the ascension took place on the same day with the resurrection, whereas in the Acts it is expressly remarked that the two events were separated by an interval of 40 days. It has already been remarked that the latter determination of time must have come to the knowledge of Luke in the interim between the composition of the gospel and that of the Acts. The more numerous the narratives of appearances of the risen Jesus, and the more various the places to which they were assigned, the less would the short space of a day suffice for his life on earth after the resurrection, while the determination of the lengthened period, which had become necessary to 40 days precisely, had its foundation in the part which this number is known to have played in the Jewish, and already in the Christian legend. The people of Israel were 40 years in the wilderness. Moses was 40 days on Mount Sinai. He and Elias fasted 40 days. And Jesus himself, previous to the temptation, remained the same length of time without nourishment in the wilderness. As, then, all these mysterious and intermediate states and periods of transition were determined by the number 40, this number presented itself as especially appropriate for the determination of the mysterious interval between the resurrection and ascension of Jesus. As regards the description of the event itself, it might be thought admissible to ascribe the silence of Mark and of Luke in his gospel concerning the clouds and the angels purely to the brevity of their narratives. But since Luke, at the close of his gospel, narrates circumstantially enough the conduct of the disciples, how they fell down and worshipped the ascended Jesus, and returned to the city with great joy, so he would doubtless have pointed out the information communicated to them by angels as the immediate source of their joy, had he known anything of such a particular at the time when he composed his first writing. Hence, this feature seems rather to have been gradually formed in tradition, in order to render due honor to this last point also in the life of Jesus, and to present a confirmation of the insufficient testimony of men as to his exaltation into heaven by the mouth of 2 heavenly witnesses. As, according to this, those who knew of an ascension of Jesus had by no means the same idea of its particular circumstances, there must have been in general 2 different modes of conceiving the close of the life of Jesus, some regarding it as a visible ascension, others not so. When Matthew makes Jesus before the tribunal of the high priest predict his exaltation to the right hand of the divine power, chapter 26, verse 64, and after his resurrection declare that now all power is given to him in heaven and earth, chapter 28, verse 18, and nevertheless has nothing of a visible ascension, but on the contrary puts into the mouth of Jesus the assurance, I am with you alway, even unto the end of the world, verse 20. It is evident that the latent idea on which his representation is founded is that Jesus, doubtless immediately on his resurrection, ascended visibly to the Father, though at the same time remaining invisibly with his followers, and that out of this concealment he, as often as he found it expedient, revealed himself in Christophanies. The same view is to be discerned in the Apostle Paul, when in 1 Corinthians chapter 15 he undistinguishingly places the appearance to himself of the Christ already ascended into heaven, in one series with the earlier Christophanies. And also the author of the 4th Gospel and the rest of the New Testament writers only presuppose what must necessarily be presupposed according to the messianic passage, Sit thou at my right hand, Psalm 110, verse 1, that Jesus was exalted to the right hand of God, without deciding anything as to the manner of the exaltation, or representing to themselves the ascension as a visible one. The imagination of the primitive Christians must, however, have felt a strong temptation to depict this exaltation as a brilliant spectacle. When it was once concluded that the Messiah Jesus had arrived at so exalted a position, it would appear desirable to gaze after him, as it were, on his way thither. If it was expected, in accordance with the prophecy of Daniel, that his future return from heaven would be a visible descent in the clouds, this would naturally suggest that his departure to heaven should be represented as a visible ascent on a cloud. And when Luke makes the 2 white-apparelled angels, who joined the disciples after the removal of Jesus, say, "This same Jesus, who is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven." Acts chapter 1, verse 11. We need only take the converse of this declaration in order to have before us the genesis of the conception of the ascension of Jesus. For the mode of conclusion was this: as Jesus will at some future time return from heaven in the clouds, so he must surely have departed thither in the same manner. Compared with these primary incentives, the Old Testament precedents which the ascension of Jesus has in the translation of Enoch, Genesis chapter 5, verse 24, compare Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 44, verse 16, chapter 49, verse 16, Hebrews chapter 11, verse 5, and especially in the ascension of Elijah, 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 11, compare Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 48, verse 9, 1 Maccabees chapter 2, verse 58, together with the Grecian and Roman apotheoses of Hercules and Romulus, recede into the background. Apart from the question whether the latter were known to the second and third evangelists, the statement relative to Enoch is too vague, while the chariot and horses of fire that transported Elijah were not adapted to the milder spirit of Christ. Instead of this, the enveloping cloud and the removal while holding a farewell conversation may appear to have been borrowed from the later representation of the removal of Moses, which, however, in other particulars, has considerable divergencies from that of Jesus. Perhaps also one trait in the narrative of the Acts may be explained out of the history of Elijah. When this prophet, before his translation, is entreated by his servant Elisha that he will bequeath him a double measure of his spirit, Elijah attaches to the concession of this boon the condition, "If thou see me when I am taken from thee, it shall be so unto thee, but if not, it shall not be so." Whence we might perhaps gather the reason why Luke, Acts chapter 1, verse 9, lays stress on the fact that the disciples beheld Jesus as he went up, namely, because according to the narrative concerning Elijah, this was necessary if the disciples were to receive the spirit of their master. End of section 143. Concluding dissertation, section 144 of the Life of Jesus, critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Section 144, necessary transition from criticism to dogma. The results of the inquiry which we have now brought to a close have apparently annihilated the greatest and most valuable part of that which the Christian has been wont to believe concerning his Saviour Jesus, have uprooted all the animating motives which he has gathered from his faith, and withered all his consolations. The boundless store of truth and life which for 18 centuries has been the aliment of humanity seems irretrievably dissipated, the most sublime leveled with the dust, God divested of his grace, man of his dignity, and the tie between heaven and earth broken. Piety turns away with horror from so fearful an act of desecration, and strong in the impregnable self-evidence of its faith, pronounces that, let an audacious criticism attempt what it will, all which the Scriptures declare and the Church believes of Christ will still subsist as eternal truth, nor needs one iota of it to be renounced. Thus, at the conclusion of the criticism of the history of Jesus, there presents itself this problem: to re-establish dogmatically that which has been destroyed critically. At first glance, this problem appears to exist merely as a challenge addressed by the believer to the critic, not as a result of the moral requirements of either. The believer would appear to need no re-establishment of the faith, since for him it cannot be subverted by criticism. The critic seems to require no such re-establishment, since he is able to endure the annihilation resulting from his own labors. Hence it might be supposed that the critic, when he seeks to rescue the dogma from the flames which his criticism has kindled, acts falsely in relation to his own point of view, since, to satisfy the believer, he treats what is valueless for himself as if he esteemed it to be a jewel, while in relation to the believer he is undertaking a superfluous task in laboring to defend that which the latter considers in no way endangered. But on a nearer view the case appears otherwise. To all belief not built on demonstration, doubt is inherent, though it may not be developed. The most firmly believing Christian has within him the elements of criticism as a latent deposit of unbelief, or rather as a negative germ of knowledge, and only by its constant repression can he maintain the predominance of his faith, which is thus essentially a re-established faith. And just as the believer is intrinsically a skeptic or critic, so, on the other hand, the critic is intrinsically a believer. In proportion as he is distinguished from the naturalistic theologian and the freethinker, in proportion as his criticism is conceived in the spirit of the 19th century, he is filled with veneration for every religion, and especially for the substance of the sublimest of all religions, the Christian, which he perceives to be identical with the deepest philosophical truth, and hence, after having in the course of his criticism exhibited only the differences between his conviction and the historical belief of the Christian, he will feel urged to place that identity in a just light. Further, our criticism, though in its progress it treats of details, yet, on becoming part of our internal conviction, resolves itself into the simple element of doubt, which the believer neutralizes by an equally simple veto, and then spreads anew in undiminished luxuriance all the fullness of his creed. But hereby the decisions of criticism are only dismissed, not vanquished, and that which is believed is supported by no intermediate proof, but rests absolutely on its own evidence. Criticism cannot but direct itself against this absence of intermediate proof, and thus the controversy which seemed ended is renewed, and we are thrown back to the beginning of our inquiry, yet with a difference which constitutes a step forward in the discussion. Hitherto our criticism had for its object the data of Christianity, as historically presented in the evangelical records. Now these data, having been called in question in their historical form, assume that of a mental product, and find a refuge in the soul of the believer, where they exist not as a simple history, but as a reflected history, that is, a confession of faith, a received dogma. Against this dogma, presenting itself totally unsupported by evidence, criticism must indeed awake, as it does against all deficiency of proof, in the character of a negativing power and a contender for intermediate proof. It will, however, no longer be occupied with history, but with doctrines. Thus, our historical criticism is followed up by dogmatical criticism, and it is only after the faith has passed through both these trials that it is thoroughly tested and constituted science. This second process through which the faith has to pass ought, like the first, to be made the subject of a distinct work. I shall here merely give a sketch of its most important features, that I may not terminate an historical criticism without pointing out its ultimate object, which can only be arrived at by dogmatical criticism as a sequel. End of section 144. Concluding dissertation, section 145 of The Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, The Dogmatic Import of the Life of Jesus. Section 145, The Christology of the Orthodox Church. The dogmatic import of the life of Jesus implicitly received and developed on this basis constitutes the orthodox doctrine of the Christ. Its fundamental principles are found in the New Testament. The root of faith in Jesus was the conviction of his resurrection. He who had been put to death, however great during his life, could not, it was thought, be the Messiah. His miraculous restoration to life proved so much the more strongly that he was the Messiah. Freed by his resurrection from the kingdom of shades, and at the same time elevated above the sphere of earthly humanity, he was now translated to the heavenly regions, and had taken his place at the right hand of God. Acts chapter 2, verse 32 and following, chapter 3, verse 15 and following, chapter 5, verse 30 and following, and elsewhere. Now, his death appeared to be the chief article in his messianic destination. According to Isaiah chapter 53, he had suffered for the sins of his people and of mankind. Acts chapter 8, verse 32 and following, compare Matthew chapter 20, verse 28, John chapter 1, verses 29 and 36, 1 John chapter 2, verse 2. His blood poured out on the cross operated like that which, on the great day of atonement, the high priest sprinkled on the mercy seat. Romans chapter 3, verse 25. He was the pure lamb by whose blood the believing are redeemed. 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 18 and following. The eternal, sinless high priest, who, by the offering of his own body, at once effected that which the Jewish high priests were unable to effect, by their perpetually repeated sacrifices of animals. Hebrews chapter 10, verse 10 and following, etc. But thenceforth, the Messiah, who was exalted to the right hand of God, could not have been a common man. Not only was he anointed with the divine Spirit in a greater measure than any prophet, Acts chapter 4, verse 27, chapter 10, verse 38. Not only did he prove himself to be a divine messenger by miracles and signs, Acts chapter 2, verse 22, but also, according as the one idea or the other was most readily formed, either he was supernaturally engendered by the Holy Spirit, Matthew and Luke chapter 1, or he had descended as the Word and wisdom of God into an earthly body, John chapter 1. As, before his appearance on the earth, he was in the bosom of the Father in divine majesty, John chapter 17, verse 5, so his descent into the world of mortals, and still more his submission to an ignominious death, was a voluntary humiliation, to which he was moved by his love to mankind. Philippians chapter 2, verse 5 and following. The risen and ascended Jesus
will one day return to wake the dead and judge the world. Acts chapter 1, verse 11, chapter 17, verse 31. He even now takes charge of his church. Romans chapter 8, verse 34, 1 John chapter 2, verse 1. Participating in the government of the world, as he originally did in its creation. Matthew chapter 28, verse 18, John chapter 1, verses 3 and 10, Colossians chapter 1, verse 16 and following. In addition to all this, every trait in the image of the Messiah, as sketched by the popular expectation, was attributed with necessary or gratuitous modifications to Jesus. Nay, the imagination, once stimulated, invented new characteristics. How richly fraught with blessing and elevation, with encouragement and consolation, were the thoughts which the early church derived from this view of the Christ. By the mission of the Son of God into the world, by his delivery of himself to death for the sake of the world, heaven and earth are reconciled. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 18 and following, Ephesians chapter 1, verse 10, Colossians chapter 1, verse 20. By this most stupendous sacrifice, the love of God is securely guaranteed to man. Romans chapter 5, verse 8 and following, chapter 8, verse 31 and following, 1 John chapter 4, verse 9. And the brightest hopes are revealed to him. Did the Son of God become man? Then are men his brethren, and as such the children of God, and heirs with Christ to the treasure of divine bliss. Romans chapter 8, verse 16 and following, and verse 29. The servile relation of man to God, as it existed under the law, has ceased. Love has taken the place of the fear of the punishment threatened by the law. Romans chapter 8, verse 15, Galatians chapter 4, verse 1 and following. Believers are redeemed from the curse of the law by Christ's sacrifice of himself, inasmuch as he suffered a death on which the law had laid a curse.
Galatians chapter 3, verse 13. Now there is no longer imposed on us the impossible task of satisfying all the demands of the law. Galatians chapter 3, verse 10 and following. A task which, as experience shows, no man fulfills. Romans chapter 1, verse 18 through chapter 3, verse 20. Which, by reason of his sinful nature, no man can fulfill. Romans chapter 5, verse 12 and following. And which only involves him who strives to fulfill it, more and more deeply in the most miserable conflict with himself. Romans chapter 7, verse 7 and following. Whereas he who believes in Christ and confides in the atoning efficacy of his death possesses the favor of God, not by works and qualifications of his own, but by the free mercy of God, is the man who throws himself on that mercy just before God, by which all self-exaltation is excluded. Romans chapter 3, verse 31 and following. As the Mosaic law is no longer binding on the believer, he being dead to it with Christ, Romans chapter 7, verse 1 and following. As, moreover, by the eternal and all-sufficient sacrifice of Christ, the Jewish sacrificial and priestly service is abolished. Epistle to the Hebrews. Therefore, the partition wall which separated the Jews and Gentiles is broken down. The latter, who before were aliens and strangers to the theocracy, without God and without hope in the world, are now invited to participate in the new covenant, and free access is opened to them to the paternal God, so that the two portions of mankind, formerly separated by hostile opinions, are now at peace with each other,
members in common of the body of Christ, stones in the spiritual building of his church. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 11 and following. But to have justifying faith in the death of Christ is, virtually, to die with him spiritually, that is, to die to sin. And as Christ arose from the dead to a new and immortal life, so must the believer in him arise from the death of sin to a new life of righteousness and holiness. Put off the old man and put on the new. Romans chapter 6, verse 1 and following. In this, Christ himself aids him by his Spirit, who fills those whom he inspires with spiritual strivings, and makes them ever more and more free from the slavery of sin. Romans chapter 8, verse 1 and following. Nor alone spiritually will the Spirit of Christ animate those in whom he dwells, but corporeally also, for at the end of their earthly course, God, through Christ, will resuscitate their bodies, as he did the body of Christ. Romans chapter 8, verse 11. Christ, whom the bonds of death and the netherworld could not hold, has vanquished both for us, and has delivered the believer from the fear of those dread powers which rule over mortality. Romans chapter 8, verse 38 and following, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 55 and following, Hebrews chapter 2, verse 14 and following. His resurrection not only confers atoning efficacy on his death, Romans chapter 4, verse 25, but at the same time is the pledge of our own future resurrection, of our share in Christ in a future life, in his messianic kingdom, to the blessedness of which he will, at his second advent, lead all his people. Meanwhile, we may console ourselves that we have in him an intercessor, who from his own experience of the weakness and frailty of our nature, which he himself assumed, and in which he was in all points tempted as we are, but without sin, knows how much indulgence and aid we need. Hebrews chapter 2, verse 17 and following, chapter 4, verse 15 and following. The expediency of describing in compendious forms the riches of their faith in Christ was early felt by his followers. They celebrated him as Christ that died, yea rather that is risen again, who is even at the right hand of God, who also maketh intercession for us. Romans chapter 8, verse 34. Or, with more particularity, as Jesus Christ our Lord, who was made of the seed of David according to the flesh, and declared to be the Son of God with power, according to the Spirit of holiness, by the resurrection from the dead. Romans chapter 1, verse 3 and following. And, as confessedly the great mystery of godliness, the following propositions were presented. God was manifest in the flesh, justified in the Spirit, seen of angels, preached unto Gentiles, believed on in the world, received up into glory. 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16. The baptismal formula, Matthew chapter 28, verse 19, by its allocation of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, presented a sort of framework in which to arrange the materials of the new faith. On this basis was constructed in the first centuries what was called the rule of faith, regula fidei, which in diverse forms, some more concise, others more diffuse, some more popular, others more subtle, is found in the different fathers. The more popular form at length settled into what is called the Creed of the Apostles. This symbol, in that edition of it which is received in the evangelical church, has in its second and most elaborate article on the Son the following points of belief: Et credo in Jesum Christum, filium ejus de Patris unicum, Dominum nostrum, qui conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus sub Pontio Pilato, crucifixus, mortuus et sepultus, descendit ad inferna, tertia de resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad coelos, sedet ad dextram de Patris omnipotentis, inde venturus est, judicare vivos et mortuos. Together with this popular form of the confession of faith in relation to Christ, there was also framed a more rigorous and minute theological digest, occasioned by the differences and controversies which early arose on certain points. The fundamental thesis of the Christian faith, that the Word was made flesh, or God was manifested in the flesh, was endangered on all sides, one questioning the Godhead, another the manhood, and a third the veritable union of the two natures. It is true that those who, like the Ebionites, denied the Godhead, or like that sect of the Gnostics called Doketai, the manhood of Christ, separated themselves too decidedly from the Christian community, which on her part maintained that it was necessary that the mediator of God and man should unite both in friendship and harmony by means of a proper relationship to each, and that while he represented man to God, he should reveal God to man. But when it was merely the plenitude of the one nature or the other which was contested, as when Arius maintained that the being who became man in Christ was indeed divine, but created and subordinate to the supreme God, when, while ascribing to Christ a human body, he held that the place of the soul was occupied by that superior being, when Apollinaris maintained that not only the body of Jesus was truly human, but his soul also, and that the divine being only served in the stead of the third principle in man, the nous, or understanding. These were opinions to which it was easier to give a Christian guise. Nevertheless, the Church rejected the Arian idea of a subordinate God become man in Jesus, for this reason among others less essential, that on this theory the image of the Godhead would not have been manifested in Christ, and she condemned the idea of Arius and Apollinaris, that the human nature of Christ had not the human psyche, or soul, or the human nous, or understanding, for this reason chiefly, that only by the union of the divine with an entire human nature could the human race be redeemed. Not only might the one or the other aspect of the nature of Christ be defaced or put out of sight, but in relation also to the union of the two, there might be error, and again in two opposite directions. The devout enthusiasm of many led them to believe that they could not draw too closely to the newly entwined bond between heaven and earth. Hence they no longer wished to distinguish between the Godhead and manhood in Christ. And since he had appeared in one person, they acknowledged in him only one nature, that of the Son of God made flesh. Others, more scrupulous, could not reconcile themselves to such a confusion of the divine and the human. It seemed to them blasphemous to say that a human mother had given birth to God. Hence they maintained that she had only borne the man whom the Son of God selected as his temple, and that in Christ there were two natures, united so far as the adoration of his followers was concerned, but distinct as regarded their essence. To the Church, both these views appeared to encroach on the mystery of the Incarnation. If the two natures were held to be permanently distinct, then was the union of the divine and human, the vital point of Christianity, destroyed. If a mixture of the two were admitted, then neither nature in its individual quality was capable of a union with the other, and thus again no true unity would be attained. Hence both these opinions were condemned, the latter in the person of Eutyches, the former, not with equal justice, in that of Nestorius. And as the Nicene Creed established the true Godhead of Christ, so that of Chalcedon established his true and perfect manhood, and the union of the two natures in one undivided person. When subsequently there arose a controversy concerning the will of Christ, analogous to that concerning his nature, the Church, in accordance with its previous decisions, pronounced that in Christ, as the God-man, there were two wills, distinct but not discordant, the human will being subordinate to the divine. In comparison with the controversies on the being and essence of Christ, the other branch of the faith, the doctrine of his work, was developed in tranquillity. The most comprehensive view of it was this: the Son of God, by assuming the human nature, gave it a holy and divine character. Above all, he endowed it with immortality. While in a moral view, the mission of the Son of God into the world, being the highest proof of the love of God, was the most efficacious means of awakening a return of love in the human breast. To this one great effect of the appearance of Christ were annexed collateral benefits. His salutary teaching, his sublime example were held up to view, but especial importance was attached to the violent death which he suffered. The idea of substitution, already given in the New Testament, was more fully developed. The death of Jesus was regarded now as a ransom paid by him to the devil for the liberation of mankind, who had fallen into the power of the evil one through sin, now as a means devised by God for removing guilt, and enabling him to remit the punishment threatened to the sins of man, without detriment to his truthfulness, Christ having taken that punishment on himself. The latter idea was worked up by Anselm, in his book entitled Cur Deus Homo, into the well-known theory of satisfaction, by which the doctrine of Christ's work of redemption is placed in the closest connection with that of his person. Man owes to God perfect obedience, but the sinner, and such are all men, withholds from God the service and honor which are his due. Now God, by reason of his justice, cannot suffer an offense against his honor. Therefore, either man must voluntarily restore to God that which is God's, nay, must, for complete satisfaction, render to him more than he has hitherto withheld, or God must, as a punishment, take from man that which is man's, namely, the happiness for which he was originally created. Man is not able to do the former, for as he owes to God all the duties that he can perform in order not to fall into sin, he can have no overplus of merit, wherewith to cover past sins. On the other hand, that God should obtain satisfaction by the infliction of eternal punishment is opposed to his unchangeable goodness, which moves him actually to lead man to that bliss for which he was originally destined. This, however, cannot happen consistently with divine justice, unless satisfaction be made for man, and according to the measure of that which has been taken from God, something be rendered to him greater than all else except God. But this can be none other than God himself, and as, on the other hand, man alone can satisfy for man, it must therefore be a God-man who gives satisfaction. Moreover, this cannot consist in active obedience, in a sinless life, because every reasonable being owes this to God on his own behalf. But to suffer death, the wages of sin, a sinless being is not bound, and thus the satisfaction for the sins of man consists in the death of the God-man, whose reward, since he himself, as one with God, cannot be rewarded, is put to the account of man. This doctrinal system of the ancient Church concerning the person and work of Christ passed also into the confessions of the Lutheran churches, and was still more elaborately developed by their theologians. With regard to the person of Christ, they adhered to the union of the divine and human natures in one person. According to them, in the act of this union, unitio personalis, which was simultaneous with the conception, it was the divine nature of the Son of God which adopted the human into the unity of its personality. The state of union, the unio personalis, was neither essential, nor yet merely accidental, neither mystical nor moral, still less merely verbal, but a real and supernatural union, and eternal in its duration. From this union with the divine nature, there result to the human nature in Christ certain preeminent advantages, namely, what at first appears a deficiency, that of being in itself impersonal, and of having personality only by its union with the divine nature. Further, impeccability, and the possibility of not dying. Besides these special advantages, the human nature of Christ obtains others also from its union with the divine. The relation of the two natures is not a dead external one, but a reciprocal penetration, a perichoresis, a union not like that of two boards glued together, but like that of fire and metal in glowing iron, or of the body and soul in man. This communion of natures is manifested by a communication of properties, in virtue of which the human nature participates in the advantages of the divine, and the divine in the redeeming work of the human. This relation is expressed in the propositions concerning the person, and those concerning the properties. The former are propositions in which the concrete of the one nature, that is, the one nature as conceived in the person of Christ, is predicated of the other, as in 1 Corinthians 15:47, the second man is the Lord from heaven. The latter are propositions in which determinations of one or the other nature are referred to the entire person, or in which acts of the entire person are referred to one or the other nature, or lastly, in which attributes of the one nature are transferred to the other, which however is only possible from the divine to the human, not from the human to the divine. In passing through the successive stages of the work of redemption, Christ, with his person endowed with two natures, experienced, according to the expression of the dogmatical theologians, founded on Philippians 2:6 and following, two states, statum exinantionis and statum exaltationis. His human nature, in its union with the divine, participated from the moment of conception in divine properties. But as during his earthly life Jesus made no continuous use of them, that life, to the time of his death and burial, is regarded as a state of humiliation, whereas with the resurrection, or even with the descent into hell, commenced the state of exaltation, which was consummated by the sessio ad dexteram Patris. As to the work of Christ, the doctrine of our Church attributes to him a triple office. As prophet, he has revealed to man the highest truth, the divine decree of redemption, confirming his testimony by miracles, and he still unceasingly controls the announcement of this truth. As high priest, he has, on the one hand, by his irreproachable life, fulfilled the law in our stead. On the other, he has borne, in his sufferings and death, the punishment which impended over us, and now perpetually intercedes for us with the Father. Lastly, as king, he governs the world, and more particularly the Church, which he will lead from the conflicts of earth to the glory of heaven, completing its destiny by the general resurrection and the last judgment. End of section 145.
Concluding dissertation, section 146 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Section 146, objections to the Christology of the Church.
The Reformed Church did not go thus far with the Lutherans in their doctrine of the person of Christ, for they did not admit the last and boldest consequence drawn by the latter from the union of the manhood and Godhead, the communicatio idiomatum, or communication of properties. The Lutherans themselves did not hold that the properties of the human nature were communicated to the divine, nor that all the properties of the divine nature, eternity for example, could be communicated to the human, and this gave occasion on the part of the Reformed Church to the following objection. The communication of properties must be reciprocal and complete, or it is none at all. Moreover, by the communication of the properties of an infinite nature to a finite one, the latter is not less annihilated as to its essence than an infinite nature would be were it to receive the properties of a finite one. When the Lutherans sought shelter in the position that the properties of the one nature were only so far shared by the other, as according to its character is possible, uti per suam indolem potest, they in fact did away altogether with the communicatio idiomatum, and indeed this doctrine has been explicitly given up even by orthodox theologians since Reinhard. But the simple root of this complicated exchange of properties, the union of the divine and human natures in one person, has also met with contradiction. The Socinians denied it on the ground that two natures,
each of which alone constitutes a person, cannot be united to form a single person, especially when they possess properties so opposite as where the one is immortal, the other mortal, the one uncreated, the other created. And the rationalists agree with them, insisting more particularly that the formulae of the Church, in which the above union is defined, are almost entirely negative, thus presenting no conception to the mind that in a Christ, who by the aid of a divine nature dwelling within him, withstood evil and kept himself from sin, the man who is destitute of such aid can have no true example. The essential and tenable points of the rationalistic objections to this doctrine have been the most acutely perceived and arranged by Schleiermacher, who, on this subject as on many others, has brought the negative criticism of the dogmas of the Church to completeness. Before all else, he finds it a difficulty that by the expression divine nature and human nature, divinity and humanity are placed under one category, and what is more, under the category of nature, which essentially denotes only a limited being, conceived by means of its opposite. Further, while ordinarily one nature is common to many individuals or persons, here one person is supposed to partake of two different natures. Now, if by person be meant the permanent conscious unity of a living being, and by nature the sum of the laws which govern the conditions of life in that being, it is not to be conceived how two opposite systems of conditions can have but one center. The absurdity of this doctrine becomes, according to Schleiermacher, especially evident in the supposition of two wills in Christ, since, for consistency, two wills must be associated with two understandings, and as the understanding and will constitutes the personality, Christ would, on this supposition, be inevitably divided into two persons. It is true that the two wills are supposed always to will in unison, but on the one hand there results from this only a moral, not a personal unity. On the other hand, this unison of wills is not possible in relation to the divine and the human will, since the latter, which from its very essence can only exercise itself on particulars as they present themselves in succession, can as little will the same with the former, whose object is the whole in its development, as the human understanding, which acts by reasoning, can think the same with the divine understanding, which acts intuitively. Hence it evidently follows also that a communication of properties between the two natures is not to be admitted. The doctrine of the work of Christ did not escape a similar criticism. Passing over what has been objected in point of form to the division of this work into three offices, the ideas of revelation and miracles, under the head of the prophetic office, were chiefly called in question. It was argued that these ideas agreed neither objectively with just conceptions of God and the world in their reciprocal relation, nor subjectively with the laws of the human intellect; that the perfect God could not have created a world which from time to time needed the extraordinary interposition of the Creator, nor more particularly a human nature which was incapable of attaining its destination by the development of its innate faculties; that the immutable being could not operate on the world first in this manner then in that, at one time mediately, at another immediately, but that he must always have operated on it in the same manner, namely, in himself and on the whole immediately, but for us and on individuals mediately; that to admit an interruption of the order of nature,
and of the development of humanity, would be to renounce all rational thought, while, in the particular case in question, a revelation or miracle is not confidently to be recognized as such, since, in order to be sure that certain results have not proceeded from the powers of nature and the faculties of the human mind, a perfect knowledge of the resources of both would be requisite, and of such a knowledge man is not possessed. But the main difficulty lay in the office of high priest attributed to Jesus, in the doctrine of the atonement. That which especially drew forth objections was the human aspect, which in Anselm's system was given to the relation of God to the Son of Man. As it well becomes man to forgive offences without exacting vengeance, so, thought Socinus, might God forgive the offences committed against him by men, without satisfaction. To meet this objection, Hugo Grotius argued, that not as in consequence of personal injuries, but to maintain the order of the moral world inviolable, or in virtue of his justitia rectoria, God cannot forgive sins without satisfaction. Nevertheless, granting the necessity for satisfaction, it did not appear to be met by the death of Jesus. While Anselm, and still more decidedly Thomas Aquinas, spoke of a satisfactio superabundans, Socinus denied that Christ had ever borne as much punishment as men have deserved, for every individual man having deserved eternal death, consequently, as many substitutes as sinners ought to have suffered eternal death, whereas in this case the single Christ has suffered merely temporal death, and that as an introduction to the highest glory. Nor did this death attach to his divine nature, so that it might be said to have infinite value, but only to his human nature. On the other hand, Duns Scotus, in opposition to Thomas, and subsequently Grotius and the Arminians, equidistant from orthodoxy as Socianism, adopted the expedient of maintaining that the merit of Christ was indeed in itself finite like its subject, his human nature, and hence was inadequate as a satisfaction for the sins of the world, but that God accepted it as adequate out of his free grace. But from the admission that God can content himself with an inadequate satisfaction, and thus can forgive a part of the guilt without satisfaction, it follows necessarily that he must also be able thus to forgive the whole. Besides these more precise definitions, however, the fundamental idea of the whole fabric, namely, that one individual can take upon himself the punishment due to the sins of another, has been attacked as an ignorant transference of the conditions of a lower order of relation to a higher. Moral transgressions, it has been said, are not transmissible obligations. It is not with them as with debts of money, which it is immaterial to the creditor who pays, provided they are paid. Rather, it is essential to the punishment of sin that it should fall on the guilty only. If, according to this, the so-called passive obedience of Christ cannot have been vicarious, still less can his active obedience have been so, since as man he was bound to render this on his own behalf. In relation to the kingly office of Christ, the hope of his second advent to judge the world lost ground in the sentiment of the Church, in proportion as the opinion obtained that every individual enters on a state of complete retribution immediately after death, for this opinion made the general judgment appear superfluous. End of section 146.
Concluding dissertation, section 147 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Section 147, the Christology of Rationalism. The rationalists, rejecting the doctrine of the Church concerning Christ, his person, and his work, as self-contradictory, useless, nay, even hurtful to the true morality of the religious sentiment, propounded in its stead a system which, while it avoided all contradictions, yet in a certain sense retained for Jesus the character of a divine manifestation, which even rightly considered, placed him far higher, and moreover embodied the strongest motives to practical piety. According to them, Jesus was still a divine messenger, a special favorite and charge of the deity, inasmuch as, furnished by the disposition of Providence with an extraordinary measure of spiritual endowment, he was born in an age and nation, and guided in a career, the most favorable to his development, into that for which he was destined, and especially inasmuch as he was subjected to a species of death that rendered possible his apparent resurrection, on which depended the success of his entire work, and was encompassed by a series of circumstances which actually brought that resurrection to pass. The rationalists hold that their idea of the Christ is not essentially below the orthodox one, as regards his natural endowments and his external destiny. For in their view also, he is the greatest man that ever trod the earth, a hero in whose fate Providence is in the highest degree glorified, while as regards the internal development and free agency of Jesus, they believe their doctrine essentially to surpass that of the Church. The Christ of the Church, they contend, is a mere automation, whose manhood lies under the control of his Godhead like a lifeless instrument, which acts with moral perfection because it has no power to sin, and for this reason can neither have moral merit, nor be the object of affection and reverence. According to the rationalist view, on the contrary, Jesus had implanted in him by God the natural conditions only of that which he was ultimately to become, and his realization of his destiny was the result of his own spontaneity. His admirable wisdom he acquired by the judicious application of his intellectual powers, and the conscientious use of all the aids within his reach. His moral greatness by the zealous culture of his moral dispositions, the restraint of his sensual inclinations and passions, and a scrupulous obedience to the voice of his conscience. And on these alone rested all that was exalted in his personality, all that was encouraging in his example. As regards the work of Jesus, the rationalist view is that he has endeared himself to mankind by this above all else, that he has taught them a religion to which, for its purity and excellence, is justly ascribed a certain divine power and dignity, and that he has illustrated and enforced this religion by the brilliant example of his own life. This prophetic office of Christ is with Socinians and rationalists the essence of his work, and to this they refer all the rest, especially what the doctrine of the Church comprehends under the office of high priest. With them, the so-called active obedience has value solely as an example, and the death of Jesus conduces to the forgiveness of sins solely by furthering the reformation of the sinner in one of these two ways: either as a confirmation of his doctrine and a type of the devoted fulfillment of duty it serves to kindle a zeal for virtue, or as a proof of the love of God to man,
of his inclination to pardon the converted sinner, it invigorates moral courage. If Christ was no more, and did no more, than this rationalistic doctrine supposes, it is not easy to see how piety has come to make him her special object, or dogmatism to lay down special propositions concerning him. Consistent rationalists have in fact admitted that what the orthodox dogma calls Christology forms no integral part of the rationalistic system, since this system consists indeed of a religion which Christ taught, but not of a religion of which he is the object. That, viewing Christology as the doctrine of the Messiah, it is merely an accommodation to the Jewish mind, that even taken in a more noble sense, as the doctrine of the life, the actions, and the fate of Jesus as a divine messenger, it does not belong to a system of faith, for the universal truths of religion are as little connected with our ideas concerning the person of him who first enunciated them, as are the philosophical propositions in the systems of Leibniz and Wolff, of Kant, Fichte, and Schelling, with the opinions we may happen to form of the persons of their authors, that what relates to the person and work of Jesus belongs, not to religion itself, but to the history of religion, and must either be prefixed to a system of religious doctrine as an historical introduction, or appended to it as an elucidatory sequel. Accordingly, Henke, in his Lineaments, has removed Christology from its wonted position as an integral part of systematic theology, and has placed it as a subdivision under the head of anthropology. Thus, however, rationalism enters into open war with the Christian faith, for it seeks to thrust into the background, nay, to banish from the province of theology, that which is its essential point and cornerstone. But this very opposition is decisive of the insufficiency of the rationalistic system, proving that it does not perform what is demanded from every system of religious doctrine, namely, first, to give adequate expression to the faith which is the object of the doctrine, and secondly, to place this expression in a relation, whether positive or negative, to science. Now the rationalists, in the effort to bring the faith into harmony with science, restrict its expression. For a Christ who is only a distinguished man creates indeed no difficulty to the understanding, but is not the Christ in whom the Church believes. End of section 147. Concluding dissertation, section 148 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Section 148, the eclectic Christology of Schleiermacher. It is the effort of this theologian to avoid both these ungrateful results, and without prejudice to the faith, to form such a conception of the doctrine of the Christ as may be proof against the attacks of science. On the one hand, he has adopted in its fullest extent the negative criticism directed by rationalism against the doctrine of the Church. Nay, he has rendered it even more searching. On the other hand, he has sought to retain what rationalism had lost, the essential part of positive Christianity, and thus he has saved many in these days from the narrowness of supranaturalism and the emptiness of rationalism. This simplification of the faith Schleiermacher effects in the following manner. He does not set out, with the Protestant, from the doctrine of Scripture, nor with the Catholic from the decision of the Church. For in both these ways he would have to deal with a precise, developed system, which, having originated in remote centuries, must come into collision with the science of the present day. But he sets out from the consciousness of the Christian, from that internal experience resulting to the individual from his connection with the Christian community, and he thus obtains a material which, as its basis is feeling, is more flexible, and to which it is easier to give dialectically a form that satisfies science. As a member of the Christian Church, this is a point of departure in the Christology of Schleiermacher, I am conscious of the removal of my sinfulness, and the impartation of absolute perfection. In other words, in communion with the Church, I feel operating upon me the influence of a sinless and perfect principle. This influence cannot proceed from the Christian community as an effect of the reciprocal action of its members on each other. For to every one of these, sin and imperfection are inherent, and the cooperation of impure beings can never produce anything pure as its result. It must be the influence of one who possessed that sinlessness and perfection as personal qualities, and who, moreover, stands in such a relation to the Christian community, that he can impart these qualities to its members, that is, since the Christian Church could not exist prior to this impartation, it must be the influence of its founder. As Christians, we find something operated within us. Hence, as from every effect we argue to its cause, we infer the influence of Christ, and from this again the nature of his person, which must have had the powers necessary to the exertion of this influence. To speak more closely, that which we experience as members of the Christian Church is a strengthening of our consciousness of God, in its relation to our sensuous existence. That is, it is rendered easier to us to deprive the senses of their ascendancy within us, to make all our impressions the servants of the religious sentiment, and all our actions its offspring. According to what has been stated above, this is the effect wrought in us by Christ, who imparts to us the strength of his consciousness of God, frees us from the bondage of sensuality and sin, and is thus the Redeemer. In the feeling of the strengthened consciousness of God which the Christian possesses by his communion with the Redeemer, the obstructions of his natural and social life are not felt as obstructions by his consciousness of God. They do not interrupt the blessedness which he enjoys in his inmost religious life. What has been called evil, the divine chastisement, is not such for him, and as it is Christ who, by receiving him into the communion of his blessedness, frees him therefrom, the office of expiation is united to that of redemption. In this sense alone is the doctrine of the Church concerning the threefold office of Christ to be interpreted. He is a prophet, in that by the word, by the setting forth of himself, and not otherwise, he could draw mankind towards himself, and therefore the chief object of his doctrine was his own person. He is at once a high priest and a sacrifice, in that he, the sinless one, from whose existence therefore no evil could be evolved, entered into communion with the life of sinful humanity, and endured the evils which adhere to it, that he might take us into communion with his sinless and blessed life, in other words, deliver us from the power and consequences of sin and evil, and present us pure before God. Lastly, he is a king, in that he brings these blessings to mankind in the form of an organized society, of which he is the head. From this which Christ effects, we gather what he is. If we owe to him the continual strengthening of the consciousness of God within us, this consciousness must have existed in him in absolute strength, so that it, or God in the form of the consciousness, was the only operative force within him, and this is the sense of the expression of the Church, God became man in Christ. If, further, Christ works in us a more and more complete conquest over sensuality, in himself there must have been an absolute conquest over it.
In no moment of his life can the sensual consciousness have disputed the victory with his consciousness of God.
Never can a vacillation or struggle have had place within him. In other words, the human nature in him was sinless, and in the stricter sense, that, in virtue of the essential predominance within him of the higher powers over the lower, it was impossible for him to sin. By this peculiarity of his nature, he is the archetype, the actualization of the ideal of humanity, which his Church can only approach, never surpass. Yet must he, for otherwise there could be no true fellowship between him and us, have been developed under the ordinary conditions of human life. The ideal must in him have been perfectly historical. Each phasis of his actual life must have borne the impress of the ideal. And this is the proper sense of the Church formula, that the divine and human nature were in him united into one person. Only thus far can the doctrine of the Christ be deduced from the experience of the Christian, and thus far, according to Schleiermacher, it is not opposed to science. Whatever in the dogma of the Church goes beyond this, as, for example, the supernatural conception of Jesus and his miracles, also the facts of the resurrection and ascension, and the prophecies of his second coming to judge the world, ought not to be brought forward as integral parts of the doctrine of the Christ. For he, from whose influence upon us comes all the strengthening of our consciousness of God, may have been the Christ, though he should not have risen bodily from the dead and ascended into heaven, etc. So that we believe these facts not because they are involved in our internal experience, but only because they are stated in Scripture, not so much, therefore, in a religious and dogmatical, as in an historical manner. This Christology is undeniably a beautiful effort of thought, and, as we shall presently see, does the utmost towards the rendering the union of the divine and the human in Christ conceivable. But if its author supposed that he kept the faith unmutilated and science unoffended, we are compelled to pronounce that he was in both points deceived. Science opens its attack on the proposition that the ideal man was historically manifested in the person of Christ. It did not escape Schleiermacher himself that this was a dangerous point. No sooner has he put forth the above proposition than he reflects on the difficulty of supposing that the ideal should be realized in one historical individual, since in other cases we never find the ideal realized in a single appearance, but only in an entire cycle of appearances, which reciprocally complete each other. It is true that this theologian does not hold the character of Christ as the ideal man to extend to the manifold relations of human life, so as to be the archetype for all the science, art, and policy that are developed in human society. He confines it to the domain of the consciousness of God. But, as Schmid has justly observed, this does not alter the case, for the consciousness of God also, being, in its development and manifestation, subject to the conditions of finiteness and imperfection, the supposition that even in this department exclusively the ideal was manifested in a single historical individual, involves a violation of the laws of nature by a miracle. This, however, is far from alarming Schleiermacher. On the contrary, he maintains that this is the place and the only place in which the Christian doctrine must necessarily admit a miracle, since the originating of the person of Christ can only be conceived as the result of a special divine act of creation. It is true, he limits the miraculous to the first introduction of Christ into the series of existences, and allows the whole of his further development to have been subject to all the conditions of finite existence. But this concession cannot repair the breach, which the supposition only of one miracle makes in the scientific theory of the world. Still less can any help be derived from vague analogies like the following. As it is still possible that matter should begin to agglomerate, and thence to revolve in infinite space, so science must admit that there may be in the domain of spiritual life an appearance, which in like manner we can only explain as the commencement, the first point, in a higher process of development. This comparison suggests the observation made by Brannus, namely, that it would be contrary to the laws of all development to regard the initial member of a series as the greatest. To suppose that in Christ, the founder of that community, the object of which is the strengthening of the consciousness of God, the strength of this consciousness was absolute, a perfection which is rather the infinitely distant goal of the progressive development of the community founded by him.
Schleiermacher does indeed attribute to Christianity perfectibility in a certain sense, not as a capability of surpassing Christ in his nature, but solely in the conditions of its manifestation. His view is this: the limitation, the imperfection of the relations of Christ, the language in which he expressed himself, the nationality within which he was placed, modified his thoughts and actions, but in their form alone. Their essence remained, nevertheless, the perfect ideal. Now, if Christianity, in its progressive advancement in doctrine and practice, rejects more and more of these temporal and national limitations by which the actions and teaching of Jesus were circumscribed, this is not to surpass Christ. It is rather to give a more perfect expression of his inner life. But, as Schmid has satisfactorily shown, an historical individual is that which appears of him, and no more. His internal nature is known by his words and actions. The condition of his age and nation are a part of his individuality, and what lies beneath this phenomenal existence as the essence, is not the nature of this individual, but the human nature in general, which in particular beings operates only under the limitations of their individuality, of time, and of circumstances. Thus, to surpass the historical appearance of Christ is to rise nearer, not to his nature, but to the idea of humanity in general. And if we are to suppose that it is still Christ whose nature is more truly expressed, when, with the rejection of the temporal and national, the essential elements of his doctrine and life are further developed, it would not be difficult, by a similar abstraction, to represent Socrates as the one who in this manner cannot be surpassed. As neither an individual in general, nor in particular, the commencing point in an historical series, can present the perfect ideal, so if Christ be regarded decidedly as man, the archetypal nature and development which Schleiermacher ascribes to him cannot be brought to accord with the laws of human existence. Impeccability, in the sense of the impossibility of sinning, as it is supposed to exist in Christ,
is a quality totally incompatible with the human nature. For to man, in consequence of his agency being liable to guidance by the motives of the senses as well as of the reason, the possibility of sinning is essential. And if Christ was entirely free from inward conflict, from all vacillation of the spiritual life between good and evil, he could not be a man of like nature with us. For the action and reaction between the spiritual nature in general and the external world, and in particular between the superior religious and moral powers, and the operations of the mind in subordination to the senses, necessarily manifests itself as a conflict. If, on the one side, the Christology in question is far from satisfying science, it is equally far, on the other side, from satisfying the faith. We will not enter into those points in which, instead of the decisions of the Church, it at least offers acceptable substitutes, concerning which, however, it may be doubted whether they are a full compensation. Its disagreement with the faith is the most conspicuous in the position that the facts of the resurrection and ascension do not form essential parts of the Christian faith. For the belief in the resurrection of Christ is the foundation stone, without which the Christian church could not have been built. Nor could the cycle of Christian festivals, which are the external representation of the Christian faith, now suffer a more fatal mutilation than by the removal of the festival of Easter. The Christ who died could not be what he is in the belief of the church, if he were not also the Christ who rose again. Thus, the doctrine of Schleiermacher concerning the person and conditions of Christ betrays a twofold inadequacy, not meeting the requirements either of the faith of the Church or of science. It is clear, however, from his doctrine of the work of Christ, that in order to satisfy the former, so far as is here done, such a contradiction of the latter was quite unnecessary, and an easier course might have been pursued. For resting merely on a backward inference from the inward experience of the Christian as the effect, to the person of Christ as the cause, the Christology of Schleiermacher has but a frail support, since it cannot be proved that the inward experience is not to be explained without the actual existence of such a Christ. Schleiermacher himself did not overlook the probable objection that the Church, induced merely by the relative excellence of Jesus, conceived an ideal of absolute perfection, and transferred this to the historical Christ, from which combination she continually strengthens and vivifies her consciousness of God. But he held this objection to be precluded by the observation that sinful humanity, by reason of the mutual dependence of the will and the understanding, is incapable of conceiving an immaculate ideal. But, as it has been aptly remarked, if Schleiermacher claims a miracle for the origination of his real Christ, we have an equal right to claim one for the origination of the ideal of a Christ in the human soul. Meanwhile, it is not true that sinful human nature is incapable of conceiving a sinless ideal. If by this ideal be understood merely a general conception, then the conception of the perfect and the sinless is as necessarily coexistent with the consciousness of imperfection and sinfulness as the conception of infinity with that of finiteness, since the two ideas conditionate one another, and the one is not possible without the other. If, on the other hand, by this ideal be meant a concrete image, the conception of a character in which all the individual features are portrayed, it may be admitted that a sinful individual or age cannot depict such an image without blemish. But of this inability the age or individual itself is not conscious, not having any superior standard, and if the image be but slightly drawn, if it leave room for the modifications of increased enlightenment, it may continue to be regarded as immaculate even by a later and more clear-sighted age, so long as this age is inclined to view it under the most favorable light. We may now estimate the truth of the reproach which made Schleiermacher so indignant, namely, that his was not an historical, but an ideal Christ. It is unjust in relation to the opinion of Schleiermacher, for he firmly believed that the Christ, as construed by him, really lived. But it is just in relation to the historical state of the facts, because such a Christ never existed but in idea. And in this sense, indeed, the reproach has even a stronger bearing on the system of the Church, because the Christ therein presented can still less have existed. Lastly, it is just in relation to the consequence of Schleiermacher's system, since to effect what Schleiermacher makes him effect, no other Christ is necessary, and according to the principles of Schleiermacher respecting the relation of God to the world, of the supernatural to the natural, no other Christ is possible than an ideal one, and in this sense the reproach attaches specifically to Schleiermacher's doctrine, for according to the premises of the orthodox doctrine, an historical Christ is both possible and necessary. End of section 148. Concluding dissertation of the life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Section 149, Christology interpreted symbolically, Kant de Wette. The attempt to retain in combination the ideal in Christ with the historical having failed, these two elements separate themselves. The latter falls as a natural residuum to the ground, and the former rises as a pure sublimate into the ethereal world of ideas. Historically, Jesus can have been nothing more than a person, highly distinguished indeed, but subject to the limitations inevitable to all that is mortal. By means of his exalted character, however, he exerted so powerful an influence over the religious sentiment that it constituted him the ideal of piety, in accordance with the general rule that an historical fact or person cannot become the basis of a positive religion until it is elevated into the sphere of the ideal. Spinoza made this distinction when maintaining that to know the historical Christ is not necessary to felicity, but only to know the ideal Christ, namely, the eternal wisdom of God, which is manifested in all things, in the human mind particularly, and in a preeminent degree in Jesus Christ, that wisdom which alone teaches man what is true and false, good and bad. According to Kant also, it ought not to be made a condition of salvation to believe that there was once a man who by his holiness and merit gave satisfaction for himself and for all others. For of this the reason tells us nothing. But it is the duty of men universally to elevate themselves to the ideal of moral perfection deposited in the reason, and to obtain moral strength by the contemplation of this ideal. Such moral faith alone man is bound to exercise, and not historical faith. Taking his stand on this principle, Kant proceeds to interpret the doctrines of the Bible and the Church as symbols of the ideal. It is humanity, or the rational part of this system of things, in its entire moral perfection, that could alone make a world the object of divine providence, and the end of creation. This idea of a humanity well pleasing to God has existed in God from all eternity. It proceeds from his essence, and is therefore no created thing, but his eternal Son, the Word, through whom, that is, for whose sake, all things were created, and in whom God loved the world. As this idea of moral perfection has not man for its author, as it has been introduced into him even without his being able to conceive how his nature can have been susceptible to such an idea, it may be said to have come down to us from heaven, and to have assumed the human nature, and this union with us may be regarded as an abasement of the Son of God. This ideal of moral perfection, so far as it is compatible with the condition of a being dependent on necessities and inclinations, can only be conceived by us under the form of a man. Now, just as we can obtain no idea of the amount of a force, but by calculating the degree of resistance which it can overcome, so we can form no estimate of the strength of the moral disposition, but by imagining hard conflicts on which it can triumph. Hence, the man who embodies the perfect ideal must be one who would voluntarily undertake not only to perform every duty of man on his own behalf, and by precept and example to disseminate the good and the true around him as extensively as possible, but also, though tempted by the strongest allurements, to submit to all sufferings, even to the most ignominious death, for the welfare of mankind. In a practical relation, this idea has its reality completely within itself, and it needed no exemplification in experience in order to become a model binding on us, since it is enshrined as such in our reason. Nay, this ideal remains essentially confined to the reason, because it cannot be adequately represented by any example in outward experience, since such an example would not fully disclose the inward disposition, but would only admit of our forming dubious inferences thereon. Nevertheless, as all men ought to be conformed to this ideal, and consequently must be capable of such conformity, it is always possible in experience that a man may appear, who in his teaching, course of life, and sufferings, may present an example of a man well pleasing to God. But even in this manifestation of the God-man, it would not properly be that which is obvious to the senses, or can be known by experience, which would be the object of saving faith, but the ideal lying in the reason, which we should attribute to this manifestation of the God-man, because he appeared to us to be conformed to it, that is, indeed, so far only as this can be concluded from outward experience. Inasmuch as all of us, though naturally generated men, feel bound, and consequently able, ourselves to present such an example, we have no reason to regard that exemplification of the ideal man as supernaturally generated, nor does he need the attestation of miracles, for besides the moral faith in the idea, nothing further is requisite than the historical conviction that his life was conformed to that idea, in order to accredit him as its personification. He who is conscious of such a moral disposition as to have a well-founded confidence that under temptations and sufferings similar to those which are attributed to the ideal man, as a touchstone of his moral disposition, he would adhere unalterably to this exemplar and faithfully follow his steps. Such a man alone is entitled to consider himself an object of the divine complacency. To elevate himself to such a state of mind, man must depart from evil, cast off the old man, crucify the flesh, a change which is essentially connected with a series of sorrows and sufferings. These the former man has deserved as a punishment, but they fall on the new, for the regenerated man, who takes them on himself, though physically and in his empirical character, as a being determined by the senses, he remains the former man, is morally, as an intellectual being, with his changed disposition, become a new man.
Having by this change taken upon him the disposition of the Son of God, that which is strictly a substitution of the new man for the old may be represented, by a personification of the idea, as a substitution of the Son of God.
And it may be said that the latter himself, as a substitute, bears for man, for all who practically believe in him, the guilt of sin. As a Redeemer satisfies supreme justice by suffering and death, and as an intercessor imparts the hope of appearing justified before the judge, the suffering which the new man, in dying to the old, must perpetually incur through life, being conceived in the representative of mankind, as a death suffered once for all. Kant, like Schleiermacher, whose Christology in many respects recalls that of Kant, carries his appropriation of the Christology of the Church no further than the death of Christ. Of his resurrection and ascension, he says, that they cannot be available to religion within the limits of pure reason, because they would involve the materiality of all existences.
Still, in another light, he employs these facts as symbols of the ideas of the reason, as images of the entrance into the abode of blessedness, that is, into communion with all the good, while Tiefdrunk has yet more decidedly given it as his opinion that without the resurrection the history of Jesus would terminate in a revolting catastrophe, that the eye would turn away with melancholy and dissatisfaction from an event in which the pattern of humanity fell a victim to impious rage, and in which the scene closed with a death as unmerited as sorrowful, that the history requires to be crowned with the fulfilment of the expectation, towards which the moral contemplations of everyone are irresistibly drawn, with the passage into a compensating immortality. In the same manner De Wette ascribed to the evangelical history, as to every history, and particularly to the history of religion, a symbolical ideal character, in virtue of which it is the expression and image of the human mind and its various operations. The history of the miraculous conception of Jesus represents the divine origin of religion, the narratives of his miracles, the independent force of the human mind, and the sublime doctrine of spiritual self-reliance. His resurrection is the image of the victory of truth, a foreshadowing of the future triumph of good over evil. His ascension, the symbol of the eternal majesty of religion. The fundamental religious ideas which Jesus enunciated in his teaching are expressed with equal clearness in his history. This history is an expression of devoted enthusiasm in the courageous ministry of Jesus, and in the victorious power of his appearance, of resignation with his contest with the wickedness of men, in the melancholy of his premonitory discourses, and above all in his death. Christ on the cross is the image of humanity purified by self-sacrifice. We ought all to crucify ourselves with him, that we may rise with him to new life. Lastly, the idea of devotion was the keynote in the history of Jesus, every moment of his life being dedicated to the thought of his heavenly Father. In an earlier period, Horst presented this symbolical view of the history of Jesus with singular clearness. Whether, he says, all that is narrated of Christ happened precisely so, historically, is a question indifferent to us, nor can it now be settled. Nay, if we would be candid with ourselves, that which was once sacred history for the Christian believer is, for the enlightened portion of our contemporaries, only fable. The narratives of the supernatural birth of Christ, of his miracles, of his resurrection and ascension, must be rejected by us as at variance with the inductions of our intellect. Let them, however, only be no longer interpreted merely by the understanding as history, but by the feelings and imagination as poetry, and it will be found that in these narratives nothing is invented arbitrarily, but all springs from the depths and divine impulses of the human mind. Considered from this point of view, we may annex to the history of Christ all that is important to religious trust, animating to the pure dispositions, attractive to the tender feelings. That history is a beautiful, sacred poem of the human race, a poem in which are embodied all the wants of our religious instincts. And this is the highest honor of Christianity, and the strongest proof of its universal applicability. The history of the gospel is in fact the history of human nature conceived ideally, and exhibits to us in the life of an individual what man ought to be, and united with him by following his doctrine and example, can actually become. It is not denied that what to us can appear only sacred poetry was to Paul, John, Matthew, and Luke fact and certain history. But it was the very same internal cause which made the narratives of the gospel sacred fact and history to them, which makes those narratives to us a sacred mythos and poetry. The points of view only are different. Human nature, and in it the religious impulse, remains ever the same. Those first Christians needed in their world, for the animating of the religious and moral dispositions in the men of their time, history and fact, of which, however, the inmost kernel consisted of ideas. To us, the facts are become superannuated and doubtful, and only for the sake of the fundamental ideas are the narratives of those facts an object of reverence. This view was met immediately on the part of the Church by the reproach that instead of the riches of divine reality which faith discovers in the history of Christ, it palmed upon us a collection of empty ideas and ideals. Instead of a consolatory work effected, an overwhelming obligation. For the certainty that God once actually united himself with human nature, the admonition that man ought to obtain divine dispositions, offers a poor compensation. For the peace which the redemption completed by Christ brings to the believer, it is no equivalent to put before him the duty of freeing himself from sin. By this system, man is thrust out of the reconciled world in which Christianity places him, into an unreconciled world, out of a world of happiness into a world of misery. For where reconciliation has yet to be effected, where happiness has yet to be attained, there is at present enmity and unhappiness. And in truth, the hope of entire deliverance from these conditions is, according to the principles of this system, which only admits an infinite approximation towards the idea, a deceptive one. For that which is only to be reached in an endless progression is in fact unattainable. But not the faith alone. Science also, in its newest development, has found this system unsatisfactory. Science has perceived
that to convert ideas simply into an obligatory possibility, to which no reality corresponds, is in fact to annihilate them, just as it would be to render the infinite finite, to represent it as that which lies beyond the finite. Science has conceived that the infinite has its existence in the alternate production and extinction of the finite, that the idea is realized only in the entire series of its manifestations, that nothing can come into existence which does not already essentially exist, and therefore that it is not to be required of man that he should reconcile himself with God, and assimilate his sentiments to the divine, unless this reconciliation and this assimilation are already virtually effected. End of section 149. Concluding dissertation, section 150 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Section 150, the speculative Christology. Kant had already said that the good principle did not descend from heaven merely at a particular time, but had descended on mankind invisibly from the commencement of the human race. And Schelling laid down the proposition, "The incarnation of God is an incarnation from eternity." But while the former understood under that expression only the moral instinct, which, with its ideal of good and its sense of duty, has been from the beginning implanted in man, the latter understood under the incarnate Son of God the finite itself, in the form of the human consciousness, which in its contradistinction to the infinite, herewith it is nevertheless one, appears as a suffering God, subjected to the conditions of time. In the most recent philosophy, this idea has been further developed in the following manner. When it is said of God that he is a spirit, and of man that he also is a spirit, it follows that the two are not essentially distinct. To speak more particularly, it is the essential property of a spirit, in the distribution of itself into distinct personalities, to remain identical with itself, to possess itself in another than itself. Hence, the recognition of God as a spirit implies that God does not remain as a fixed and immutable infinite encompassing the finite, but enters into it, produces the finite, nature, and the human mind, merely as a limited manifestation of himself, from which he eternally returns into unity. As man, considered as a finite spirit, limited to his finite nature, has not truth, so God, considered exclusively as an infinite spirit, shut up in his infinitude, has not reality. The infinite spirit is real only when it discloses itself in finite spirits, as the finite spirit is true only when it merges itself with the infinite. The true and real existence of spirit, therefore, is neither in God by himself, nor in man by himself, but in the God-man, neither in the infinite alone, nor in the finite alone, but in the interchange of impartation and withdrawal between the two, which on the part of God is revelation, on the part of man, religion. If God and man are in themselves one, and if religion is the human side of this unity, then must this unity be made evident to man in religion, and become in him consciousness and reality. Certainly, so long as man knows not that he is a spirit, he cannot know that God is man. While he is under the guidance of nature only, he will deify nature. When he has learned to submit himself to law, and thus to regulate his natural tendencies by external means, he will set God before him as a lawgiver. But when, in the vicissitudes of the world's history, the natural state discloses its corruptions, the legal its misery, the former will experience the need of a God who elevates it above itself, the latter of a God who descends to its level. Man, being once mature enough to receive as his religion the truth that God is man, and man of a divine race, it necessarily follows, since religion is the form in which the truth presents itself to the popular mind, that this truth must appear, in a guise intelligible to all, as a fact obvious to the senses. In other words, there must appear a human individual who is recognized as the visible God. This God-man, uniting in a single being the divine essence and the human personality, it may be said of him that he had the divine spirit for a father and a woman for his mother, his personality reflecting itself not in himself, but in the absolute substance, having the will to exist only for God, and not at all for itself. He is sinless and perfect. As a man of divine essence, he is the power that subdues nature, a worker of miracles. But as God in a human manifestation, he is dependent on nature, subject to its necessities and sufferings, is in a state of abasement. Must he even pay the last tribute to nature? Does not the fact that the human nature is subject to death preclude the idea that that nature is one with the divine? No, the God-man dies, and thus proves that the incarnation of God is real, that the infinite Spirit does not scorn to descend into the lowest depths of the finite, because he knows how to find a way of return into himself. Because in the most entire alienation of himself, he can retain his identity. Further, the God-man, in so far as he is a spirit reflected in his infinity, stands contrasted with men, in so far as they are limited to their finiteness. Hence, opposition and contest result, and the death of the God-man becomes a violent one, inflicted by the hands of sinners, so that, to physical degradation, is added the moral degradation of ignominy and accusation of crime. If God then finds a passage from heaven to the grave, so must a way be discoverable for man from the grave to heaven. The death of the Prince of Life is the life of mortals. By his entrance into the world as God-man, God showed himself reconciled to man. By his dying, in which act he cast off the limitations of mortality, he showed, moreover, the way in which he perpetually effects that reconciliation, namely, by remaining throughout his manifestation of himself under the limitations of a natural existence, and his suppression of that existence, identical with himself. Inasmuch as the death of the God-man is merely the cessation of his state of alienation from the infinite, it is in fact an exaltation and return to God, and thus the death is necessarily followed by the resurrection and ascension. The God-man, who during his life stood before his contemporaries as an individual distinct from themselves, and perceptible by the senses, is by death taken out of their sight. He enters into their imagination and memory. The unity of the divine and human in him becomes a part of the general consciousness, and the church must repeat spiritually, in the souls of its members, those events of his life which he experienced externally. The believer, finding himself environed with the conditions of nature, must, like Christ, die to nature, but only inwardly, as Christ did outwardly, must spiritually crucify himself and be buried with Christ, that by the virtual suppression of his own sensible existence he may become, in so far as he is a spirit, identical with himself, and participate in the bliss and glory of Christ. End of section 150. Concluding dissertation, section 151, of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Section 151, last dilemma. Thus, by a higher mode of argumentation, from the idea of God and man in their reciprocal relation, the truth of the conception which the Church forms of Christ appears to be confirmed, and we seem to be reconducted to the orthodox point of view, though by an inverted path. For while there, the truth of the conceptions of the Church concerning Christ is deduced from the correctness of the evangelical history. Here, the veracity of the history is deduced from the truth of those conceptions. That which is rational is also real. The idea is not merely the moral imperative of Kant, but also an actuality. Proved to be an idea of the reason, the unity of the divine and human nature must also have an historical existence. The unity of God with man, says Mayer Heinecke, was really and visibly manifested in the person of Jesus Christ. In him, according to Rosenkranz, the divine power over nature was concentrated. He could not act otherwise than miraculously, and the working of miracles, which surprises us, was to him natural. His resurrection, says Conradi, is the necessary sequel of the completion of his personality, and so little ought it to surprise us, that, on the contrary, we must rather have been surprised if it had not happened. But do these deductions remove the contradictions which have exhibited themselves in the doctrine of the Church concerning the person and work of Christ? We need only to compare the structures which Rosenkranz in his review has passed on Schleiermacher's criticism of the Christology of the Church, with what the same author proposes as a substitute in his encyclopedia, in order to perceive that the general propositions on the unity of the divine and human natures do not in the least serve to explain the appearance of a person, in whom this unity existed individually, in an exclusive manner. Though I may conceive that the divine spirit in a state of renunciation and abasement becomes the human, and that the human nature in its return into and above itself becomes the divine, this does not help me to conceive more easily how the divine and human natures can have constituted the distinct and yet united portions of an historical person. Though I may see the human mind in its unity with the divine, in the course of the world's history, more and more completely establish itself as the power which subdues nature, This is quite another thing than to conceive a single man endowed with such power for individual voluntary acts. Lastly, from the truth that the suppression of the natural existence is the resurrection of the spirit, can never be deduced the bodily resurrection of an individual. We should thus have fallen back again to Kant's point of view, which we have ourselves found unsatisfactory. For if the idea have no corresponding reality, it is an empty obligation and ideal. But do we then deprive the idea of all reality? By no means. We reject only that which does not follow from the premises. If reality is ascribed to the idea of the unity of the divine and human natures, is this equivalent to the admission that this unity must actually have been once manifested, as it never had been, and never more will be, in one individual? This is indeed not the mode in which idea realizes itself. It is not wont to lavish all its fullness on one exemplar, and be niggardly towards all others, to express itself perfectly in that one individual, and imperfectly in all the rest. It rather loves to distribute its riches among a multiplicity of exemplars, which reciprocally complete each other, in the alternate appearance and suppression of a series of individuals. And is this no true realization of the idea? Is not the idea of the unity of the divine and human natures a real one in a far higher sense, when I regard the whole race of mankind as its realization, than when I single out one man as such a realization? Is not an incarnation of God from eternity a truer one than an incarnation limited to a particular point of time? This is the key to the whole of Christology, that, as subject of the predicate which the Church assigns to Christ, we place, instead of an individual, an idea, but an idea which has an existence in reality, not in the mind only, like that of Kant. In an individual, a God-man, the properties and functions which the Church ascribes to Christ contradict themselves. In the idea of the race they perfectly agree. Humanity is the union of the two natures. God becomes man, the infinite manifesting itself in the finite, and the finite spirit remembering its infinitude. It is the child of the visible mother and the invisible father, nature and spirit. It is the worker of miracles, in so far as in the course of human history the spirit more and more completely subjugates nature, both within and around man, until it lies before him as the inert matter on which he exercises his active power. It is the sinless existence, for the course of its development is a blameless one. Pollution cleaves to the individual only, and does not touch the race or its history. It is humanity that dies, rises, and ascends to heaven, for from the negation of its phenomenal life there ever proceeds a higher spiritual life. From the suppression of its mortality as a personal, national, and terrestrial spirit, arises its union with the infinite spirit of the heavens. By faith in this Christ, especially in his death and resurrection, man is justified before God, that is, by the kindling within him of the idea of humanity, the individual man participates in the divinely human life of the species. Now, the main element of that idea is, that the negation of the merely natural and sensual life, which is itself the negation of the spirit, the negation of negation, therefore, is the sole way to true spiritual life. This alone is the absolute sense of Christology. That it is annexed to the person and history of one individual is a necessary result of the historical form which Christology has taken. Schleiermacher was quite right when he foreboded that the speculative view would not leave much more of the historical person of the Saviour than was retained by the Ebionites. The phenomenal history of the individual, says Hegel, is only a starting point for the mind. Faith, in her early stages, is governed by the senses, and therefore contemplates a temporal history. What she holds to be true is the external ordinary event, the evidence for which is of the historical forensic kind, a fact to be proved by the testimony of the senses and the moral confidence inspired by the witnesses. But mind, having once taken occasion by this external fact, to bring under its consciousness the idea of humanity as one with God, sees in the history only the presentation of that idea. The object of faith is completely changed. Instead of a sensible empirical fact, it has become a spiritual and divine idea, which has its confirmation no longer in history, but in philosophy. When the mind has thus gone beyond the sensible history and entered into the domain of the absolute, the former ceases to be essential. It takes a subordinate place, above which the spiritual truths suggested by the history stand self-supported. It becomes as the faint image of a dream which belongs only to the past, and does not, like the idea, share the permanence of the spirit which is absolutely present to itself. Even Luther subordinated the physical miracles to the spiritual as the truly great miracles. And shall we interest ourselves more in the cure of some sick people in Galilee than in the miracles of intellectual and moral life belonging to the history of the world? In the increasing, almost incredible dominion of man over nature, in the irresistible force of ideas, to which no unintelligent matter, whatever its magnitude, can oppose any enduring resistance? Shall isolated incidents, in themselves trivial, be more to us than the universal order of events, simply because in the latter we presuppose, if we do not perceive, a natural cause, in the former the contrary? This would be a direct contravention of the more enlightened sentiments of our own day, justly and conclusively expressed by Schleiermacher. The interests of pity, says this theologian, can no longer require us so to conceive a fact that by its dependence on God it is divested of the conditions which would belong to it as a link in the chain of nature. For we have outgrown the notion that the divine omnipotence is more completely manifested in the interruption of the order of nature than in its preservation. Thus, if we know the incarnation, death, and resurrection, the duplex negatio affirmat, as the eternal circulation, the infinitely repeated pulsation of the divine life, what special importance can attach to a single fact, which is but a mere sensible image of this unending process? Our age demands to be led in Christology to the idea in the fact, to the race in the individual. A theology which, in its doctrines on the Christ, stops short at him as an individual, is not properly a theology, but a homily. In what relation, then, must the pulpit stand to theology? Nay, how is the continuance of a ministry in the Church possible when theology has reached this stage? This is the difficult question which presents itself to us in conclusion. End of section 151.
Concluding dissertation, section 152 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concluding dissertation, the dogmatic import of the life of Jesus. Section 152, relation of the critical and speculative theology to the Church. Schleiermacher has said that when he reflected on the approaching crisis in theology, and imagined himself obliged to choose one of two alternatives, either to surrender the Christian history like every common history, as a spoil to criticism, or to hold his faith in fee to the speculative system, his decision was that for himself, considered singly, he would embrace the latter, but that, regarding himself as a member of the Church, and especially as one of its teachers, he should be induced rather to take the opposite course. For the idea of God and of man, on which, according to the speculative system, the truth of the Christian faith rests, is indeed a precious jewel, but it can be possessed only by a few. And he would not wish to be that privileged individual in the Church, who, alone among thousands, held the faith on its true grounds. As a member of the Church, he could have no satisfaction but in perfect equality, in the consciousness that all receive alike, both in kind and manner, from the same source. And as a teacher and spokesman to the Church, he could not possibly attempt the task of elevating old and young without distinction to the idea of God and of man. He must rather attack their faith as a groundless one, or else endeavor to strengthen and confirm it while knowing it to be groundless. As thus, in the matter of religion, an impassable gulf would be fixed between two parties in the Church, the speculative theology threatens us with the distinction of an esoteric and exoteric doctrine, which ill accords with the declaration of Christ, that all shall be taught of God. The scientific alone have the foundations of the faith. The unscientific have only the faith, and receive it only by means of tradition. If the Ebionitish view, on the contrary, leave but little of Christ, yet this little is equally attainable by all, and we are thereby secured from the hierarchy of speculation, which ever tends to merge itself in the hierarchy of Rome. Here we see presented, under the form of thought belonging to a cultivated mind, the same opinion which is now expressed by many in a less cultivated fashion, namely, that the theologian who is at once critical and speculative must, in relation to the Church, be a hypocrite. The real state of the case is this: the Church refers her Christology to an individual who existed historically at a certain period, the speculative theologian to an idea which only attains existence in the totality of individuals. By the Church, the evangelical narratives are received as history. By the critical theologian, they are regarded, for the most part, as mere mythi. If he would continue to impart instruction to the Church, four ways are open to him. First, the attempt already excluded by the above observations of Schleiermacher, namely, to elevate the Church to his own point of view, and for it, also, to resolve the historical into the ideal, an attempt which must necessarily fail, because to the Church all those premises are wanting on which the theologian rests his speculative conclusions, and upon which, therefore, only an enthusiast for interpretation would venture. The second and opposite measure would be, to transport himself to the point of view of the church, and for the sake of imparting edification ecclesiastically, to descend from the sphere of the ideal into the region of the popular conception. This expedient is commonly understood, and judged too narrowly. The difference between the theologian and the church is regarded as a total one. It is thought that in answer to the question whether he believes in the history of Christ, he ought to say exactly no, whereas he says yes, and this is a falsehood. It is true that if in the discourses and instructions of the spiritual teacher the main interest were an historical one, this would be a correct representation of the case. But in fact, the interest is a religious one. It is essential religion which is here communicated under the form of a history. Hence, he who does not believe in the history as such may yet appreciate the religious truths therein contained, equally with one who does also receive the history as such. The distinction is one of form merely, and does not affect the substance. Hence, it is an evidence of an uncultivated mind to denounce as a hypocrite a theologian who preaches, for example, on the resurrection of Christ, since, though he may not believe in the reality of that event as a single sensible fact, he may nevertheless hold to be true the representation of the process of spiritual life, which the resurrection of Christ affords. Strictly considered, however, this identity of the substantial truth exists only in the apprehension of him who knows how to distinguish the substance from the form of religion, that is, of the theologian, not of the church to whom he speaks. The latter can conceive no faith in the dogmatical truth of the resurrection of Christ, for example, apart from the conviction of its historical reality, and if it come to discover that the theologian has not this conviction, and yet preaches on the resurrection, he must appear in the eyes of the church a hypocrite, and thus the entire relation between the theologian and the church would be virtually cancelled. In this case, the theologian, though in himself no hypocrite, would appear such to the church, and would be conscious of this misconstruction, if notwithstanding this he should continue to instruct the church under the form of its own conceptions, he would ultimately appear a hypocrite to himself also, and would be driven to the third desperate course, of forsaking the ministerial office. It avails nothing to say, he has only to descend from the pulpit and mount the professor's chair, where he will not be under the necessity of withholding his scientific opinions from such as are destined to science. For if he, whom the course of his own intellectual culture has obliged to renounce the ministerial office, should by his instructions lead many to the same point, and thus render them also incapable of that office, the original evil would only be multiplied. On the other hand, it could not be held good for the church that all those who pursue criticism and speculation to the results above presented should depart from their position as teachers. For no clergyman would any longer meddle with such inquiries, if he thus ran the risk of being led to results which would oblige him to abandon the ministerial office. Criticism and philosophy would fall into the hands of those who are not professed theologians, and to the theologian nothing would remain but the faith, which then could not possibly long resist the attacks of the critical and speculative laity. But where truth is concerned, the possible consequences have no weight. Hence the above remark ought not to be made. Thus much, however, may be maintained in relation to the real question. he whom his theological studies have led to an intellectual position, respecting which he must believe, that he has attained the truth, that he has penetrated into the deepest mysteries of theology, cannot feel either inclined or bound just to this point in his career to abandon theology. On the contrary, such a step would be unnatural, nay, impossible. He will therefore seek another expedient, and as such there presents itself a fourth, which is not, like the two first, one-sided, nor like the third, merely negative, but which offers a positive mode of reconciling the two extremes, the consciousness of the theologian and that of the church. In his discourses to the church, he will indeed adhere to the forms of the popular conception, but on every opportunity he will exhibit their spiritual significance, which to him constitutes their sole truth, and thus prepare, though such a result is only to be thought of as an unending progress, the resolution of those forms into their original ideas in the consciousness of the church also. Thus, to abide by the example already chosen, at the festival of Easter he will indeed set out from the sensible fact of the resurrection of Christ, but he will dwell chiefly on the being buried and rising again with Christ, which the apostle himself has strenuously inculcated. This very course every preacher, even the most orthodox, strictly takes, as often as he draws a moral from the evangelical text on which he preaches. For this is nothing else than the transition from the externally historical to the inward and spiritual. It is true, we must not overlook the distinction that the orthodox preacher builds his moral on the text in such a way that the latter remains as an historical foundation, whereas with the speculative preacher, the transition from the biblical history or the church doctrine to the truth which he thence derives, has the negative effect of annihilating the former. Viewed more closely, however, the transition of the orthodox preacher from the evangelical text to the moral application is not free from this negative tendency. In proceeding from the history to the doctrine, he implies at least thus much. The history is not enough. It is not the whole truth. It must be transmuted from a past fact into a present one. From an event external to you, it must become your own intimate experience, so that with this transition the case is the same as with the proof of the existence of God, in which the cosmical existence, which is the point of departure, apparently remains as a foundation, but is in fact negatived by a true existence and merged in the absolute. Nevertheless, there remains a marked distinction between these two propositions, since, and in so far as, this has happened, so and so is your duty and your consolation, and this is indeed related as having happened once, but the truth is that it always so happens, and both in and by you ought to happen. At least the community will not receive both as identical, and thus here again, in every excess or diminution which the more or less spontaneous relation of the teacher to critical theology, together with the variety in the degrees of culture of the community, introduces, the danger is incurred that the community may discover this difference, and the preacher appear to it, and consequently to himself, a hypocrite. In this difficulty, the theologian may find himself driven, either directly to state his opinions and attempt to elevate the people to his ideas, or, since this attempt must necessarily fail, carefully to adapt himself to the conception of the community, or lastly, since even on this plan he may easily betray himself, in the end to leave the ministerial profession. We have thus admitted the difficulty with which the critical and speculative views are burthened, with reference to the relation of the clergyman to the church. We have exhibited the collision into which the theologian falls when it is asked, what course remains for him, in so far as he has adopted such views. And we have shown that our age has not arrived at a certain decision on this subject. But this collision is not the effect of the curiosity of an individual. It is necessarily introduced by the progress of time and the development of Christian theology. It surprises and masters the individual without his being able to guard himself from it. Or rather, he can do this with slight labor if he abstain from study and thought, or, if not from these, from freedom of speech and writing. Of such there are already enough in our day, and there was no need to make continual additions to their number through the calumniation of those who have expressed themselves in the spirit of advanced science. But there are also a few who, notwithstanding such attacks, freely declare what can no longer be concealed. And time will show whether by the one party or the other the church, mankind, and truth are best served. End of The Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated from the 4th German edition by George Eliot. Recorded for LibriVox by Joe Dickerson, August 2011. Could the author of the 4th Gospel introduce the appearances of the angel and of Jesus himself, which were said to have been granted to the women? That instead of these collectively, he names only Mary Magdalene, although, as has been earlier remarked, he, chapter 20, verse 2, presupposes at least a subsequent meeting between her and other women. This might certainly, under other circumstances, be regarded as the original representation, whence the synoptical one arose by a process of generalization. But it might just as well be the case that the other women, being less known, were eclipsed by Mary Magdalene. The description of the scene between her and Jesus, with the non-recognition of him at the first moment, etc., certainly does honor to the ingenuity and pathos of the author. But here also there is an unhistorical superfluity similar to that in Matthew. For here the angels have not, as in the other evangelists, to announce the resurrection to Mary Magdalene and to make a disclosure to her, but they merely ask her, "Why weepest thou?" Whereupon she complains to them of the disappearance of the body of Jesus, but without waiting for any further explanation, turns round and sees Jesus standing. Thus, as in Matthew, the appearance of Jesus, since it is not represented as the principal and effective one, is a superfluous addition to that of the angel, so here the angelic appearance is an idle, ostentatious introduction to the appearance of Jesus. If we turn to the third account, that of Mark, to ascertain whether he may not perhaps be the nearest to the fact, we find it so incoherent and composed of materials so little capable of being fitted together, that such a relation is not to be thought of, after it has been already narrated that early in the morning of the day succeeding the Sabbath the women came to the grave of Jesus, and were informed by an angel of his resurrection, but out of fear said nothing to anyone of the appearance which they had seen. Chapter 16, verses 1-8. At verse 9, as if nothing had previously been said either of the resurrection or of the time at which it happened, the narrator proceeds, "Now when Jesus was risen early at the first day of the week, he appeared to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 devils. This statement also does not suit the foregoing narrative, because this is not formed on the supposition of an appearance specially intended for Mary Magdalene. On the contrary, as she is said to be informed by an angel of the resurrection of Jesus, together with 2 other women, Jesus could not have appeared to her beforehand, while afterwards, on her way to the city, she was in company with the other women, when, according to Matthew, they were all actually met by Jesus. Whether on this account we are to regard the end of the Gospel of Mark, from verse 9, as a later addition, is indeed doubtful, from the want of decisive critical grounds, and still more from the abruptness of the conclusion, for they were afraid, which the Gospel would then present. But in any case, we have here a narrative which the author, without any clear idea of the state of the fact and the succession of the events, hastily compiled out of the heterogeneous elements of the current legend, which he knew not how to manage. In the narrative of Luke there would be no special difficulty, but it has a suspicious element in common with the others, namely, the angelic appearance, and moreover in a 2-fold form. What had the angels to do in this scene? Matthew tells us to roll away the stone from the grave, on which it has already been remarked by Celsus, that, according to the orthodox presupposition, the Son of God could find no such aid necessary for this purpose. He might indeed find it suitable and becoming. In Mark and Luke, the angels appear more as having to impart information and commissions to the women. But as, according to Matthew and John, Jesus himself appeared immediately after, and repeated those commissions, the delivery of them by angels was superfluous. Hence, nothing remains but to say, the angels belonged to the embellishment of the great scene, as celestial attendants who had to open to the Messiah the door by which he meant to issue forth, as a guard of honor on the spot from which the once dead had just departed with recovered life. But here occurs the question, does this species of pomp exist in the real court of God, or only in the childish conception formed of it by antiquity? Hence, commentators have labored in various ways to transform the angels in the history of the resurrection into natural appearances. Setting out from the account of the first gospel, in which the angel is said to have a form or a countenance like lightning, and to effect the rolling away of the stone and the prostration of the guards, while an earthquake is connected with his appearance, it no longer lay far out of the way to think of a flash of lightning which struck the stone with force sufficient to shatter it, and cast the guards to the earth, or of an earthquake which, accompanied by flames bursting out of the ground, produced the same effect, in which case the flames and the overwhelming force of the phenomenon were taken by the watching soldiers for an angel. But partly the circumstance that the angel seated himself on the stone after it had been rolled away, partly, and still more decidedly, the statement that he spoke to the women, renders this hypothesis insufficient. Hence an effort has been made to complete it by the supposition that the sublime thought, Jesus is risen, which, on the discovery that the grave was empty, began to arise in the women, and gradually to subdue their first thoughts, was ascribed by them, after the oriental mode of thought and language, to an angel. But how comes it that in all the Gospels the angels are represented as clothed in white shining garments? Is that too an oriental figure of speech? The oriental may indeed describe a good thought which occurs to him as being whispered to him by an angel, but to depict the clothing and aspect of this angel, passes the bounds of the merely figurative even among Orientals. In the description of the first gospel, the supposed lightning might be called to aid, in the conjecture that the effect thereby produced on the senses of the women was ascribed by them to an angel, which, with reference to that lightning, they depicted as one clothed in shining garments. But, according to the other evangelists, the rolling away of the stone, ex hypothesi, by the lightning, was not seen by the women. On the contrary, when they went or looked into the grave, the white forms appeared to them in a perfectly tranquil position. According to this, it must have been something within the grave which suggested to them the idea of white-robed angels. Now in the grave, according to Luke and John, there lay the white linen clothes in which the body of Jesus had been wrapped. These, which were recognized simply as such by the more composed and courageous men, might, it is said, by timid and excited women, in the dark grave and by the deceptive morning twilight, be easily mistaken for angels. But how should the women, who must have expected to find in the grave a corpse enveloped in white, be prompted by the sight of these clothes to a thought so strange, in which then lay so remote from their anticipations, as that they might be an angel, who would announce to them the resurrection of their deceased master? It has been thought in another quarter quite superfluous here to advance so many ingenious conjectures as to what the angels may have been, since among the four narratives two expressly tell us what they were, namely, natural men, Mark calling his angel a young man, Luke his two angels two men. Whom then are we to suppose these men to have been? Here again the door is opened for the supposition of secret colleagues of Jesus, who must have been unknown even to the two disciples. These men seen at the grave may have been the same who met him in the so-called transfiguration, perhaps Essenes, white being worn by this sect, or whatever else of the like conjectures the antiquated pragmatism of a Barth or Venturini has to offer. Or will it rather be chosen to suppose a purely accidental meeting? Or lastly, with Paulus, to leave the matter in an obscurity, from the midst of which, so soon as it is endeavored to clear it up by definite thoughts, the two forms of the secret colleagues invariably present themselves. A correct discernment will here also rather recognize the forms of the Jewish popular conception, by which the primitive Christian tradition held it necessary to glorify the resurrection of its Messiah, a recognition which at once solves in the most simple manner the differences in the number and modes of appearance of those celestial beings. Herewith, however, it is at the same time acknowledged that we can succeed no better with the plan of selection than with that of incorporation, but must rather confess that in all the evangelical accounts of these first tidings of the resurrection, we have before us nothing more than traditional reports. End of section 137. Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 138 of The Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 4, Death and Resurrection of Jesus. Section 138, Appearances of the risen Jesus in Galilee and in Judea, including those mentioned by Paul and the apocryphal writings. The most important of all the differences in the history of the resurrection turns upon the question, What locality did Jesus design to be the chief theatre of his appearances after the resurrection? The two first Gospels make Jesus, before his death, when retiring to the Mount of Olives, utter this promise to his disciples: "After I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee." Matthew 26:32, Mark 14:28. The same assurance is given to the women by the angels on the morning of the resurrection, with the addition, "There shall ye see him." Matthew 28:7, Mark 16:7. And in Matthew, besides all this, Jesus in his own person commissions the women to say to the disciples, "that they go into Galilee, and there shall they see me." Chapter 28:10. In Matthew, the journey of the disciples into Galilee, with the appearance of Jesus which they there witnessed, the only one to the disciples recorded by the evangelist, is actually narrated in the sequel. Mark, after describing the amazement into which the women were thrown by the angelic appearance, breaks off in the enigmatical manner already mentioned, and appends some appearances of Jesus, which, as the first happens immediately after the resurrection, and therefore necessarily in Jerusalem, and no change of place is mentioned before the succeeding ones, while the earlier direction to go into Galilee is lost sight of, must all be regarded as appearances in and around Jerusalem. John knows nothing of a direction to the disciples to go into Galilee, and makes Jesus show himself to the disciples on the evening of the day of resurrection, and again 8 days after in Jerusalem. The concluding chapter, however, which forms an appendix to his gospel, describes an appearance by the Sea of Galilee. In Luke, on the other hand, not only is there no trace of an appearance in Galilee, Jerusalem with its environs being made the sole theatre of the appearances of Christ which this gospel relates, but there is also put into the mouth of Jesus, when, on the evening after the resurrection, he appears to the assembled disciples in Jerusalem, with injunction, "Tarry ye in the city of Jerusalem," in the Acts 1:4, more definitely expressed by the negative, that they should not depart from Jerusalem, "until ye be endued with power from on high." Chapter 24:49. Here two questions inevitably arise. First, how can Jesus have directed the disciples to journey into Galilee, and yet at the same time have commanded them to remain in Jerusalem until Pentecost? And secondly, how could he refer them to a promised appearance in Galilee, when he had the intention of showing himself to them that very day in and near Jerusalem? The first contradiction, which presents itself more immediately between Matthew and Luke, has by no one been more pointedly exhibited than by the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist. If, he writes, it be true, as Luke says, that Jesus appeared to his disciples in Jerusalem on the day of his resurrection, and commanded them to remain there, and not to depart thence until Pentecost, then is it false that he commanded them within the same period to journey into Galilee, that he might appear to them there, and vice versa? The harmonists, indeed, affected to regard this objection as unimportant, and only remarked briefly that the injunction to remain in a city was not equivalent to an arrest, and did not exclude walks and excursions in the neighborhood, and that Jesus merely forbade the removal of residents from Jerusalem, and the going out into all the world to preach the gospel before the given term should arrive. But the journey from Jerusalem to Galilee is not a mere walk, but the longest expedition which the Jew could make within the limits of his own country. as little was it an excursion for the apostles, but rather a return to their home; while what Jesus intended to prohibit to the disciples in that injunction cannot have been the going out into all the world to preach the gospel, since they would have no impulse to do this before the outpouring of the Spirit; nor can it have been the removal of residence from Jerusalem, since they were there only as strangers visiting at the feast. Rather, Jesus must have meant to deter them from that very journey which it was the most natural for them to take, that is, from the return to their native province, Galilee, after the expiration of the feast days. Besides this, and even Michaelis confesses himself obliged to wonder here, if Luke does not mean by that prohibition of Jesus to exclude the journey into Galilee, why is it that he alludes to this by no single word? And in like manner, if Matthew knew that his direction to go into Galilee was consistent with the command to remain in the metropolis, why has he omitted the latter, together with the appearances in Jerusalem? This is certainly a plain proof that the accounts of the two evangelists are based on a different idea as to the theatre on which the risen Jesus appeared. In this exigency of having to reconcile two contradictory commands given on the same day, the comparison with the Acts presented a welcome help by indicating a distinction of the times. Here, namely, the command of Jesus that the disciples should not leave Jerusalem is placed in his last appearance, 40 days after the resurrection, and immediately before the ascension. At the close of the Gospel of Luke, it is likewise in the last interview, terminating in the ascension, that the above command is given. Now, though from the summary representation of the Gospel taken by itself, it must be believed that all occurred on the very day of the resurrection, we nevertheless see, it is said, from the history of the Acts by the supposed that she ran back alone as soon as she saw the stone rolled away, which is accounted for by her impetuous temperament, she having been formerly a demoniac. While she hastened back to the city, the other women saw the appearances of which the synoptists speak. To all, it is maintained, the angels appeared within the grave, for the statement in Matthew that one sat outside on the stone is only a pluperfect. When the women came, he had already withdrawn into the sepulchre, and accordingly, after their conversation with him, the women are described as departing from the sepulchre, verse 8, in which observation it is only overlooked that between the first address of the angel and the above expression, there stands his invitation to the women to come with him into the grave and see the place where Jesus had lain. In relation to the difference that, according to the two first evangelists, the women see only one angel, according to the third, two, even Calvin resorts to the miserable expedient of supposing a synecdoche, namely, that all the evangelists certainly knew of two angels, but Matthew and Mark mention only the one who acted as speaker. Others make different women see different appearances, some, of whom Matthew and Mark speak, seeing only one angel, the others to whom Luke refers, and who came earlier or perhaps later than the above, seeing two. But Luke makes the same two Marys, who, according to his predecessors, had seen only one angel, narrate to the apostles an appearance of two angels. It is also said that the women returned in separate groups, so that Jesus might meet those of whom Matthew speaks without being seen by those of Luke. And though those of Mark at first tell no one from fear, the rest, and they themselves afterwards, might communicate what they had seen to the disciples. On hearing the report brought by several women, Peter, according to Luke, straightway goes to the grave, finds it empty, and turns away wondering. But according to the hypothesis which we are now detailing, Mary Magdalene had run back a considerable time before the other women, and had brought with her to the grave Peter and John. Thus Peter, first on hearing the imperfect intelligence of Mary Magdalene that the grave was empty, must have gone thither with John, and subsequently, on the account of the angelic appearance brought by the other women, he must have gone a second time alone. In which case it would be particularly surprising that while his companion arrived at a belief in the resurrection of Jesus on the very first visit, he himself had not attained further than wonder even on the second. Besides, as the fragmentist has already ably shown, the narrative in the third gospel of the visit of Peter alone, and that in the fourth of the visit of Peter and John, are so strikingly similar even in words, that the majority of commentators regard them as referring to a single visit, Luke having only omitted to notice the companion of Peter, in support of which opinion they can appeal to Luke chapter 24, verse 24. But if the visit of the two apostles, occasioned by the return of Mary Magdalene, be one and the same with that occasioned by the return of the other women, then the return of the women is also not a double one. If, however, they returned in company with each other, we have a contradiction. After the two apostles are returned without having seen an angel, Mary, who remains behind, as she looks into the grave, all at once sees two. What a strange playing at hide-and-seek there must have been on the part of the angels, according to the harmonistic combination of these narratives. First, only one shows himself to one group of women, to another group two show themselves, but forthwith conceal themselves from the disciples. But after their departure, both again become visible. To remove these intermissions, Paulus has placed the appearance presented to Mary Magdalene before the arrival of the two disciples. But by this violent transposition of the order chosen by the narrator, he has only confessed the impossibility of thus incorporating the various evangelists with each other. Hereupon, as Mary Magdalene raises herself from looking into the grave and turns round, she sees Jesus standing behind her. According to Matthew, Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene and the other Mary when they had already set out on their way to the city, consequently when they were at some distance from the grave. Thus Jesus would have first appeared to Mary Magdalene alone, close to the grave, and a second time when she was on her way from thence, in the company of other women. In order to avoid the want of purpose attaching to the repetition of an appearance of Jesus after so short an interval, commentators have here called in the above supposition that Mary Magdalene had previously separated herself from the women of whom Matthew speaks. But in that case, since Matthew has besides Mary Magdalene only the other Mary, it would have been only one woman to whom Jesus appeared on the way from the grave, whereas Matthew throughout speaks of several. To escape from this restless running to and fro of the disciples and the women, this phantasmagoric appearance, disappearance, and reappearance of the angels, and the useless repetition of the appearances of Jesus before the same person, which result from this harmonistic method, we must consider each evangelist by himself. We then obtain from each a quiet picture with simple, dignified features, one visit of the women to the grave, or according to John 2, one angelic appearance, one appearance of Jesus, according to John and Matthew, and one visit to the grave by one or two of the disciples, according to Luke and John. But with the above difficulties of the harmonistic method of incorporation as to the substance, there is associated a difficulty as to form, in the question, how comes it, under the presuppositions of this mode of viewing the Gospels, that from the entire series of occurrences each narrator has selected a separate portion for himself, that of the many visits and appearances not one evangelist relates all, and scarcely one the same as his neighbor, but for the most part each has chosen only one for representation, and each again a different one. The most plausible answer to this question has been given by Griesbach in the special treatise on this subject. He supposes that each evangelist recounts the resurrection of Jesus in the manner in which at first became known to him. John received the first information from Mary Magdalene, and hence he narrates only what he learned from her. To Matthew, for without doubt the disciples, as strangers visiting the feast, resided in different quarters of the city, the first news was communicated by those women to whom Jesus himself appeared on their way from the grave, and hence he relates only what these had experienced. But here this explanation already founders on the facts, that in Matthew, of the women who see Jesus on their way homeward, Mary Magdalene is one, and that in John, Mary Magdalene, after her second visit to the grave, in which Jesus appeared to her, no longer went to John and Peter alone, but to the disciples in general, and communicated to them the appearance she had seen and the commission she had received. So that Matthew, in any case, must also have known of the appearance of Jesus to Mary Magdalene. Further, when, according to this hypothesis, Mark narrates the history of the resurrection as he had learned it in the house of his mother who lived in Jerusalem, Acts 12:12, Luke as he had received it from Joanna, whom he alone mentions, we cannot but wonder at the tenacity with which, according to this, each must have clung to the narrative which he had happened first to receive, since the resurrection of Jesus must have been the subject of all others on which there was the most lively interchange of narratives among his adherents, so that the ideas concerning the first tidings of the event must have found their level. To remove these difficulties, Griesbach has further supposed that the disciples had it in their intention to compare the discordant accounts of the women and reduce them to order. When, however, the resuscitated Jesus himself appeared in the midst of them, they neglected this, because they now no longer founded their faith on the assertions of the women, but on the appearances which they had themselves witnessed. But the more the information of the women fell into the background, the less conceivable is it how in the sequel each could so obstinately cling to what this or that woman had chanced first to communicate to him. If then the plan of incorporation will not lead to the desired end, we must try that of selection, and inquire whether we must not adhere to one of the four accounts as preeminently apostolic, and by this rectify the others, in which inquiry here as elsewhere, from the essential equality of the external evidence, only the internal character of the separate narratives can decide. From the number of those accounts concerning the first intelligence of the resurrection of Jesus, which have any claim to the rank of autoptical testimonies, modern criticism has excluded that of the first gospel, and we cannot, as in other instances, complain of this disfavor as an injustice. For in many respects the narrative of the first gospel here betrays itself to have been carried a step farther in traditional development than that of the other gospels. First, that the miraculous opening of the grave is seen by the women, if indeed Matthew intends to say this, could scarcely, had it really been the case, have been so entirely lost from remembrance as it is in the other evangelists, but might very well be formed gradually in tradition. Further, that the rolling away of the stone was effected by the angel evidently rests only on the combination of one who did not know any better means of answering the question how the great stone was removed from the grave, and the guards taken out of the way, than to use for both purposes the angel presented to him in the current narratives of the appearance witnessed by the women, to which he added the earthquake as a further embellishment of the scene. But besides this, there is in the narrative of Matthew yet another trait which has anything but an historical aspect. After the angel has already announced the resurrection of Jesus to the women, and charged them to deliver to the disciples the message that they should go into Galilee, where they would see the risen one, Jesus himself meets them and repeats the message which they are to deliver to the disciples. This is a singular superfluity. Jesus had nothing to add to the purport of the message which the angel had given to the women. Hence, he could only wish to confirm it and render it more authentic. But to the women it needed no further confirmation, for they were already filled with great joy by the tidings of the angel, and thus were believing. While for the disciples, even that confirmation did not suffice, for they remained incredulous even to the account of those who assured them that they had seen Jesus, until they had seen him themselves. Thus it appears that two different narrations as to the first news of the resurrection have here become entangled with each other, the one representing angels, the other Jesus himself, as the medium by which the women were informed of the event, and sent with a message to the disciples, the latter evidently the later tradition. The preeminence in originality denied to the narrative of Matthew is here, as elsewhere, awarded to that of John. Traits so characteristic, says Luca, as that on the visit to the grave the other disciple went faster than Peter and came to the spot before him, attest the authenticity of the gospel even to the most skeptical. But the matter has yet another aspect. It has been already remarked at an earlier point in our inquiry, that this particular belongs to the effort, which the fourth gospel exhibits in a peculiar manner, to place John above Peter. We may now discuss the point with more particularity, by comparing the account in Luke, already mentioned, of the visit of Peter to the grave, with the account in the fourth gospel of the visit of the two disciples. According to Luke, chapter 24, verse 12, Peter runs to the grave. According to John, chapter 20, verse 3 and following, Peter and the favorite disciple go together. But so that the latter runs faster and comes first to the grave. In the third gospel, Peter stoops down, looks into the sepulchre, and sees the linen clothes. In the fourth, John does this and sees the same. In the third gospel, nothing is said of an entering into the grave. But the fourth makes Peter enter first, and look more closely at the linen clothes. Then John also. And the latter with the result that he begins to believe in the resurrection of Jesus. That in these two narratives we have one and the same incident has been above shown probable from their similarity even in the expressions. Thus the only question is, which is the original narrative, the one nearest to the fact? If that of John, then must his name have been gradually lost out of the narrative in the course of tradition, and the visit to the grave ascribed to Peter only, which, since the importance of Peter threw all others into the shade, is easily conceivable. We might rest contented with this conclusion regarding these two parallel narratives by themselves. But in connection with the whole suspicious position which the fourth gospel assigns to John in relation to Peter, the contrary relation of the two narratives must here again be held the more probable. As in the entrance into the high priest's palace, so in the visit to the grave of Jesus. Only in the fourth gospel is John given as a companion to Peter. As in the former case, it is he who gains an entrance for Peter, so in the latter he runs before him and casts the first glance into the grave, a circumstance which is repeatedly mentioned. That afterwards Peter is the first to enter into the grave is only an apparent advantage, which is allowed him out of deference to the common idea of his position. For after him John also enters, and with a result of which Peter could not boast, namely, that he believed in the resurrection of Jesus, and thus was the first who attained to that degree of faith. From this effort to make John the firstborn among the believers in the resurrection of Jesus may also be explained the divergency, that, according to the narrative of the fourth gospel alone, Mary Magdalene hastens back to the two disciples before she has yet seen an angel. For had she beforehand witnessed an angelic appearance, which she would not any more than the other women in Matthew have mistrusted, she would have been the first believer, and would have won the precedence of John in this respect. But this is avoided by representing her as coming to the two disciples immediately after perceiving the emptiness of the grave, and under the disquietude excited in her by this circumstance. This presupposition serves also to explain why the fourth gospel makes the woman returning from the grave go not to the disciples in general, but only to Peter and John, as, namely, the intelligence which, according to the original narrative, was brought to all the disciples occasioned, according to Luke, only Peter to go to the grave, and as moreover, according to Mark, verse 7, the message of the women was destined more especially for Peter. The idea might easily be formed that the news came to this disciple alone, with whom the object of the fourth evangelist would then require that he should associate John. Only after the two disciples had come to the grave, and his John had attained faith, Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 137 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 4, Death and Resurrection of Jesus. Section 137, First Tidings of the Resurrection. That the first news of the grave of Jesus being opened and empty on the second morning after his burial came to the disciples by the mouth of women, is unanimously stated by the four evangelists. But in all the more particular circumstances they diverge from each other, in a way which has presented the richest material for the polemic of the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, and on the other hand has given abundant work to the harmonists and apologists, without there having been hitherto any successful attempt at a satisfactory mediation between the two parties. Leaving behind the difference which is connected with the divergencies in the history of the burial, as to the object of the women in resorting to the grave, namely, that according to the two intermediate evangelists, they intended to embalm the body of Jesus, according to the two others, merely to pay a visit to the grave, we find, first, a very complicated divergency relative to the number of the women who made this visit. Luke merely speaks indefinitely of many women, not alone those whom he describes, chapter 23, verse 55, as having come with Jesus from Galilee, and of whom he mentions by name Mary Magdalene, Joanna, and Mary the mother of James, but also certain others with them, chapter 24, verse 1. Mark has merely 3 women, 2 of those whom Luke also names, but as the third, Salome, instead of Joanna, chapter 16, verse 1. Matthew has not this third woman, respecting whom the 2 intermediate evangelists differ, but merely the 2 Marys concerning whom they agree, chapter 28, verse 1. Lastly, John has only one of these, Mary Magdalene, chapter 20, verse 1. The time at which the women go to the grave is likewise not determined with uniformity, for even if the words of Matthew, in the end of the Sabbath as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, make no difference, still the addition of Mark, at the rising of the sun, are in contradiction with the expressions, when it was yet dark, in John, and very early in the morning, in Luke. In relation to the circumstances in which the women first saw the grave, there may appear to be a difference, at least between Matthew and the 3 other evangelists. According to the latter, as they approach and look towards the grave, they see that the stone has already been rolled away by an unknown hand, whereas the narrative of the first evangelist has appeared to many to imply that the women themselves beheld the stone rolled away by an angel. Manifold are the divergencies as to what the women further saw and learned at the grave. According to Luke, they enter into the grave, find that the body of Jesus is not there, and are hence in perplexity, until they see standing by them 2 men in shining garments, who announce to them his resurrection. In Mark, who also makes them enter into the grave, they see only 1 young man in a long white garment, not standing, but sitting on the right side, who gives them the same intelligence. In Matthew, they receive this information before they enter into the grave, from an angel, who, after rolling away the stone, had sat upon it. Lastly, according to John, Mary Magdalene, as soon as she sees the stone taken away, and without witnessing any angelic appearance, runs back into the city. Moreover, the relation in which the disciples of Jesus are placed with respect to the first news of his resurrection is a different one in the different Gospels. According to Mark, the women, out of fear, tell no one of the angelic appearance which they have beheld. According to John, Mary Magdalene has nothing more to say to John and Peter, to whom she hastens from the grave, than that Jesus is taken away. According to Luke, the women report the appearance to the disciples in general, and not merely to 2 of them. While according to Matthew, as they were in the act of hastening to the disciples, Jesus himself met them, and they were able to communicate this also to the disciples. In the 2 first Gospels, nothing is said of one of the disciples himself going to the grave on hearing the report of the women. According to Luke, Peter went thither, found it empty, and returned wondering. And from Luke chapter 24, verse 24, it appears that other disciples besides him went thither in a similar manner. According to the 4th Gospel, Peter was accompanied by John, who on this occasion was convinced of the resurrection of Jesus. Luke says that Peter made his visit to the sepulchre after he had already been informed by the women of the angelic appearance. But in the 4th Gospel, the 2 disciples go to the grave before Mary Magdalene can have told them of such an appearance. It was only when she had proceeded a second time to the grave with the 2 disciples, and when they had returned home again, that, stooping into the sepulchre, she saw, according to this gospel, 2 angels in white, sitting, the one at the head and the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had lain. By whom she was asked why she wept, and on turning round she beheld Jesus himself, a particular of which there is a fragmentary notice in Mark verse 9, with the additional remark that she communicated this news to the former companions. It has been thought possible to reconcile the greater part of these divergencies by supposing, instead of one scene variously described, a multiplicity of different scenes, for which purpose the ordinary grammatical and other artifices of the harmonists were pressed into the service. That Mark might not contradict the while it was yet dark of John, the apologists did not scruple to translate the words anatelantos to hilion by Arturo Sole. The contradiction between Matthew and the rest, when the former appears to say that the women saw the stone rolled away by the angel, seemed to be more easy of solution, not indeed by supposing with Michaelis that kai idou, and behold, denotes a recurrence to a previous event, and that apek o lyse has the signification of a pluperfect, an expedient which has been justly combated by modern criticism in opposition to Lessing, who was inclined to admit it. But by understanding the hilthe, verse 1, to express a yet unfinished progress of the women towards the grave, in which case the kai idou and what follows may, in accordance with its proper meaning, relate something that happened after the departure of the women from their home, but before their arrival at the grave. In relation to the number and the visit of the women, it was in the first place urged that even according to John, although he mentions only Mary Magdalene by name, several women must have accompanied her to the grave, since he makes her say after her return to the 2 disciples, "We know not where they have laid him," a plural, which certainly intimates the presence of other but unspecified persons, with whom Mary Magdalene, whether at the grave itself or on her return, had conversed on the subject before she came to the apostles. Thus, it is said, Mary Magdalene went to the grave with the other women, more or fewer of whom are mentioned by the other evangelists. As, however, she returned without having, like the other women, seen an angel, it is